first off, we have a long day today, and I want to make sure you guys get as much time as possible. So I'm just going to jump right in where you're getting situated. Before I do my spill, I just cannot thank you guys enough for the effort you guys put into these grants. We know it's a lot of work. We know sometimes these Q&A sessions can be a little stressful. It shouldn't be. We're just using this to clarify any of you guys have any that we have questions from. We're lucky to live in a city which supports agricultural organizations. They're willing to actually put the money out there to fund your organizations to continue to do what you guys do. Like I said, we can't appreciate you guys enough for what you do for the community, but also taking the time to at least handle our questions, as trivial as they may sound sometimes. We just want to make sure that we have the opportunity to hear you and provide you the opportunity to get as much money as possible. So with that, if anyone has the first question for the Wichita Symphony Society, they may jump in.
I have a question. You did a major change on how your board of directors is composed and rotated. And do you feel like that's had a positive impact on your governance or future planning? It wasn't just a paper change?
Yes. So I'm the vice chair and chair-elect of the board, and I would say it's done a lot for our board. Rotating board members is a good standard to have, and it allowed us to rotate board members off, as well as now rotating some of them back on, and pushes us to try and find new board members, which I think has been the largest benefit in helping diversify our board.
You had some people, a lot of lifers on it before.
We had some board members that had been on for 20 and 30 years, which is great historical knowledge, but it's nice to have some refreshed knowledge too.
I really like how you listed your past board members as ex officio. That was a great idea.
One of the things I appreciated was your ability to kind of track your data, where your customer base is coming from. When you're looking at your community outreach, what are you guys doing to reach some of those core zip codes like 67211, 67213?
Yeah, so we actually started a program this last summer. It's called Symphony Summers. We did a Welcome to the Wichita Symphony event. We went to 6 libraries and 3 other locations, including the center and the 67214 zip code. It went really well. It was kind of a proof of concept summer for that. And now we've got a very sizable sponsorship to continue expanding that program next summer and reach some of those families that maybe we don't reach in our typical concerts.
What kind of outcomes are you hoping to get from that community outreach?
Yeah, so these concerts are free. We also were able to give a children's book to each family that attended. And we are hoping to get into many more of the Wichita area libraries this next summer now that we've got that sponsorship.
I think it also, if I can add to that, it also shows, it gives kids especially an appreciation for symphonic music. I remember, it wasn't this past one, but another one, we went to the Carl Brewer Center, and we were playing Disney music. And these kids are like, oh, I recognize that. And so to showcase that that's real, like, it's not just on a TV,
right.
You can actually see it played in person.
Very good. Sorry, it's early. We're working our way in.
Tim, how has your first few days in Wichita been? Are you excited about being here?
Yeah, it's been wonderful. I've got a great team of staff members, board members. I brought a lot of people here because I didn't know what questions might come our way, only being in town for a week, but it's been amazing being able to be here for that first concert, and the energy in the room was outstanding. The diversity of the community we were able to bring in for that first concert just felt great. We were literally dancing in the aisles.
So what visions do you have that maybe weren't incorporated in the grant application? Maybe you haven't even seen the grant application.
Yeah,
You're
I
so
did.
new.
I have. It's actually a really good early crash course on everything the Wichita Symphony does.
Yeah.
I think a big part of it is leaning into partnerships so that we can get into every part of this community and beyond. Reach those people who might think orchestral music, classical music is not for them, or that there are these rules and barriers that are supposed to keep them out. So working with other people that can help us get into those communities better than we can just do by saying we do it on our own. We've got a operating budget deficit that we're going to chip away at. It's not going to happen overnight, but we are laser focused on making that happen over the next few years. And thankfully, we've got the cash reserves that have a few years to get there. But those are kind of the big priorities for me.
It's good to see you at Rotary on Monday. Sorry I missed your reception Sunday.
So, no question. So can you tell us about any key partnership with organizations in the community and how that amplify your impact across an organization?
Yeah, so I would say one of the biggest partnerships that we've got is with Botanica. We have our Symphony in the Gardens annual concert that we've done, oh gosh, since yes, so we partner with them. We've also, like I said, partnered with the Wichita Public Libraries, Wichita Park and Rec. Spirit Aero Systems is sponsoring our big free family holiday concert. We've had about 4,000 attendees at that event each year, and it's obviously a family favorite and a family tradition where we get to see a lot of community members that we don't often see at our concerts, and they get to enjoy our music from our youth orchestras and our professional orchestra as well.
Another big one would be USD 259, making sure that there's a lot of bureaucracy to navigate, but making sure that all the teachers receive this packet in their school mailbox and understand about our young people's concerts. Budget them to get the buses, to get the students there, and looking forward to having a couple of cat calls with excited little kids in November.
Thank you.
You did allude to, one of my questions was, it has been for your group, how long is this sustainable to live off of the foundation? I mean, to withdraw money to cover losses. You apparently have a goal now to start, you said, chipping away at that.
I can address that. I think 10 or 15 years ago, we were withdrawing money at an unsustainable rate. But during Dawn's tenure, and I think going forward, we have been very conscious of only taking out funds at what we feel is a sustainable rate. We withdraw about 5% a year from the endowment. So we believe that is something that is sustainable long term. That does necessitate that we get funding from other sources, not just our endowment. We have to have other sources in order to put on the concerts and to pay all these musicians what they need to be paid to provide this service for our community. But we are very conscious of, as a board, of not taking out from the endowment at an unsustainable rate and filling that gap from other resources.
Good.
I was just at the League of American Orchestras conference in June, and there was a whole conversation about budgets that I sat in as a board member, and the differences between, and this research that's been done on organizations, symphonies that are primarily funded through their endowment draws, and those that are primarily funded through ticket sales, and so there's a lot of new data coming out about that we'll be receiving to help us understand how we want to go to.
I really appreciated how much time you put was evident in your application. Your answers were very well thought out, and the amount of data that you provided. I know how data can be super tricky to pull together, and the fact that you had so much data included was really helpful. So thanks for all that time.
Any other questions? We have 30 seconds
I
left.
have yes or no,
Yes, yeah.
maybe. Do you have a plan that you work on to add contributions to your endowments? And then secondarily, what's your lowest ticket price?
Our lowest ticket price is $30. And we do, Tim and I are working, new partnership, to create more planned giving opportunities for our wonderful patrons. And those are giving to the
We do also offer $10 student tickets.
Yes, thank you. Great.
Well, that was not a yes or no question.
I know. In my mind, at first it was, and then I forgot I had a two-part
But
question.
we're at time. It goes by way quicker than we'd like it to. So, again, thank you all for coming in today and for your time doing this application. have the first question for forum? No? Okay.
One down. Great job,
One down.
everybody.
It goes by so quick.
I was really impressed by their application.
It was
Well, the Symphony Society does a great job with their application. The big thing is they've been living off that endowment.
Oh. And in order to kind of keep us on track, we do have a full schedule. The staff is fantastic and has a record number of applicants this year. I just want to start out by thanking you guys for taking the time to go through the application process and come in today. We truly appreciate all the effort and all the time you guys put into this stuff and what you guys do to help try to grow the arts in our community. We're really lucky to live in a city which not only supports arts and cultural organizations, but also puts financial backing behind them to make sure that organizations like yourself are able to provide the services that you do. Since we are really tight on time today, I'm going to start the timer now. We'll jump right into questions. You were here last year, you hear the buzzer go off, and we'll go about then. All right.
The can comes out.
Yes, the hook comes out. All right, who has the first question before him?
Well, first of all, congratulations on the growth in attendance. That's nice to see. You said your board is working on a strategic plan. What are your goals for that? Are you looking at major changes or what's the idea behind devoting time to that?
So we actually are going to start a fund for a building to find a building of our own where we can actually offer classes, alternative types of programming to develop new directors, young performers, not children, but people right out of college. So that's part of the plan. Right now we're pretty restricted in what we can do. We only have the theater space that we can use. And I think that's really important to our growth. We've been looking at that for a couple of years. And it's essential because we are so restricted on what we can do. So that's the primary purpose behind that.
So where are you at in the process of developing that plan for the capital campaign?
So we've been meeting with different individuals, getting input from them, getting ideas of how much they think we can feasibly raise. We're working with Tiffany Faha to develop a list of people to contact initially. So that's kind of been, we've talked about what we want it to look like, what we want the building to, what kind of building. We're pursuing whether we just buy the building for a long-term lease or something that we purchase. So we want to make sure that we have all the information before we make those decisions going into it so that we can be successful.
Right in the exciting beginning stages.
So that way our space can be offered to a lot of the smaller individuals. There's some people who have recitals and things like that, and our space is smaller, and they would like to use it, but we can't let them use the space if it doesn't fit with our thing because we're leasing.
I really appreciate your honesty when you talk about who the average audience is, that it's older, more affluent, and white. You also make reference that you need to kind of go beyond that. So what kind of efforts are you guys doing to reach a broader audience or diverse and try to expand that target audience for growth?
So we have ongoing relationships with many people from the African American community. And we have done things with the
African American Museum. We partner with them a lot. There's another group, Heart Touches Your Heart, and that kind of goes back to they like to partner more and be able to give them more space to partner in a bigger way. So that's kind of if we could get a bigger amount.
And I will say that our audience is very diverse. Mm-hmm. We've made a lot of effort for many years, not just the past few years, but really since our inception. And we have a very diverse audience. What we're finding that's a bit harder to get in is a younger audience. They're not going to theater as much, so those are a little bit harder. It's a harder group to get in for us. So I think we have We did a program this past year with Lisa Chitichi. She's on our board. She has a PhD in cultural anthropology. And we did programs with each of our shows last year that addressed how a show fits into to society, to culture, how it appeals to different cultures, why you should be interested in it, how it can pertain to you, what is the historical reference for historical context, cultural context. We did a program with Maya Angelou. We went out there to do a couple of those for Amos Van, and that was very successful. People really, really liked that. They were staying after the shows for post-performance conversations, pre-show discussions, and I think that sort of thing helps to generate more interest and helps us reach out.
And what was really nice about that, I remember with Sweeney Todd, there was a grandmother who came and she brought her granddaughter, and they both loved it, but for different reasons, and it was nice to see them stay afterwards and tell their different sides of how they related so well.
Anyone else?
You mentioned that you go to public speaking engagements and clubs and organizations. What do those look like? What are they for, I guess?
So normally to some of the smaller organizations, we go to some of the Optimist clubs, the women's clubs.
Like you said, the Maya Angelou, we went there, kind of went into the community for Amos Behaving to show an interest there, to pull them inside and see the show that way. Took it to the communities.
Are you like performing there or just?
What we do is we'll take one of our artists, if there's a guest artist or whoever the principal is, we'll bring them in, they'll sing a song, and then we have conversations about the show and what they will see and topics like that.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned in the educational programming section that you don't really have any specific educational programs with set classes, but you have a number of examples of where you are providing an opportunity for learning in the community through things after shows and whatnot. Is there any expectation that you will be formalizing something in the educational program space?
So we have a lighting designer that we use from K-State University, and we are scheduling this year several master classes for him to do in lighting and tech theater. We've been finding that it's very difficult to find trained, skilled tech theater people. We also have a contact at Butler County Community College with Les Coates, who's now he's a past board member. And we're working to get the two of them together. Our regular lighting designer is now at Wichita State University, so we want to try and co-opt the three, K-State, Wichita State, Butler County Community College, which feed into those universities, to create an interest in tech theater, to do master classes. James and I have been, he's the professor from K-State, we're looking at January to kick that off with a first master class. So that is in the work, it's in the works in the early stages of exploring that and getting that scheduled. And again, just doing formal classes is still very difficult for us because we don't have the space to do it. Which might be an opportunity for us to co-op with maybe other organizations to use as classrooms, so I think that's something that we need to explore as well.
Your growth this year was exceptional. I mean, 67% growth in attendance, and the 371% growth for the words and music. How did you guys achieve that?
Honestly, it's word of mouth and the quality of our productions.
Selecting the right shows, definitely with words and music.
I know.
She waited too long to ask that question.
So anyway, people love our shows, and we're getting tremendous feedback, and that's what's making us grow. So it's been a good experience.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can ask some questions. I'm sorry, yeah. You do have quite a few people on the, yes. Yes.
Can you make a little bit more positive sound? I mean,
How about like ding ding?
No. We gotta stay on
It's the
time.
discretion of the chair.
Yes.
DEF CON 10 or
So we got
something.
Tackle Food Foundation.
while we wait for the next group, just one more housekeeping item. If you have a conflict of interest at any time today, we do respectfully ask that you step out of the room. We can talk about it in case like this. I know there are a handful of conflicts of interest.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time with us today. Just want to start. It'll go quick. Once I get done with my little spill, I'll hit the timer. It'll be about 8 minutes that you'll have. It'll be a loud, obnoxious sound they've asked me to change, but I like the sharpness of it. Again, we cannot thank you guys enough for spending your time with us and taking all the time to fill out the application. We know it can be quite a bit. Our questions are kind of hopefully to help us clarify some questions we have on there and keep them as simple as possible. We're really, really lucky to live in a community that not only supports arts and cultural organizations, but are willing to fund you guys operationally to continue the great work that you do. Again, thank you so much for the time. It's going to go by really, really quickly. I'm going to hit start real quick here, and right when I hit start, I'll let you introduce yourself and we'll jump into questions. And go ahead.
I'm Kathy Enzi, and I'm the treasurer of Tax Lead Foundation.
And I'm Kristen Schaefer, and I'm the chair of the foundation.
All right. Who has the first question?
I'd like to clarify more about what you actually do. Your mission statement refers to providing artists with instruments that they need, but then you talk about what you do, you reference a lot of events and performances. So how do the two tie together, and what is it that you actually do?
So originally it started when Mr. Tack died, and he left his flute to some flutists and said, I want this to be used. And so they set up the foundation to allow for auditions for people to use his flute. And it was originally set up to be those with talent and have need. So, you know, in the 60s, it was really hard to come up with enough money for a student to buy a professional flute. So his professional flute was then used. Well, then there became expenses, there became upkeep, there became insurance, and we needed to come up with a way to fund that. So then we started with some of our events. So the Flute Festival that we're having this Saturday is kind of our main money maker that allows us to continue to do the other things that we do. And then as we had the Fall Festival, we decided we want to encourage these students to perform and work up a piece and have the opportunity to have feedback on it. So we started the competition. So it started with the flute and offering the flute to a student that could use it. And then it became, how can we expand this to incorporate more flutists, give them opportunity, give them a chance to be inspired, to hear other people play, and go from that.
Yeah, and then one of our other events is even more of a community outreach,
Yes.
where it's not just the students, but we have adults coming, and they're being able to see like alto flute, bass flute, things that they don't usually get to play themselves because of the expense. But they can play those instruments there, and it's really to encourage just continual growth through the lifetime. And sometimes we have then parents or aunts and uncles who come along with a student or someone else who, you know, a flutist, someone who's a flute enthusiast or supporter even who's not. And these people get to experience, you know, a broad range of performing. We have master classes to encourage, you know, striving toward excellence in playing, and just a lot of different aspects of overall musicianship and artistry that we get to address at all the different events. But it just started with this small vision of, you know, what are we going to do with this excellent flute? And, you know, the legacy gift then has grown into, I believe we've had 4 other flutes donated over the years, and we've gotten to have auditions for those flutes as well. So it's just exciting to see the things that happen with that, and then what we've been able to branch out into. And this year we've had some transition and people who are helping with the group, and there's a lot of vision and a lot of ideas about what we can do to continue to promote what we've been doing, and then add new ideas to it.
Yeah, and even so kids in band have such a limited view of like what flute playing is. And so by the event this weekend and some of the competitions, we're giving them the opportunity to see what else is out there, to hear what a professional flute can sound like, to give them opportunities to expand their horizons and see what the future could hold for them if they continue and strive in this music field, and then give them the opportunity by using one of our flutes to participate in a competition which has some cash awards to it. So kind of a lifelong event, like she said, as an adult to participate and have a chance. You know, maybe you haven't played from high school, but we're going to give you the chance to play and be in community with other flute players.
How much was Mr. Tack's flute worth?
I'm not sure how much it was worth when he first bought it, but when it was last appraised, it was close to $2,000, which, you know, in his day was probably, so it was a Haynes professional flute. And in that day, there were not what there is today with all of these other companies that have, you know, kind of made not just student flutes, but a little, they call them intermediate flutes now, that have a little bit more silver content, which helps the tone and it's beautiful. But yeah, so in the 90s, 60s, 70s, I mean, this was...
He had a top of the line flute back then. The Haynes flutes for decades were just the flutes that you wanted to have. And since then, the people who work at the Haynes company, some of those have shifted and moved to other companies, and so the names of what's a great flute is different today. But while his flute may only be worth, and flutes are like cars. Once they're not new, they immediately lose value. So while his flute may be appraising low because of its age, if you were to buy something like, we're talking about in the $30,000 range of professional flutes today, everyone was playing on a silver flute, and then over the decades they've shifted now to gold flutes, but the sound that you get out of his flute, it was still, there's been so much transitioning in the quality of instruments over time, but it was an amazing instrument at that time. But that's partly also why we've received other donations in, because, you know, decades and decades and decades of wear and tear on an instrument. Eventually, the upgrades that they've seen, it made it, we needed to
Retired.
Yeah.
It's been, Mr. Tack's flute has been retired.
The original flute
Can't
was
keep
retired 14, 16.
fixing it and fixing it.
Did he
But
offer a
student
cash
flutes,
contribution as well? Or just the flute?
he just gave the flute, and then the foundation was tasked with raising the money for everything else that went with it. And even now, you know, so now we have websites, now we have D&O insurance, now we have insurance for our events, now we have, you know, insurance on the flutes, we have upkeep on the flutes. I mean, it's even getting harder and harder to find people who will work on these old flutes. And so, you know, our vision is to even bring in some, you know, newer flutes, but, you know, we've got a ways to go before that. But
That's why we've begun
the grant world. Yeah, our expenses are beginning to outweigh, but we are so passionate about what we can do with what we have and to involve, you know, as many kids and adults in what we have to offer. I actually played Mr. Tack's flute. I was awarded it when I was a 9th grader. And my dad lives in the same community as my high school band director, and they were walking yesterday, and my dad told me, he goes, she had such good tone. And I thought, that's ironic, because, you know, it's because I was awarded the use of that flute, which then took me to Wichita State. Kathy was actually my student all the way from junior high to high school, and, you know, now she's in the professional world. And so you think what one event changed the trajectory of my life. And I mean, so we're passionate about giving those experiences to other kids.
Right, she got me to do the competition.
Yes, and she won the competition.
My junior year, and then, you know, that sent me off to Wichita State in a flute performance degree. So it all started from this group.
So you have a fairly small board and participation in your organization overall. What are your thoughts on how you're going to grow that?
You can answer.
Our attendance has even, I don't remember the actual numbers that we had, but we've grown a lot. For our event this Saturday, we already have 40 that are pre-registered, which is, I think, more than we've had. And so we've been doing more outreach to local band directors and trying to get schools involved so that we can get more kids. active in the organization, but we're just certain that the things that we're implementing this year are going to continue to get more.
Are you looking for additional participants though on your board?
On the board.
And
On the board?
Yeah,
I'm so
the
sorry.
board and
Well, the way we operate, we're actually revising bylaws and reworking things to incorporate more as officers so that we can have, one that we recently invited was the local band director. We are trying to get more people to join from outside the group and maybe outside. He's a flutist, but he's also, that's not his primary instrument. So we're wanting to bring in others so that we have more influence than just this local community too.
Saturday might be a great opportunity to put that ask out there.
Yeah.
To ask for board members, is what you're asking.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. We really appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking that. I was
That was my
wondering, because
question.
then staff and board are the exact same.
Mhm.
this was one I didn't know, I didn't even know it existed in the application process. I was like, oh, that's interesting. John Jesse's. I'm wondering, if it, in the future, if we should have time allotments based on the size of
If
organization.
we're gonna call a quick audible, we're gonna flip the next two.
Okay, so we have
Wichita Fine Arts Atelier.
All right, well, we pull you up if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
My name is Ernest Vincent Wood III. You can call me Vince or Vincent. I'm one half of what makes up Wichita Fine Art Atelier. Don Preshuth, that's my counterpart. We're teaching drawing and painting here in the city. Kind of not only discounted rate, but also more of an apprenticeship model where artists are actively working alongside practicing artists, myself and Dawn. So we're kind of teaching and really just trying to get people to, I don't know, to see behind the curtain, to see what it means to be a full-time artist.
Thank you. So it's going to go by really, really quickly.
Yep.
I'm going to do a little introduction, and then I'll start the timer. There'll be a loud, abrupt sound at the end. Know that your time is up. First off, thank you so much for taking the time to fill out the application. We know it's a lot of work. We have a lot of applicants. It's a difficult task for us. The goal today is kind of get some clarification we can put on there. It's relatively painless, but it does go extremely quickly. We're really lucky to live in a community that supports the arts and culture. We take a lot of pride of it in Wichita, and the city council is willing to put money behind that ask and fund organizations similar to yourself for what you guys continue to do. Again, thank you so much. We cannot appreciate what you guys do enough taking the time with us. And on that, I'm going to start my timer and open it up for our first question.
I'll start. Your answer to how does your organization track its impact in the community, you mentioned finding out you're on a threat list of other arts. What does that mean? Why did you include that in your answer?
Comedy, but reality, right? So sometimes we may have a mole here and there in other organizations, and it was fun to find out that like somebody doesn't like us. So I thought it was kind of funny. It's sort of amusing. It's no big deal.
So is there more competition versus collaboration?
I think there's some. I would say our focus would be slightly different than say other art education organizations. Ours is much more kind of community minded. So when I describe this idea of apprenticeship, we really do things together, and I wish Don was here to also tell you how in the last 9 years he's grown Wichita Sketch Club, and he's done so by like meeting people and really knowing their art and developing deep relationships. And so realizing that we're small, we can do things, we can move very nimbly and dexterously. When we plan and do events and spend time with others, we can do things very organically in ways that larger organizations can't do. And so I just think that there must have been enough rumblings for us to be, I debated whether or not to put that, but I thought this is fun, and surely we'll have a conversation about it. So.
Okay, well, thank you.
Vincent, I know that the Sketch Club recently moved from Milk Float. Has that impacted the numbers or anything?
So I think we counted last Monday night, which was only the first night, mind you, but I think there were 72 Sketch Club Monday night, and it has topped out at about 80. So, and as you can imagine, I like to try to just picture 80 people inside a Milk Float. So it doesn't really work.
Right.
Although I love the coffee vibe. We need to figure out a way to work with. What's the place right around the corner there? They would be willing to stay open just on Monday nights.
Yeah, I know Harvester's talking to them about it. So.
Great.
Yeah, well, it's impressive to see how Don has grown that group.
Yeah, he's a myth.
Yeah.
For your board commitment, you mentioned that everyone adheres to the DEI policy. What is the DEI policy?
It's pretty much the standard, that we don't discriminate in any possible way, and that we want to make sure that we have not only female representation, but also representation for all races, backgrounds, needs, everything. So we don't have a specific one, but sometimes I feel like everyone's on board. There's a lot of room at the table. Let's do it.
How long has the organization been in existence?
So I guess that's a complicated question. You could say, Sketch Club's been around for 9 years. We specifically started Wichita Fine Art Atelier with the Open Studios program at Town West in July of 22. And then we officially did our paperwork for the nonprofit in March of 23. So there are a number of dates, I guess, kind of that may disqualify us from something, I'm not sure, but.
So the tenure of the board, I noticed, is all a year and a half.
Right.
And that's because of the timing of.
That's just March of 23. Yeah.
Tell me about the partnership with Anthony Joyner's Mulberry Arts.
Yeah. So on Saturdays, one of our members slash kind of teachers in training, Ben Wynn, who is the art teacher at Northeast, he and Anthony are working together on Saturdays to have, I think there's 3 to 4 students at his Meet the Challenge program that are coming directly, and Ben is teaching kind of the basics of drawing. So drawing from the Charles Bark plates, simple things like light and shape and comparative measurement and these sorts of things. So I wish I had some pictures to share of what he's doing, and the students, I just saw him yesterday, he was showing what the students were working on. That's one part of it. Another part is through grants that some of Anthony's students are receiving to study specifically with Don and I at the atelier.
Do you have any, so your funding is currently coming from monthly memberships and small donations. Do you have any plans to do anything else to increase your funding?
We would really like to move and have an online wing as well. We feel like that's the next logical step, as well as, Wichita's only so large, so at some point everyone's going to try us out and either say, yep, I like it, or nope, not for me. And so I would hope that at some point we actually have most classes online available, purchasable in packs, or kind of a membership where we do have access to classes completely online. Very difficult for Don and I to do as we both work on our own full-time careers and build this out as we can. But that is the goal.
You've got 3 board members. Do you guys have any plans to expand that board?
We do. We've been what we've really done with members is try to see who's really kind of on board. You know, the people that spend the most time there, the people who are most invested. So we've been really kind of looking through members to do so. And yes, we have talked amongst each other. It's like, hey, we like so-and-so, or this person's really into what we do here and would make a great fit for the board. So yes,
Any thoughts on your volunteer staff members being board members?
Yes, and we're kind of working on some thoughts about sort of trading services, that sort of thing, having either studios available or something of that nature. Since obviously you're seeing our numbers, so we can't really pay anyone, but we would like to, to begin kind of trading services or to maybe get some of those things done, like video editing, another promotion and marketing, wherever we can go. And as we continue to grow Sketch Club, alongside of that, desire too is to have someone to work that evening, each evening, and paying a local artist a nice evening wage to come there and facilitate, and do some of the same things that John has been doing.
That's the time.
All right.
I didn't have as loud this time.
I think I hear it. I didn't hear it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys have never been to the sketch club, you need to go. Just
I've been to
experience
both.
it
Yeah,
once. They are all ages,
Oh, I
kids,
just
everything. 80 people. Yeah,
And what are they doing?
they're sketching. They all sit around and sketch, but Don and his cohorts go around and really introduce themselves. If somebody new comes in, they send somebody over and engage them and, try to make them feel comfortable.
And they're all sketching the same thing?
No, not
Not
necessarily.
necessarily.
Hello.
I mean, there are some people who come and they're knitting the whole time.
Oh,
They're there with somebody else.
Yeah.
As you know, this will go by very, very quickly, so I'll jump right in. First off, thank you guys so much for taking the time to join us today. But more importantly, all the time it takes to fill out this grant application. We know it is a lot. We appreciate that you guys make our jobs difficult here by determining who's funded and how much they get. So again, thank you for taking the time. We know it's a lot of work. We enjoy going through them, as many as we have. Thank you, Jesse, for getting us close to 40. But thank you for taking the time to fill that out. As you guys know, we live in a fantastic community that actually does appreciate arts and culture. Our city's willing to go ahead and put money behind to fund organizations like yours to continue to do what you do. And again, we can't be thankful enough for you allowing us to learn about your organization and taking the time to join us today. With that, I have the fantastic, loud, and obnoxious timer that I'm going to start right now. When I hit start, I'll let you introduce yourself, and then we'll get right into questions. And go ahead.
I am Rayvon T.J. Moore, Artistic Director of the Wichita Chamber.
I'm Clarissa Prater, President-elect, Vice President currently of the board.
All right. Who's got the first question?
Well, this was a short meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
All right. But I guess I'll go. How does your community, we ask you, how does your organization track its community impact? So what hard data are you guys using to actually show that you're making a difference in Wichita?
We're not actually, that's one of those things that we haven't done really well enough, I think, in that regard of really trying to showcase real raw data, like taking surveys or things like that. The best thing that I can gauge is just by our concert attendance, which has grown over the past or actually this is my 5th season with the Chamber Chorale. We're not quite back where we were with COVID, but over the course of these past 5 years, we have seen a steady increase in our attendance, which has been great. So we're on the move, but boy, it would be nice to get some more folks back into the seats.
In the target audience area, you mentioned some of the collaborations that you've done, but who is your target audience, just generally speaking, for you? organization?
Well, I will say that probably our largest demographic of folks who attend our concerts and support us are lifelong singers, and so it's usually, I would say, folks between ages 50 and up, right? And so my goal has been really trying to increase our younger demographic and population, and so we've really tried to encourage, when we do our core leadership workshop, encouraging those high schoolers to come, and they're able to come for free. And reaching out to those teachers to just get some of our younger folks involved and get them excited to continue to want to sing. And so I'm definitely looking to broaden that. I think as far as diversity, as far as racial diversity, we're now seeing more of that just because our repertoire has changed, where it kind of includes a little bit of everything. And so that's really has been my goal. Last year or last season, we did a joint concert with Arise. So it's just really being intentional about how we reach out and make those connections.
Well, and I think we reached a lot of young families when we did the collaboration with the Wichita Community Children's Choir. We had a lot of younger families and actual families that came to those concerts.
Can you describe the We Sing event?
Oh, sure, yeah. So the We Sing event is a community event that is free for any and all people, and it's not really a performance, it's just an opportunity for us to get together and sing through literature. And so usually I will pick a larger choral orchestral work, and we'll just sit around and sing through it. And just, for some people it might be a piece that they love, for others it might be a piece that they've always wanted to sing or be exposed to. And we might go back and rehearse some things just to have a moment of beauty, you know, because when all people are sight reading, it can be interesting. You know, it's not easy to sight read Brahms' Requiem if you haven't done it before, but I think it's fun. So it's been nice. We've done that. I think this past summer was maybe our third summer of doing that, and so we do 2 Mondays in the month of July. And so we've seen probably on average maybe about 40 to 70 people each we sing. So that's been
This year we're going to move it so it's one in July and one in August instead of back to back, and see if that will be able to meet more people's schedules.
I'd love to have 100 people.
How do people know to show up?
Oh,
where to show up?
We put, we make posters and we send them out to local churches, and we also music stores. We use social media. We also then send out emails to our email blast, and then it's also included on our brochures at the start of the season. I haven't seen you there. Are you hoping to come?
You do not want to hear me.
We had several this last year that just came during the summer and wanted to hear it.
Right.
They didn't want to sing. They just came and followed along in their music.
Yeah, sure. It's like having an open rehearsal, and folks have a score and you can follow along.
Are you seeing an interest, is the interest level among performers staying the same, or is it harder to recruit choir members now than it was before?
It's kind of harder to recruit guys, and I think that's really, or tenors and basses, I should say more specifically. That is a problem just in the arts across the entire country, to tell you the truth. I mean, there's just everywhere. It's down my alma mater, the Eastman School of Music, has fewer guys who are applying for, vocal performance, and I think we see that in our local churches. I'm definitely struggling at Chapel Hill. And, but sopranos and altos, they come out of the woodworks, I tell you. But I will say that from last season to this current season, we are now more of a balanced ensemble. So we retain all of our, most of our sopranos and altos, and then refilled some of those positions, and then we've added tenors and basses, and so more of those. And so now we have exactly 6 in each section, which is a good-sized chamber choir.
So do programs like that We Sing help you recruit new bodies into the organization?
Absolutely. We actually got 2 tenors from that. So
I mean, it sounds pretty innovative from a marketing, getting new bodies in there. What other kind of things are you thinking about trying or currently are doing?
Well, another thing that I've started to do, you would think that this would be the first thing, but I've started to just call people and make that personal invitation. I think sometimes what I was doing before is it's much easier to send out emails and say, hey, we have auditions and things like that. But when you call somebody, it's a lot harder for them to say no. It's true. And I've said, you know, hey, you're a great tenor and you should be singing and I want you, I need you, we need you. And those people end up showing up.
Well, and we also got one from delivering a poster. I was taking a poster to a music store, and he looked at it and he goes, oh, I sang in Michigan, I believe. And I said, oh, well, let me have your information. And so he and I texted, and then there's another guy that I recruited. Just it's personal interaction that really does more recruiting.
It sounds like that is a commitment of your board to really make those personal connections and see and identify those opportunities when you're delivering posters or thinking of people that you want to invite them. So it sounds like that's a priority for the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Our board is very active. I'm so very grateful for them because they do a lot of this. I mean, it's all volunteer, our board, and so they help promote, fundraise, and all sorts of things. So grateful for them.
And there's the time. Was that loud enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have found the right balance.
Found the right balance. Okay, good. Good. Thank you guys. Really appreciate you. Okay, we've got TCAM.
It's just not something that.
Doing great, everyone. Great questions. We're on time still. We're down.
It's kind of like, like if you're in it, then you're in it, but to bring
We need to have that work with the application. This is our staff. Get the presentation here better. They do that. Hello.
Good morning.
As you know, this goes by very, very quickly, so
Oh,
I'm just
too
going to
fast.
jump right in.
An hour.
Thanks for showing up today. We know this is a grueling process, felt this application for potential funding that you could get out of it. So Denise, we really, really do appreciate you taking the time and filling it out. We know, I've met with you on one of those Arts Council discussions about this, and we do appreciate the time you guys spend on this. This hopefully isn't as painful as it's been at any point. We have a very good group. We're pretty loose over here today, so that's awesome. We've been told we have good questions by staff, so that is always a good pat on the back for us. As you know, we're really lucky to live in a community which supports organizations like yourselves and are strong supportive of the arts. And it's not just helping attendance, but actually putting financial backing behind that at some limit. So again, I can't thank you enough for coming in today. I am going to hit my timer. You've heard the annoying sounder in the past, Denise, but I'll let you introduce yourself when I hit start, and then we'll jump into questions. And go.
Denise Sherman, Executive Director of Kansas African American Museum, 6 years going on 7.
Wow.
And I'm Shayla Franklin. I work at the City of Wichita as a treasurer, but also serve on the board for the Kansas African American Museum and also the treasurer. I've been on the board for 3 years now.
Good morning, Kama Morgan. I work for Kansas Leadership Center, and I serve on the board as well.
Who would like to kick us off today?
Denise, and your staff, you have one person's title is said on call. That sounds dangerous to me to take that kind of position. What are you looking for what does that staff person do?
Basically, just fill in when we have large groups that are not normally scheduled or when we're looking for some additional support for an event. And so we have some on-call staff and volunteers too, by the way. So.
Your fundraiser showed a pretty significant drop in the income in 2023. Any particular reason? Are you going to revise that? Or?
So our fundraising consisted not only of operations and program fundraising, but also some of that fundraising was part of the capital campaign. And so we're in our 5th year of our capital campaign, and of course we've had a peak as we've gone out and worked with some of the corporations and foundations. And I would love to go to some of them 2 or 3 times, and hopefully they'd give us more money. But since we only can make one application and get those funds, we're still, we have a robust prospect list that we're still working through, but that would account for some of the decrease this year.
Yes, so can you tell us more, a little bit about some key partnerships and collaborations with other organizations in our community, and how does that amplify the impact of the museum?
Sure, I'd love to do that. So we, the museum really took a intentional stance on making sure that we are collaborating in the community in ways that we have not in the past. A couple of those have actually become annual events, such as Exploration Place. We do 2 things with them. We work with them with our Trailblazer Hall of Fame, and they support us with our inductee ceremony, with our reception, and we are allowed to elevate and celebrate them. And then also Black History Month. And so the last couple of years we've done our annual outdoor exhibit, which consists of a image over the 4 weeks of African Americans who have had significant impact in STEM. And we make sure that every year there's at least 1, if not 2, Kansans who are in that space that we can elevate. We partner with that on our museum with an exhibition that goes along with that, and we also do a video that shares that information. That's one we're most proud of. We've also had other partnerships with WAM, Wichita Art Museum, depending on what the programs are for the year, and then also we're working on with Aldridge. And so as we look for intersections and things that cross over that make sense, that's what we do. So again, some of them have become annuals and some of them are as needed, but we are always in talks, and we get a lot of requests. So, you know, sometimes it gets a little, a little tight, but we try to make it work.
And by the way, my favorite, I was out of town, the Taste of Africa. I saw pictures.
Yes.
That was a wonderful event. Thank you.
Denise, you've done a good job like tracking attendance data and getting that community outreach and community impact. Your mission is pretty broad and impressive, trying to create the idea that just the African American experience will resonate with all of us. It's really hard to wrap your head around that kind of community impact. What kind of ways do you do to track that intangible impact you're making on Wichita?
Sure. So first of all, we started that outreach and that encompassing mission with our We Are Culture statement in 2019. So it was a positioning statement to let everyone know that we are, all of us are our culture, are a part of that story. The way that we go about that is we have of course our mission that's in front of us with those that we look at from K through 12 through our 4 pillars, which is art, history, culture, and education. So our 4 pillars guide us in those areas, and this is where we're able to make impact, whether it's locally, regionally, or throughout the state, and then of course nationally with our Trailblazers. But those guide us in how we intersect with folks and how we make impact with different communities. K through 12, which is K through 12, higher ed, and community education, our art, and our art partnerships. We also have our history, heritage, legacy, and then all things culture, which again, an example of We Are Culture brings in a different audience of folks who want to have a cultural experience.
Do you have an example? Go ahead.
I want to give an example.
Yeah.
The top of mind for me is the partnership with Surge and the Monroe.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I don't know if you all have been engaged with that before. I think 2 years, maybe 3. The museum has partnered with the Wind Surge in sponsorship of a game and providing information to the broader baseball community about a baseball team, an African American baseball team that played here on behalf of Wichita, and telling the narrative of stories about that team playing the Klan and what that might look like and what came of that. And so I think those are the types of stories that don't get told without a museum that's doing that type of work around the cultural component.
And that just answered my question. Right? I was going to ask, what other examples do you have?
And I might say, I'm a lifelong baseball fan, been around a long time. I was never familiar with Monroe until they did that. And it was so enlightening for me to learn, so congratulations.
I was just gonna ask about how the community received that, but it sounds like it's been very positive.
What are some of the biggest challenges your organization faces right now?
Sure, well, we, just like all organizations, we have our challenges with resources, staffing, making sure that we get our messaging out. We use all mediums and streams that we can, afford to do, make sure that we get the messaging. We also have challenges as far as getting people to come to our museum, and so that's a little unique because you all know our situation where we're located, and it's been a long-running challenge. But as we are moving forward to moving to our new location, that will be one of the things that will be eliminated, and we believe it will open us up to a broader audience, will be much more accessible, visible, and be able to share our story there. But yeah, so it's those things that everyone has to work through, and we kind of just chip away with it as we can.
So if you have the magic wand, which one of those
Would be top?
Yes.
Oh, that's tough. Well, of course, they all say money solves all things. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'll throw that out there. But also identifying staff, the right folks that can come in and really get with our mission and help us move forward.
Thank you.
Do you have a target date for move-in?
Oh, well, for me it's tomorrow. But we are working on our next phase right now as we move into plans with construction and those type of things for 2025. So our timeline will determine what our dates are. We haven't received those yet.
I've got.
That was our timer.
Oh, darn, okay. Never mind.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you guys later.
And Denise, are you becoming an expert on White Castle? I heard you on a podcast the other day.
Now, what was that?
On White Castle. I heard you on a podcast. Are you becoming an expert
Where did
yet?
that come from? Somebody asked me that question. Our location.
Yes.
That's the original location. We're the very first White Castle.
Does that add points?
Yeah.
Historic, it's a historic thing, right?
It is a historic thing.
Thanks.
Thank you.
To the screen. I mean, not that building, but the location.
The location. Yeah. I was listening to some national podcast and they had her on there like, I know that. I know that person.
Yeah.
She's done a great job.
She has.
Hello. So some of you are aware how quickly this does go. I'll pull you up, but as I do that, kind of go through the process. I'll do my quick introduction. I'll start the clock when the annoying buzzer goes off. It is time to end. Some of you that have done this process in the past know how it goes. Same thing in time of the application. We know it can be kind of grueling and gathering a lot of stuff. The questions we'll ask about clarifying how your organization works compared to what the Great Plains Nature Center is. It just helps us get clarification of what the Friends is and separation of that. So we appreciate you guys taking the time and answering our somewhat naive and occasionally challenging questions on that. So I really, really appreciate you guys coming in. We know it is a labor at times, so thank you for that. With that said, we are blessed to live in a community which takes great pride in our arts and cultural institutions. And it's more than just pride. We're the city which is willing to put funding behind that to offer operational funding for you and other organizations to continue to do what you do. I can't thank you enough for what you do every day and for taking the time to fill out the grant application and come with us today. With that said, I'm about to hit start and let you guys just introduce yourselves real quick here and we'll jump into questions. And go.
I'm Mike Black. I serve as the business manager for the Great Plains Nature Center, employed by the grant.
I'm Sarah Schaefer. I serve as the secretary on the board.
I'm Amanda Alessi. I'm the director of the Great Plains Nature Center. I'm employed by the city of Wichita.
I'm Kayla Vasquez. I'm the director of philanthropy of the Nature Center. I work with Friends.
Okay. Who would like to kick us off?
Well, for me, it's more of a comment. First, I'd like to say thank you for all the work that you do. And I live in the area, so I'm actually there about twice a week great to clear my mind and stuff, so thank you for everything I said.
Can you talk about some arts partnerships with other organizations you might have worked with?
Yeah, we've worked with Mark Arts. We posted the, well, it was in the Grand Oil Printers thing. And we've also worked with, we're picking up working with City Arts. So we have take animals and programs to City Arts for their classes. We've done that, and City Arts is coming out to our next art event, which is Art on the Trail. That's coming out up in October. So they'll be coming up to that.
And Art in the Trail, could you talk about that?
Absolutely. So that is an event that's been going on for over 15 years. And we invite local artists to come out and set up on the trail. Plein air, last year we opened it up to other mediums, and so they can just set up and do art on the trail. Then we invite the public out to walk the trails and interact with the artists and experience that. And so this year we've invited City Arts to come out. They're going to do some engagement, so public can actively participate in making art themselves at the event as well.
And how do you find those artists? How are you engaging them?
We reach out to local art groups, so I don't have the names of them off the top of my head. Our event coordinator is one who reaches out to those. But Wichita Plein Air Enthusiasts is one that I know that I've been in contact with.
We've also put out a call as well. This is the first year that artists can actually make any kind of financial reward from what they're doing. In past years, they weren't able to sell anything they're making, but this year they can, which is really important to us.
Why weren't they able to sell in the past?
It had previously been a competition, a plein air competition, and we just wanted to make some changes, make it more inviting, and get more people to come and encourage more artists.
How long has your marketing committee been in existence?
Only a couple of months. We had 2 meetings.
Okay. And the execution of whatever marketing projects you do, is that done by the Friends or what's done by staff?
Combination. There are 2, well, I guess including myself, 3 Friends staff who are all full-time, who part of their responsibilities is marketing, and most of the execution of marketing comes from those individuals.
Okay.
We also work with Wichita Park and Recreation because we're part of that as part of our partnership, so they also provide some marketing for us as well.
Do you have a partnership with USD 259?
We do a lot with USD 259. I don't know about an official partnership, but they call on us to do a lot of their outreach, the Zoom, please. I'm sorry, the virtual. Yes, we do a lot of virtual programming with them. We do a lot of programs. They come to see us on field trips. Just a week ago, we had multiple schools from 259 out, 5th graders spending the entire day out at the nature center.
But the partnership is not formalized. They are not part of the 4-party agreement.
Yeah, I just noticed that in one of your responses you mentioned Title I schools, which led me to USD 259 being connected somehow.
We've done programs with arts partners as well. So they made a book and we brought the students out and went through the book on nature in your backyard. And so we had programming and so we partnered with arts partners for that. We partnered with the Wichita Art Museum as well, doing something similar, getting kids to the art museum and to the nature center on landscapes and nature journaling.
And all of those field trips are free, which helps keep things very equitable and make sure that kids are learning about science and nature and equitable rates across the board.
You mentioned in your application that the strategic plan was conceived in 2018, pre-pandemic. Have you thought about, first off, how you think you've met those goals? And secondly, will you be looking at a new strategic plan here in the near future?
Yes. Every time I go back and I review that, which is about every month, I'm reviewing it and reporting to the board. I get so excited about the things that we have done, even through the pandemic. And some things were, unusually enough, the pandemic actually pushed us towards some of those goals that I don't know would have been much more difficult to reach. So we're doing well with some of those goals.
You kept our family sane.
And And we are in the process of looking at what we need to do to update it.
One of the goals is a marketing plan, and that is like formally in the process now.
I didn't realize how much art that the Friends portion of the Great Plains Nature Center did, which was awesome. Do you have any, so I love the art on the trails and the other things. What are some innovative projects that you're looking forward to working on?
So right now we're working with local curator Cindy Richmond and artist from Bethel, Rachel F. Fuller. And she's made a unique sound recording, and we're going to put, and it's winter walking, so it's her speaking. So we're going to have signs in 4 city parks, including ours, and that have a QR code that take you to that sound recording. And so you can, in the winter, we'll have these other winters, walk through those parks and kind of experience the park in a different way. We're also partnering with the Art Museum on that project, as well as City Arts, for visual art will be on display at City Arts, and they'll do an artist talk at the Art Museum. And I think we're in talks with Envision as well to have that workshop going.
So your mission statement and description of your organization doesn't bleed art in terms of, where your focus is. Clearly, the Art on the Trail is a great example of where you've incorporated art into your programming. Are there other plans that you have to kind of put more of the art bent in the forefront of your activities?
I am always looking for ways to connect people to nature through art. It's one of the ways I connect to art, and I want to share that and encourage that. We are looking at some new exhibits and things like that, and that is one of the things that is on our list of what we want is a space where we can display art and have rotating displays, whether that's local art, kids art, we bring, we get someone like Charles Bowman's art up there, whatever we can get. That is one thing that we are looking to do in the future.
And we hosted a traveling exhibition on the Smoky Bear recently, which was a beautiful tie-in between art and nature.
There it is. All right, thank you guys. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you. We'll see you guys.
You're doing great. 2 more, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. So
We
hang
have
on.
harvesters next.
Coasters next?
Yeah.
Oh, I have to step out.
So I'll be stepping out for KMUW, and for Dean not here, I will need somebody to take my place later on this afternoon. Hello.
Hi.
As you know, this goes by very quickly, so I'm just going to jump right in. Thank you so much for taking the time to fill out the grant application. We know it can be a chore and a burden, but we really, really do appreciate what you guys do and taking the time to come in with us today and answer some of the questions we may have for you. You guys know firsthand that we live in a community that really loves and appreciates arts and cultural organizations and institutions. And we're also lucky to live in a city which puts funding behind that to support groups like you to continue to do what you do to make our city great. So thank you. As you know, it goes by really, really quick, so I'm going to hit the start button on the obnoxious timer that you've heard in the past, and I'll ask you to introduce yourself, and we will start the question. And go.
Hello, I'm Kristen Beal. I'm the Executive Director of Harvester Arts.
Hi, my name is Nina Estrada. I am Managing Director of Harvester Arts.
We would like to get started.
Well, congratulations on that great publicity in the paper. That I read all the stuff about all your goals and things. That was
Thank you.
very nice, nice to see, and nice recognition for all that you're doing. Excuse me. Where do you attribute to me, you people have turned a corner, a major corner, in the right direction. What do you attribute that to?
I would say partnerships and artists, and we really stay true to our mission to raise the creative capacity of this community, and we do that through partnership and platforming artists and empowering them as community resources. It's kind of the engine that keeps us going.
I agree completely.
Can you talk a little bit more about educational programming? So there were a lot of examples of things that that you've done in that space, but they weren't necessarily educational programming. Is that a specific area of focus that you have?
I wouldn't say that we specifically go for educational programming or opportunity. If you're talking about K through 12 educational programming, we have at Keeper Gallery Place, which is in partnership with the Mid-America All-Indian Museum behind the Keeper. We're open 4 days a week back there, and it is all ages creative programming. And we see up to 1,000 visitors a shift there. So we reach a lot of K through 12 people, but we don't target them necessarily. I just went to in-service for all the art teachers in the district and talked about opportunities and ways that they can connect with Harvester. We kind of do it in more of a blanket approach like that.
What are you most excited about in the coming year?
We just moved into a beautiful space. We have been in kind of our soft opening phase this month, and we'll have our grand opening celebration on final Friday. And be able to be open, offering regular open gallery hours. It feels like there's nothing but possibility and opportunity. Right now it's a little bit overwhelming actually when you're in the space, just trying to make sure we're maximizing all of those.
This is the new Lux space, yeah. I saw that for the First Friday with WSU. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. I was a little confused about your move when AIDA's was announcing that they were closing, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I was like, oh, well, that's where they're expanding. And I was like, no, that's not where they're expanding.
No, it's just I work real closely with Mike Ramsey through the Gallery Place project, and of course we had activated Chain Link Gallery Place, and we went to Exploration Gallery Place and Keeper Gallery Place, and he just presented the opportunity. It wasn't something we were even necessarily looking at the time, and it's just too big of an opportunity to turn down.
Sure. So it's Final Friday this month?
Yeah.
So personally, I had trouble pulling you up. I had to see my notes there. I do want to applaud you on all the data keeping you guys are keeping right now to show your level of success and your outreach on there. Do you feel you have any deficiencies in how you're tracking your success right now, or kind of things you want to grow?
I mean, yes, always. Yes. We really, I hired a development consultant, Kimberly Cronister, this year, and that has been really great to have somebody, with that background helping us kind of chart forward. And so really I, look to her for what data points I need to extract to go for, money asks, basically. And so far, what we have has been sufficient. I personally, just in my own practice, because we track the belonging rubric on the site, I want to look at ways, because we've done that now since 2021, and we track attendance, but we also track kind of the visitor experience, and based on the recipe for belonging, we need comfort, connection, and contribution. The site workers fill out a rubric to see how that's working. I want to work with somebody that understands how to extract data and do that. To really pull more from that, we have 4 years of data there, which I think there has to be a lot more in there, but more than attendance. I I use it for attendance.
Right.
And anecdotal information, the staff are really good at like, putting in the comment field for things. We know that there are several families that come back every shift and spend the whole 4 hours there on the site. So, I mean, it's clearly working,
Right.
but how do we take all of this data over 4 years and extract that?
Do you feel having that data, because before I'm assuming you were judging your success on kind of anecdotal, what you saw and thought you were doing well. Were you aware how successful you guys really were when you started getting the data in?
No, and I mean, really, when we moved, because, for months at Chainlink Gallery Place, I mean, a good shift, maybe 30 people. And then Exploration Gallery Place, we'd have more. But then when we got to the Keeper, and, we've tried different hours there and tried to connect to the museum and intersect with their hours, but it was when we really started building around the time that the fires are lit up that we started seeing just, astronomical numbers. It's really shocking. So we had no idea that that was going to happen. But I mean, this year, in 2024, we're already over 60,000. And that's with all harvester programs, but the bulk of that is Keeper Gallery.
If Ann were in the room, she'd ask about your development of your board and growing. I mean, you have 8, I think, with Kate being on there as an ex officio.
Yes.
It's kind of a small board for all the success that you've had.
Yes, I mean, where Ann is my board chair.
Yes.
We are working to grow the board, but, very intentionally grow the board. We just implemented a programming committee. It's made up of 11 local artists that are going to we have an open application right now called for entries, and they're going to program the gallery. And I'm trying to get us to where we meet quarterly and we have these committees really working. So right now we're trying to build the committees and get them going and work with the development.
You can make quick statements and walking out.
Just really quick, I just wanted to say thank you for all the time and effort you put in your application. I learned a ton. I had no idea that you guys had your hands in so many things, including the Elsewhere Fest, which I thought really was transformational for downtown Wichita. So I would just encourage you to continue to get your brand attached to all the things that you are doing. So
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Have a good day.
Okay, one more and then we take a break.
I don't know, I'm keeping us on time. I don't know if we can get a break in.
When I was first on this committee, there was a concern about giving them money.
Oh, yeah.
We just poured money down a dark hole, and now they become a very viable organization.
That is, yeah. Yeah.
Did they throw me under the bus?
So I represented you.
Have a seat.
Put it right in the middle.
This will go by very, very quickly.
I understand. You guys have a lot to go through
Yes,
today.
I'll go through a quick little spiel here, then I'll start the clock and let you introduce yourself. First off, thank you so much for taking the time with us today, but more importantly, going through the process to fill out the grant application. We know it's a lot we're asking you for the ask you're putting out there, but it's important for us to know what you do, but we really appreciate you taking the time just to go through and now answer our question, get clarifying information on that. So Wichita's a fantastic city. We have a culture which supports the arts and our institutions around us. What's also great, we have a city which is willing to put money behind that mission to support arts and cultural organizations like yourselves to continue to do what you do. That said, we're going to get this going.
Okay.
So let me know who you are.
I'm Patty Parker. I'm the president of the board of directors for the Wichita Blues Society.
All right.
I've been involved with the Blues Society for about 15 years. Most of that time as a board member and or volunteer in some other capacities.
Who has the first question?
I'll ask, because I'm familiar with Patty and the Blues side. So you guys do 2 blues calls a year still, correct?
No, we did 2 in 2023.
Okay.
And we realized that we really are only going to be able to do 1 going forward, and our plan is to do 1 in the spring. And this all, we rely on the support of the clubs in Old Town for that, and so we're hoping that they'll still stick by us and participate in the spring. But we just saw the attendance decline so much in the fall. There's so much going on in September and October that we felt we should apply our resources to make the spring one really good.
What's the ticket price to get in?
Last time it was $15.
Okay.
And that gets you to the various clubs and then the after party.
Patty, you mentioned there's no board rotation plan or anything in your bylaws on that. You have, what, 8 people on the board? Why is there no rotation plan, and how do you recruit new board members?
Well, we recruit new board members through our membership, and as we get volunteers at our events and things like that, our goal is to nurture them and encourage them to join the board. And so that's really our goal for over the next year. Our rotation plan is, every year we reach out and encourage new board members to join, but it's been difficult since COVID. We went into COVID with 6 board members, and we had several join new board members after that, but we had several have to drop out because of health, family obligations, and work obligations.
Our application asks about your mission statement and what your organization does and things. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about what your vision would be for the society kind of looking forward.
Sure, we worked on that this year, and as an affiliate of the Blues Foundation, our vision is to really create a blues community in Wichita of blues fans, but just live music fans. We want to support the live music in our community as much as possible, and in our little way, we want to do that through supporting blues music and helping to keep that music in front of people and educate them about its origins and how important it has been to the development of other American forms of music.
Talk to us about blues in the schools.
Blues in the schools. Currently, we are doing a couple of different formats. We have a blues guitarist and harmonica player who goes to, you might say it's kind of a bit of a residency, but he goes to Brooks Middle School. They are the only public school in Wichita that has a guitar class. And so guitar is very foundational to blues music, so he goes twice a month through October, November, and December. And he helps with, Sean Morse is the teacher, and he talks about blues, talks about the foundation, teaches them blues chords. And last year, Sean usually has a performance at the end of the session, the semester. And the last 2 semesters, he incorporated the blues chords, some songs that utilize the skills that they were taught from Craig. And then the other format is more of a performance and presentation where we'll have a blues musician and educator go in, and it's usually in the gym. They have several different classes come in, and a little bit of storytelling about the history of blues, and then it can vary. Sometimes the teachers will ask for a specific thing. So if the music teacher is teaching them about syncopation, they'll talk a little bit about that and then demonstrate what the syncopation would be in blues music and things like that. So that's been a lot of fun.
Are you guys, do you partner in any way with arts partners?
We have in the past, but it's been many years.
Can you share some more information on your 2025 roadmap and strategic plan?
Well, that is, we've really focused on our events for 2025, and we'll have that, we're discussing that in the board meetings. We had one in September, and then in October we'll really focus on our events. But it's developing some partnerships in the community with new clubs, especially in Old Town, to see who can get to participate in the crawl, and to reach out to other organizations and try to work through that, as well as bring in some youth musicians, try to develop relationships with some youth bands, and we have one performing at our event on October 6th, some young musicians from Air Academy Music. So, and all of that is just in line with our mission, with Simply Stated, Keep the Blues Alive.
I think under your budget submission, you had expenses at $30,000 plus, but say your profit and loss for 2023 has income around 11 and expenses, or income at 12 and expenses at 11 with a net of 1,000. So what is the $30,000 in expenses? Maybe
I would say that's
the wrong organization.
I would say that's probably surrounding events. Really, that is our largest expense. We don't have a brick and mortar. All of our board members, and it's all run by volunteers, so I would say that that is all related to some expenses, operating expenses, website, advertising, merchandise, and then artist fees, paying the sound. We host a monthly jam 8 months out of the year that's free to the public, and we pay the artists to come and play there. So I would have to say it's all around events, the majority of it.
And that was perfect timing right
Wow.
there, right on time.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Hi, Brad. We are here.
Awesome.
Oh. Hello, Brad. We'll go ahead and get us going. This will go by very quickly. Thank you for taking the time to fill out the grant application. We know it can be a chore, but we do appreciate you giving us as much information as possible for us to make these very difficult decisions. As you know, we live in a city which supports arts and culture, and they go beyond that by giving funding organizations like yours to continue what they do. So again, we cannot thank you enough for spending the time with us today and filling out the grant application. And with that, I'll let you introduce yourself, and then we'll start the Q&A.
Good thing. So my name is Brad Baker. I'm the executive director and music director for Music on Site. We produce opera in Wichita and surrounding areas.
Who has the first question?
So I just was curious about the location.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Texas?
Yes. So my wife and I founded the company when we lived in Kansas, and we still have a soft spot for arts in Wichita and the area, and so we kept the company. And so our board is all Kansas and Wichita folks, but we live down in Texas because we have academic jobs in Texas. And then each year we come up to Kansas for production periods.
Okay. Thank you.
So all of our artistic output and direction is all centered in Wichita and Kansas. Yeah.
When you track the community impact, what hard numbers do you have for who's participating and who's coming to the events?
Yeah, so we generally try and do a not a survey push necessarily, but we try and do a survey and at least a head count at each of the events to get a rough number of who's attending and how many there are, and then do a not a survey push necessarily, but we try and do a survey and at least a head count at each of the events to get a rough number of who's attending and how many there are, and then yeah, I mean that's basically our main method of doing that. It admittedly could be improved. So one of the things that we're going to do this year actually is use Give Lively, which I'm sure some of you are familiar with, but it will allow us to gain RSVPs because our events are free admission. And so that's sort of hard to gain really hard numbers on tickets because we don't have ticket sales. So one of our colleagues who does something similar in another area recommended Give Lively, which does RSVPs, and so we can then actually gain hard numbers as far as who is going to be there and who is showing interest from the community.
Okay. And I'm assuming that would also help with any marketing effort you have for future outreach.
Yeah, absolutely. That is certainly a benefit of that as well, to be able to actually reach out to them after the event and between events to be able to continue spurring interest. Yeah, absolutely.
Does the board have any financial contributions or requirements?
No, their primary function is to help us get the word out and offer sort of boots on the ground feedback as far as what they think might work for the season and what suggestions they might have for improvements. So it's there's no financial responsibility. It's just a matter of helping be a set of external ears to what do you think we should be doing next and how can we improve.
Most of your performance locations are at churches. Are you performing primarily for their congregations, or what's the typical audience at a church?
Sure. So we are partnered with Friends University. They have all of our we do all of our rehearsals there, and we do performances at Friends as well. Specifically the production of All in the Night Visitors is always in the church, in a church. That is, I don't really know why we always have that connection of all in the church, and so we've always done All in the Night Visitors in the church setting, and even though it's in the church, and of course like for instance, one of the churches that we've always performed is Westwood Presbyterian. And even though it is mostly, I would say, the Westwood congregation, and they've been very enthusiastic about always having us there every year, they always send out notifications to other churches in the Presbyterian circle there in the community. And so we do have quite a few people who come from those other Presbyterian churches. One thing that we're doing this year related to that, the Amal production, is that we have a company intern who's helping us sort of compile contact information for all the pastors and churches in the Wichita area. And so this year we will actually be the ones who are sort of in charge of the marketing front of All in the Night Visitors in the church communities. And so hopefully that will spur a little bit more maybe cross-pollination of church congregations and such in the community. Up to this point, the marketing has of course been through us, but much of the sort of church community marketing has been through the offices of the churches themselves.
You mentioned a collaboration with Friends University and the McPherson School District, and you also talk about a little bit about your educational programs for K through 12. I'm just wondering, are there other things that you're considering for both from a collaboration standpoint and in terms of educational programs and the reach that you currently have?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, this year we are talking with friends and Nathaniel and one of their new voice faculty, Lydia Bechtel, who I've known for quite a while, about including high school students from the Wichita area who maybe have, high school is a little bit young to have opera experience, and so because of that, they sometimes will go into college and not have any exposure to opera as an art form, which is really sort of the grown-up version of what they're doing in high school, as far as solo singing goes. And so we've partnered with friends and specifically Lydia Bechtel to go out into the schools and hopefully drum up some more high school students to come and be involved basically as much as they want to be. But ideally, we would love for them to be members of the chorus, not necessarily to sing the entire show if it's a large ensemble show, but to at least be part of the chorus for a few of the scenes in the show. And then as part of that, they would also get master classes with Friends University voice faculty, as well as the artist and faculty who are at Music on Site each year, and come away with sort of an experience in opera that can hopefully result in a more informed decision about being a music major in college. A lot of folks who are higher ed instructors recognize that a lot of times people come into being a music major only because they liked music in school and they don't have a fully informed version of what it really is. And so hopefully this can help give them a more informed version or informed decision and some exposure to the art form.
Well, you heard the buzzer. That's our time, Brad. Thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Absolutely. Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
Next up, we have tall grass.
Hey, thanks so much. Come on in.
Yeah, we weren't sure if we were supposed to walk in or not.
No, you're fine.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
As you know, this goes by very quickly, so I will jump right in. First off, thank you for taking the time to join us today. Formally, for taking the time to fill out the grant application. We know it's a lot of work. We asked a lot, but it does help us make this very difficult decision to use funding. And who doesn't? We live in a fantastic city which really cares about arts and culture, to the point that our city council is willing to fund organizations like yourself to continue doing the work you do, to bring in my personal hero, Lloyd Kaufman, a few years ago. So thank you for allowing me to do that and have a conversation with his wife, who is also fantastic.
Oh, she was amazing.
With that, I'm going to hit the timer. A loud buzzer will go off in about 9 or 8 minutes.
Okay.
When I hit the timer, I'll have you guys introduce yourself and we'll jump into questions. And go.
I'm Melanie Addington. I'm the Executive Director at Tallgrass.
I'm Sierra Franklin-Morton. I'm the Assistant Director at Tallgrass.
Andre Seward, I'm the Programming Director at Tallgrass.
And Jonathan Wood, and I'm a board member for Tallgrass.
Jump in, guys.
And Keither has no questions.
Yeah. I'll do an easy question for, is there a, for James, is there a financial support the board provides? Is there a requirement for everyone on there?
Yeah. The board members are required to provide at least $1,000 monetary donation or in-kind give.
Okay. And nothing.
Have you had trouble, how difficult has it been to recruit board members?
Not overly difficult. We expanded our board to get it closer to our maximum allotted by our bylaws last year, and we're able to bring on some additional members. So finding quality members is a little challenging, but it hasn't. I'm on the selection committee, and I didn't find it overly difficult to find new members. You know, we're trying to make sure we get good members and not just whoever.
Yeah, and what is your number?
What is our, 21 is what we're at right now. And what's our maximum?
I think it's 25.
Yeah, so we're near our maximum.
Melanie, what's one of your priorities you have this year, and what actions being taken? Just pick one of what action you're doing to make it be successful.
Sure. Big thing this year is off the public record. We've been working since I was hired to become Oscar qualifying, so we're actually bringing in a person this year who will review, and then we'll apply next year. What that means is there's only a handful of film festivals in the country that are Oscar qualifying, and we'll go from about 2,000 submissions to 16,000. Andre will be full-time at that point. But it also means that the award-winning short that wins here will then go on to compete at the Oscars, or at least get shortlisted. So it's a great thing for us, and it'll change the whole dynamic of Tallgrass. So.
There's a lot more people who normally wouldn't come to the festival would also come. Yeah. So lots of people from all over the country, but also all over the world.
Yeah, so we'll go from about $1 million impact to the downtown to, I don't know, much bigger.
What kind of look will that have on the organization and volunteer work?
Financially, it will help us a lot because the submissions that will come in will quadruple, and so that will help sustain a more robust programming team. We did bring on 3 new programmers this year, 2 from New York and another one from Germany, so that will help us sort of expand that out.
What kind of efforts are you putting into expansion now as far as outreach to venues and volunteers?
Sure. We brought on a new volunteer coordinator this year that's working with all of the local businesses that really try and recruit their entire teams to volunteer, like the Grown and Fidelity and others. In terms of, we have a very limited year because we were the casualty of the audit last year. So funding-wise, our marketing is way down. But moving into Century 2 is helping because there's constant signage going as people walk into that building. So that's helpful.
And another thing is we're working closely with different communities in Wichita that are historically underrepresented in the media. Specifically, we've been working with Empower North End to bring Spanish language programming to Wichita. And we actually have an event in October 19th. To show some films in the Spanish language and English language to help connect with the Spanish-speaking and Hispanic community overall in Wichita.
Could you talk a little bit more about what types of educational opportunities that you're thinking about, especially for like K through 12?
Yeah, we actually every year, this has been going on for many years at Tallgrass, do an emerging filmmaker program, and it's completely free for the community from 13 to 18-year-olds. And we bring in filmmakers who teach them, and they actually, if you go to the festival, you'll see they're the pre-roll telling you to go vote or turn your phone off. So we let them be the creatives, and they figured out what they wanted to do, and then the team sort of helps them learn how to make a film. So it's really a great program. Some of the people that have gone on, Kate Gondway is now a distributor at Neon. So we've really helped actually develop locals that then go on into the industry.
Do you have any innovative plans to expand your educational opportunities?
We have lots of grants out hoping to expand that because we also are moving into our Gordon Parks filmmaking. Do you want to talk to that, Andre?
Yeah, so this wouldn't be only limited to under 18 or school age filmmakers, but currently we have an award for Black filmmakers. This is for feature filmmakers, but we're working on developing a development plan for shorts filmmakers. So they'll come to the festival, pitch their idea for a script or a work in progress short film to develop it into a feature. So it'd be a great way to develop short filmmakers into their work in general or to make a feature film. But we'll connect them with different alumni film festivals and other professionals to help with their talent.
And we sort of started that a little bit this year, and we normally do free panels for the community, but one of the things we're doing is actual mentor sessions. So filmmakers will connect with distributors and attorneys and all of the business ends of filmmaking. So.
The application noted that you don't have any paid professional opportunities for artists through Tallgrass. Is that just given the nature of the organization, or do you think there's an opportunity in the future to have?
Yeah, I mean, we don't, but what we do is our virtual platform that started in 2020 because of the pandemic, we do pay screening fees from that to the filmmakers, so that's the most we can really do. There's not much else other than they win awards.
And when the filmmakers come, like you did note that you had a lot of filmmakers coming into Wichita last October.
Yeah.
Is that's all just kind of volunteer on their part?
So part of it is paid travel, but we don't pay them to attend.
Okay.
And that's just the nature of how film festivals work. We do a lot more. So Sundance, you pay $3,000 to basically sit in a line. We bring them in, pay for flights, hotel, feed them. But in general, the nature of film festivals is it's not really where you pay them to feed them.
Only, I would say, as far as non-filmmaker artists locally, we do have the opportunity to hire local artists to create content for us, or we've talked about in the past about having local artists develop artwork for the festival. Previously, we've used some local marketing agencies, but we'd like to be able to expand and hire people to do more things locally.
Excellent, okay.
And this year we hired 12 local designers to do our monthly film center posters. So just trying to do what we can.
You've got about 30 seconds left. Anything you want to add?
Please support us.
I mean, for me, Thomas has been part of my life for about 16 years, and it keeps me connected to Wichita. I grew up here and started with it, so it's amazing to have it, and I hope it continues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Hi, Susanna, in the wings. You're welcome to take a hot seat.
You saw how quickly that goes.
Yeah.
I will start my spill as I pull up your application. Again, we can't thank you guys enough for taking the time to educate us about your organization, build that grant. We know it's a heavy lift, and we do appreciate everything you guys put into that. And then even stating that the brief amount of time you give with us today, taking time out of your day to come in, it is nice. Grateful, but we do mean it. We are very lucky to live in a city which does support the arts and have a council that is willing to fund organizations like yourself. So I'm going to start the timer and let you introduce yourselves.
I'm Julie Longhofer, and I'm the artistic director for Wichita Repertory Theater.
And I am Stan Longhofer, her husband, and I'm the managing director for ICT Rep.
It's awesome that you volunteer together.
We've been partners a very long time.
He spends a little time in real estate too.
I do.
Can you talk a little bit about the board makeup? I noticed a number of the board members have a year or 6 months, and then you've got Mike Garvey with 7 years.
Yeah. So ICT Rep was founded by Mike Garvey back in 2017, and it had a very children's theater focus and bringing in different artists, educational programs, and so forth, and that was very much his passion. In COVID, all of that essentially shut down, and we had been thinking about creating a theater company, and interestingly enough, we had the same name that Mike had not realized that connection, and we had actually been reaching out to Mike about just advice on thoughts and things about doing this project, and he gave a lot of great advice, but he said, if you're interested, we are happy to, the board is, we're in the process of kind of closing down ICT Rep. And
they were dormant at that time.
Okay.
And they were going to cancel everything and terminate it all. So they said, we'd be happy to bequeath it over to you. And so as a part of that, we asked Mike, please stay on the board and be a part of that. But we needed to recruit new board members for doing that. And so we started with a very small and close-knit board. One of the pieces of advice that Mike gave us is don't go to your grand divisions immediately, but build yourself up. And so don't be afraid to start small and build.
And see what works and see what you like doing. We're both educators. So we've been involved in educational theater. Stan teaches in the business college. I've taught in several different fine arts capacities. And we've also been involved in community theaters in Wichita for a very long time. As a matter of fact, Stan and Mike Garvey met when they were children. doing community stuff. But this transitioning to a semi-professional company is new for us, so we took small steps to kind of figure out how to do it.
So what's your next step to try to figure out how to do it?
Well, it's financial sustainability for the things that we are trying to do. We have been able to raise through some anonymous donors that have been supporting for us, but that would, one thing that was important to us was to be a professional theater where everyone involved, except for us, is paid. And that's especially important, I think, for that educational component of our mission, which is to provide that stepping stone for especially college-age students who are moving from the academic world into a professional world and to have professional credits. And we think we've already seen some success out of that in terms of actors who are now beginning to move out into the professional world outside of the area, and also in terms of going on for graduate programs. We actually just saw off earlier this week, one of our actors who's been in several shows, he's now attending the Guildford School of Acting in the United Kingdom, and his engagement and activities with ICT Rep was really instrumental in his ability to get into that program. So that's something that with the funding and the situations we have right now, we are able to continue for at least another year or two, but at some point we have to find the additional support. And we started out saying we need to provide proof of concept. Before people are going to be willing to support, you have to show that it works, and we think we're doing that.
How do you keep track of those kids that go through, like the one you just mentioned? I mean, do you have a process you're doing to track their progress into professional levels, or?
It's all relational, it's life on life. So I met, 1, 2, 3, 4. I met 4 of the actors who have worked for us when they were undergraduate students at Wichita State. I actually directed them in a university production. And then when we started the company, invited them to be a part of the production as actors, and some of them as technicians, and some of them as designers. So it's a little bit of a symbiotic relationship with university connections that we've had. We brought in one actor from Kansas City, a professional actor who had been my student back in the year 2000, 2000 to 2003. So Cody is turning 40 this year, but has been a professional actor in Chicago and now in Kansas City. And because that life-on-life relationship is there, and I know his children and I know his family, then I called him up and said, are you interested in doing this piece again that you did at Kansas City Rep? Because we'd love to have you come and do The Old Man and the Old Moon here. And then when we did that production here, then I cast some actors who were at the time currently undergraduate students, who then were partnering with actors who were professional, paid, full-time working actors, which makes for a little bit of a built-in mentorship of sorts. So, Cody took some of the actors out for coffee and talked about, this is what I did when I was your age, and these are the decisions that I made, and these are some suggestions that I have about going forward with what you want to do next.
As far as tracking and kind of keeping forward, right now it's been really simple because we're in regular contact with those, but it brings up a good point. And I know that from my work with real estate students at the university, is that if you don't think about that in advance, you lose track of people over time. So that's a point well taken.
What's the space you're operating out of?
So,
our garage.
From a theater, we actually use the Welsbacher Theater at Wichita State University, a partnership that we've had with them. And they've been very gracious to make that available to us. We are looking at other spaces. Matter of fact, one show that we are planning here for in March and April, we are going to be performing Agatha Christie's Witness for the Prosecution in the historic Sedgwick County Courthouse.
It's a courtroom drama, and it plays really nice in a courtroom. And so they've actually had productions there before. They did a Gilbert and Sullivan opera called Trial by Jury in the same space. So we're going to be there. And we also are cooperating with the Wichita Symphony in October, a co-production, and that'll be at Century 2. And then we, when you're trying to slip into the cracks of somebody else's schedule, then, you're trying to make a way to use, say, the Welsbacher Theater, which is a black box, a small, very intimate, seats about 80. Then we try to work into that schedule, but we've also talked with the people at Newman University who also have a similar sized space. And right now, we're trying to fit into other people's schedules for that. And then finding other ways of making theater in different spaces. And storing everything in our garage.
Right. Are you in connection with the Bar Association about the event coming up at the courthouse?
I actually reached out to President of Bar Association this year, Michelle Whitty, about trying to do some things with them, and she was on vacation at the time. So
we do have one lawyer in the cast.
Well, that obnoxious sound was our timer, so again, thank you guys for showing up today.
Thank you.
Considering us, we have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Stan.
Good to see you too. Thank you very much.
Moving on to music theater Wichita.
Oh, I'm being excused. Okay, got it. And I have to go. Be the doctor. Maybe back to the line. Thanks.
I gotta keep it on the up and up, of course. Of course.
Hello. As you know, this goes very quickly, so I'm just going to jump right in.
Ready.
First of all, thank you guys for taking time to fill out the grant application. We know it's a chore, but we do appreciate you filling out all the extra information to make sure we're as educated as possible about what you guys are doing. And then more importantly, coming in and spending the brief 8 to 10 minutes with us today to fill our day with joy. As you know, we live in a community which does really have an interest in the arts and cultural institutions that we have here. And it's not just the local support, but our local government are willing to put funds behind that support organizations like you continue doing the work you guys do. So with that said, I'm going to hit the timer, which has that annoying sound at the end. When I hit that, I'll let you guys introduce yourself and we'll jump right into it. And
Yeah, I'm Carter Thal, and I'm the development manager for Music Theater Wichita.
I'm Kim Story, the finance director.
And I'm Brian J. Mark, I'm the artistic director of Music Theater Wichita.
I'm just going to say, first off, thank you for a fantastic season and the educational opportunities you have. I have a young daughter, so like everyone in the city, I did go see the Frozen, and the sets and the costumes were fantastic. So it led me spending like $300 to sit for a Disney music camp for a week. So,
I appreciate that. It works.
So it does work, yes. You got me to another show. So, what plans do you guys have to continue that success?
Oh, well, we have a lot of education things that are on board we had a teaching artist that was here with us last year who's now moved on, and now that one teaching artist has now turned into 8 teaching artists, so we have lots more for your kid to come and join us with. And so we're expanding that this year and hoping to expand it even more as we move farther into the future. That's our goal with the education, is that we just continue to offer, because we have the resources and the knowledge, that we should be able to educate the youth and the adults. We have an adult musical theater class as well.
Yeah, and the long-term strategy, I think, is that it kind of works the way that you were saying. Someone comes to a show and is inspired to take the class, and also the other way around, that someone who maybe a friend of theirs did a class and they had a really good time, they come and they try it out with us, and maybe the whole family discovers a love for music theater and wants to come to one of our shows and maybe eventually become a subscriber, and that student with this great basis of knowledge 30 years from now, they're a subscriber.
What were your season ticket numbers like this year compared to 23?
Yeah, so we're still trying to come back up to our pre-pandemic numbers. They were better in 24 than in 23, but that is still one of our biggest challenges. what's interesting is we really are doing fine on the single tickets portion compared to where we were. Those are holding or even have increased, but getting folks back into the season ticket model is a really high priority for us for the coming season as well.
It did improve.
It did improve.
Good.
Not as much as we would have hoped, but it's the right direction.
But it did go in the right direction.
Yep.
So in the near term that you listed, the goals, one of them is to increase ticket sales, obviously. But you talk about creating some options for people that don't want to buy season tickets. What's that looking like?
Yeah, so we're really just trying to make sure that there's a product that works best for everyone. We, for years and years, have said the best way to see the shows is to become a subscriber. We hear so many stories of, oh, well, I really only knew about 3 of these shows, but because I had a subscription, I saw all 5, and this one that I didn't know anything about, didn't think I was gonna like, it turned out to be my favorite. So we still think that that is the best way to participate with us, but we're hearing the feedback and we want to respond to that. So we're introducing a couple of new packages. One is already underway, which is a voucher system where it's pay this much and you'll get, I think it's 12 vouchers that you can use throughout the summer. So if you want to bring all the grandkids to Newsies and you need 10 tickets to Newsies, great, you can use your vouchers packet for that. And then if you and just your spouse want to come see Crazy for You, just the 2 of you, you can use 2 of your vouchers for that. Maybe you're traveling the rest of the summer and that's all we'll get to see you, but we want to have a package in place for folks that need that flexibility. And then another one that we're introducing that isn't quite off the ground yet, but it kind of is we're trying to figure out how we could have like an all access pass model, think more like a Netflix subscription of, you know, I've bought into the organization throughout the year, and now if I need to come see Newsies 7 times, because maybe one of the little ones in my life is in that production, I can come 7 times to Newsies and maybe just once to the other shows, or I come on Wednesday and realize how phenomenal Something Rotten is, and I want to come back on Saturday. That would be a product that allowed that.
So how does MTW prioritize, diversity in what your leadership and programming?
Well, we are trying to, as much as we can, in our casting of shows, we are very. It's important that we have the people in Wichita see themselves on our stage. So we are very good at hiring a diverse cast. With our education model, we are making sure that we are pricing things where it's not pricing people out. I know that people can find their place, kids can find their group. And if the sports is not their thing, theater could be their thing, and sometimes those programs are cost prohibitive. So we have a show that we, and an opportunity for everyone to join a show for $25 to $30. So it's as opposed to some of the shows where those camps can be up to $300 in some places. And so we want to make sure that we can provide access. We also have scholarships that we offer through our education for some of these classes too. So if people can't afford those, they can apply for those as well.
Yeah, and when it comes to those barriers of entry, we want to make sure that we're not just looking at the economic side, but maybe the geographic side as well. I think a good example of how we've had some outreach to get some more diversity within our education program, we did a free program at the Evergreen Library, and it was Sing the Songs of Encanto. So it was in an area of really high, Latinx population. It was free, and it was a subject matter that perhaps they felt very invited into. And so more initiatives like that, we think, can help break down all those barriers. On that topic, sorry, I'm talking really fast, but on the topic of DEI, we do have it, we have sort of, it is a question in the grant, what is your DEI statement? Ours needs work. And we're going to work on it, and that's actually on our agenda for our staff retreat this fall to hopefully have something that we all feel is in a really good place.
Thank you.
This may be kind of building on Andre's question. First of all, you guys did a great job with your application. Thank you so much for being so thorough in your responses, because that was really helpful. On the educational front, I'm still trying to understand, are there plans to do anything to have a better reach into underprivileged youth? I see that you've got some free participation for some things. Auditions are still often required in terms of how some of the programming works, but are there things that you're doing to really actively go out and get into some of the underprivileged?
Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to the Black Magnet School to talk to the 3rd grade kids about what we do what we do as a theater. How do we connect to a community, and all those outreach things we want to do more of. And so that's one thing that we are trying to reach out to those communities, and they are also now starting to reach out to us, which is I think an offshoot of us really prioritizing having a diverse population on stage when they can come and see, and then they can find a place in our audiences and feel comfortable there too. And so we're doing that. We're also, I really want to start, as we build this education, offer these programs for people and go to the community centers and go out to where they, because a lot of times it is the transportation getting to where we are. And so that's what we want to do.
Thank you.
What did I say? There's a horn way up.
Again, thank you guys, we appreciate it. Thank you for your team, provide for our community. You guys do a great job every year.
Thanks so much for having us.
Shorter than ever.
Thank you so much. You did it, jump right in.
Next, we have the Orpheum.
Hello. As you know, this goes by very quickly, so I'm just going to jump right in. As always, thank you for taking the time to fill out the application. We know it is a lot, but it does make our job, as complicated as it is, easier by having a better understanding of what you do. We can answer most of these questions in the grant application, which comes up with thank you again for taking the time to join us today. It is 10 minutes maxing with me rambling on here that you will have. So to move us along, again, we live in a community which values arts and cultural organizations like yourselves. Our community supports these groups, and more importantly, we have a city which is going to provide financial support for you as well. With that said, to give you as much time as possible, I'm going to start the clock and let you guys introduce yourselves.
I am Stacy Olden. I'm Executive Director of the Orpheum Theater.
I'm Arlen Hamilton. I am the Treasurer and Vice Chair of the Board of the Orpheum Theater.
Who has the first question for our friends?
Well, I guess my first question would be, what could you share a little bit more about the renovation project?
About the restoration project?
Restoration project.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So we have recently officially announced our restoration of the theater, and the theater is going to timeline be approximately closed from June of 2025 to June of 2026. Within that restoration, we will still be actively out in the community. However, the theater, of course, won't be operational, but we will have restoration from the auditorium flooring up to the ceiling, to the seats, as well as the stage. We'll have new rigging, and we'll also be installing a new HVAC system. So full interior restoration, we've already done some of it in the previous 30 plus years, and we're looking at finishing up.
Thank you.
New seats?
New seats.
That is everyone's comment.
As a matter of fact, we thought we would call it the new seat campaign, because that's pretty much what everyone wants.
So we asked in our application about the, kind of what your mission statement is and your organizational goal. Given the focus on the restoration, if you were to look a little bit more into the future, what is your vision for the Orpheum in the future post-restoration? I know you don't have a strategic plan yet, but like post-restoration, what do you really see for the Orpheum versus what we've had historically?
Do you mind if I take it? So, since I'm on the board and we think more strategically and we ask Stacy to make sure that she is operational, I would tell you that as we put together our plans for the future, the goal in the Orpheum is to be even more involved in the community. We are planning to have QR codes put up to talk about history. We're wanting to be more educational. We're wanting to where schools bring through students so they start understanding the history of the things we have in the world. And then they will see a building that has been restored. We also know that our partner who books acts for us says that due to a newly restored theater, we will be bringing acts to Wichita that typically bypass them. So we believe the community is going to be able to have, we run 65, 66 shows right now, and we believe we're going to be able to be into the 80s. And then we're also, as part of this, we are going to form a foundation to help make sure that the Orpheum is secured into the future.
How do you feel that having the restored facility will help you grow your collaboration and partnership with other community organizations?
We believe, again, based off of what our folks that are in the entertainment industry tell us, that we will have a theater now that is far more useful. There are so many limitations in the theater the way it is currently configured, and that is going to be completely redone. And now suddenly the sound, light, all those things will be easy to use. Instead of using sandbags on the curtain, you're actually going to have modern. So we believe that a lot of groups that are needing that size will be able to use it even more than they do now. We already work with several community groups that do either rent the theater, or we're actually hosting a candidate forum at the Orpheum for our cost, because part of our mission is to be involved in the community as well as maintain the theater.
So what I'm hearing about, you're hoping to provide more opportunities, whether it is rented or even provided for cost for some of the arts and cultural organizations to take advantage of the facility.
Okay, that is true. They tell ASM, since they manage Century 2 and the arena, they tell us that we have a unique size and ability. Once it's usable and not antiquated, that we'll be able to fill a niche spot there.
So do we feel we'll be able to pull some of those acts that bypasses for Salina, where you can get back?
To do that, and community groups that are wanting to use it now will not need specialists to make things work. So we're very bullish on the future.
With new seats, is the seating capacity going to remain the same, or will it decrease?
The seating capacity is going to remain the same. So that was a big goal of ours as we were looking into removing the existing and bringing in seating that actually fits the theater. Because right now the seating in there was from three different locations, not made for the theater, and so we're able to kind of work that a little bit more efficiently, as well as creating specific ADA seating, so it's much more accessible and safe to maneuver through.
Is the pitch going to stay the same?
You mean the ski slope?
Yeah.
That's going to be minimized a little bit. We'll bring that back up to code, and
I love watching women with high heels
yeah.
negotiate that pitch.
So that first piece will be terraced now.
Okay.
That way you don't suddenly feel like you're running down the stairs. So you'll be terraced. But the reason the architects wanted to do that, they want to maintain the sight lines of the architecture. So they're terracing, and then once it hits the point where it's safe, then it will go back to the ground.
And that also will be to preserve the acoustic perfection of how the architect built it in kind of a bowl shape. So we're just doing the terracing right at the top to help that slope.
Good.
I really appreciated the history about the Orpheum Theater being this network. I did not know that fact. I'm just wondering now with the restoration, do you think there will be an opportunity for the Wichita Orpheum to be recognized either on a national or statewide basis for, you know, I don't know, the fact that you've taken the time to breathe some new life into it.
Absolutely. I feel like as we move into this, there are several other organizations like the League of Historic American Theaters, which we are a part of, but that's a national organization that highlights theaters that have some sort of special significance. The fact that our theater here in Wichita is actually part of a national chain of theaters, I think is something for a vision that I see is really connecting with those remaining existing Orpheums through the country and kind of creating a little bit more of a partnership and recognition so that people do understand it's not just a city landmark.
So not only will there be that positive, but right now we are known that we're the only Orpheum left standing that hasn't been restored.
Okay.
So it's going to get us off the naughty list.
Right.
And with that, a great closing mark. So, again, congratulations on all that. Yeah, long time coming. So, thank you guys.
Thank you all for your service.
Thank you.
Yes, we are at your permission. Like a slope and the wall falling down.
When
you're like,
yes,
yes.
Felt sorry for women when they hit that certain spot. I mean, there's no graceful way to get down there.
Yeah. Tiptoe, yeah.
Exploration places next. Hello. As you know, this goes by very, very quickly, so I am jumping right in. Thank you guys for taking the time to write another thorough grant application. We appreciate all the information you guys put in there, the care you guys add to it, and then more importantly, taking the time out of your day to join us to answer our questions. As you know, we live in a city which supports arts and cultural institutions like yourself. Not only do we have the enormous support of our residents, visiting organizations like yours, but we also have our local government who's willing to fund you as well, which is why we're here today. With that saying, again, it goes by very quick, as you guys know. I'm going to start the annoying timer here in a second and let you introduce yourself and go.
I'm Patrick Gilmore, I'm our board chair. Adam Smith, president and CEO. Kent Shank, executive vice president.
All right, thanks. Who has the first question?
Well, I'll make a first comment. Congratulations again on another phenomenal year. Hopefully, the exciting projects you're starting, keep that momentum going. It's been very impressive to see.
Thank you. We're excited to open the amphitheaters this Friday. That's tomorrow.
So that's opening in conjunction with the drone show?
Yeah. If you came by last night, we had 3,000 candles out in the amphitheater. We were doing a full tech rehearsal with Music Theatre Wichita and everything. So looks like it's going to be dry tomorrow for the grand opening.
That kind of brings me into the question of what other arts organizations are you wanting to incorporate or to partner with?
Yeah, that's one of the exciting things for me about this amphitheater space, especially, is that I think it's going to open up some new collaboration opportunities with it. It really warms my heart that we're already talking, having substantial conversations with both of our opera companies here in town. Opera Kansas and Grand Opera about using that space, because I think they can see opportunity. I think if you're running an opera, one of your more difficult markets to breach is the one that Exploration Place serves really well, which is families with kids. And so I think things like that, I'm just coming up on my 5th year anniversary. I've never had an email from a contemporary dance company before, and one hit my inbox yesterday. So they're saying, can we talk about maybe doing contemporary dance in your new space? So yeah, it's kind of exciting to think what's going to happen as we start to activate the amphitheater.
And one of our missions at the amphitheater, and our passion for that, is we feel we've been blessed with an unbelievably nice part of the city of Wichita. And Adam has been really into collaboration from day one, so we thought we could bring all of this to more people.
Your application was really well done. It was very complete. I'm like struggling to come up with some more questions.
Can I just say that it was a changed application, and it's actually, we've done the same one, well, I've done the same one for 4 years, and it's actually helpful to have a different set of questions that, you know, it's similar, but I reread it this morning, and I said to Patrick, this is our playbook. I mean, this literally is the best expression of how we run Exploration Place, and it's probably to your credit that if the end result is that you're getting our playbook, you're asking the right questions.
Thank you.
Is there anything that wasn't in the application that you would like to talk about, or anything you could mention in terms of where you would like to see Exploration Place going in the future from a vision standpoint?
From a vision standpoint, I don't think we talk a lot in here about the next phase that will open late next year, which is our playscape. That is a fundamental move for Exploration Place. It's 10 times the expense of the amphitheater, and I don't think the community fully understands what we're doing, but as you watch it take shape over the course of the next year, I think it'll become apparent that we're really reaching for something that is world-class in its concept and vision. We're about 90% done on the fundraising, so I won't sleep fully at night until we're 100%. But in all circumstances, we've got a really awesome project coming to life, and the highest ambition that I and we as an organization have is that we can inspire Wichita a little bit to understand that the river and the environment around the river is a huge asset for the community that's not been fully developed yet. And secondly, that we as a community can do world-class things, and we don't have to wait till everybody else has done it first. We can be early. We can have the nice things for our community, rather than look around at our neighbor communities and be sort of jealous of what they've done.
Other than the financial piece for your new playscape, what keeps you up at night?
Stability of funding. The S word, stability. You know, funding ebbs and flows. You have some wins, you have some losses, but what we're trying to do is be stable. Something that I mentioned in the grant application, that Sunflower Summer program is very important. It's created a new plank of stability and funding and a connection to the state of Kansas and what Kansas tourism is trying to do. And really, we've got to keep that program alive, not just for EP, but you'll hear from a lot of organizations that it's benefited.
What do you estimate that brought Sedgwick County to?
$3 million?
Yeah. Adam wouldn't let that thing die. He was up in Topeka walking the halls, making sure people understood how important it was.
How are you going to incorporate arts into the new playscape area?
Well, fundamentally, I think you will see that we're working with a company out of Denmark called Monstrum, and if you go to their website, you'll see the kind of playgrounds. They've done a couple of hundred of them around the world. We're going to be in the top 5 biggest they've ever done, and it is like their mission statement on their website is the combination of art and play. So, you know, we have an electric sign sitting out there. It's been there for the last 25 years. It's going away, and we're not going to have an electric sign. I don't like them, and we won't need an electric sign because what you will see there will advertise Exploration Place way better than any electric sign. And so, the vision for the project is that it's art in landscape as well. The landscape architects we hired, Hershey, again, they're world class, and a lot of the budget is going on trees, shrubs, and it's not just play equipment. And so hopefully when people show up, they'll sort of feel sort of integrate in it and be inspired that way. There is a step that this drone show we're doing this weekend it's about creating a magical experience at nighttime. There's a magical experience at nighttime that we will create in the playscape, and it will be very, very artistic.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming in. We never have enough time, but we appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for your support.
I just looked out and it's impressive.
Yeah, no, it's impressive.
Cool.
Adam?
Oh, look,
Yeah.
Thanks for your kind words.
Adam, add an A. Add an A to STEM.
So let's be.
Okay, yes.
Make it state.
Yeah.
That's way cool. Oh, this.
Mark Art,
Just
come
usually
in.
four.
So this always.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right. Here last year, this goes by very, very quickly, so I'm just going to jump right in. First off, thank you guys for taking the time to fill out the grant application. We know it can be a heavy task, but we do appreciate you taking the time to inform us what your organization does and why you are deserving of any sort of funding. You know very well that we live in a community which supports the arts and cultural institutions like yourselves, but beyond that, we have a local government that's willing to put money behind those efforts. So thank you for taking the time to come out here and spend time with us today and share more about your organization and add any clarity to the application that we might need. Like I said, it goes very quickly. I'm going to hit the start on the obnoxious timer, and then we'll let you guys introduce yourself and we'll jump into questions. And go.
I'm Jamie Doobie. I'm the Development and Marketing Director at Mark Arts.
I'm Katie Dora, and I'm the CEO of Mark Arts.
I'm Laura Taylor. I'm the Exhibitions and Engagement Director.
Okay, we'll jump right into questions. My first one, so you have a pretty good list of goals on there. What kind of objectives have you created to accomplish your goals?
Sure. So we just approved a strategic plan at the beginning of this year with 4 separate goals. One of those goals specifically is focused on marketing and continuing to reach new audiences. So some specific ways that we're working on that in 2024 include more video storytelling to celebrate the artists that are in our galleries and our students, the teachers, as well as kind of overhauling our website. So we're kind of in the midst of that project right now to make sure we have all the right tools in the toolbox to continue engaging new people with our arts program.
Two of the other goals, one has to do with our facility. As many of you know, we're at the corner of 13th and Rock Road. We moved in about 6 years ago, and we had the funds to build a beautiful state-of-the-art facility. Unfortunately, we didn't have the funds to develop all of the lands, and we have 17 acres compared Botanic is 18 acres. So we have a huge opportunity to continue to activate that space to engage with the community. So we started experimenting, doing some outdoor concerts over the last month, welcoming new audiences in with gallery tours in advance. So figuring out how to activate that space and champion artists throughout our region there. Also, we are looking at DE&I and how we can continue to advance what we are currently doing. So some of the upcoming objectives include special teen programs. So how will we interact with high school students in addition to what we're already doing with the Congressional Art Awards, Scholastic Art Awards, and our new gallery. So we feel like there's some very strong strategies that we're working towards for these goals.
So just to piggyback on what you just mentioned, how will you, specific example, how do you engage the broader community as far as how you can be involved in your events?
Well, we have been incredibly blessed. We have a committee of field experts that are really advising us on this. Jeanette Everett is one of those, and one of the things that she has said is we need to have vibrant programming, that is targeted for different audiences, so everyone feels welcome. But we also have to be out in the community, and then while we're there, we can pass out information about the free programming that's happening at Mark Arts, the scholarship opportunities as well. So for instance, when the Keeper had its 50th anniversary, our team was down here doing hands-on arts activities and meeting new audiences. We were at Juneteenth, Wichita Pride, No More Fiesta is coming up. But then on a monthly basis, we're having our Art Together programming that is free, welcomes families. It starts with story time in the galleries, free hands-on creative art projects, and then always a performance element. So some of the ones that are coming up, Museum of World Treasures.
Right, Museum of World Treasures, Tanganyika, Wichita Public Library, Wichita Sedgwick County Museum, and the Children's Symphony. So that's just through the end of the year.
So we find through those partnerships, it helps to bring new audiences in, and it lifts up all the organizations involved.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing such a good job with the application and including lots of data, which I really appreciated. One of the points that you made regarding your Sunflower Summer Program is that you had 38 different zip codes represented through that program in the summer, which I thought was really outstanding to see that there was that much diversification. How can you talk a little bit about the scholarship program and how the scholarship money gets to some of the underprivileged youth, or like where do those scholarship dollars go? Like, is there any information you can provide on how the scholarships are awarded and how they're helping the community at a broader level?
Absolutely. When we did our capital campaign, we wanted to make sure arts education would be affordable to all. And so we were able to raise about $250,000 for a scholarship fund that is endowed. We have a 5% average that we're able to spend on an annual basis. So this year it's about $12,000 that we have. When we're out at the community events, we have scholarship applications. They're needs-based with a preference for someone who has not taken classes at Mark Arts before. We also go into Wichita Public Schools and we present information on that. So a real life example, Empty Bowls is coming up in our community. We're thrilled to be partnering with them. Chris Staley is going to be the juror for the exhibition, and he's going to do a 2-day workshop at Mark Arts. So we have what we feel is an affordable price. We have 17 students enrolled in it, but 7 of those have applied for scholarships. 2 are students at North High, and they're receiving full scholarships, so we cover 100% of the cost of their class. In some cases, people donate $50 and then $100 of it is waived. So last year in total, I believe it was 79 scholarships that we gave out to different people, all at different levels that welcome them to Mark Arts. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, so in terms of how you're engaging with the like USD 259, do you work through art teachers, or how where's the awareness coming in terms of the funding being available for students?
We are very blessed to have a strong relationship with 259, with Sean Chastain and Marcia Scurfield, really helping to advocate on behalf of Mark Arts. That starts with a back to school meeting that we do for all of the arts educators to specifically talk about the Scholastic Art Awards. And that's important to us. Mark Arts did not give out the scholarships, but we worked with universities throughout the state of Kansas to come and look at the artwork. They donated or gave $3.4 million of scholarships to the students that were in Scholastic last year. So because of the success of this program, we have a very tight relationship with 259. We had over 30 field trips last year, many of which are the students. Our school trips are always free. Our gallery is always open to the public. So I think that relationship continues to grow. We are often hosting meetings for their middle and high school art teachers at Mark Arts as well. So lots of little things like that to build the relationship over the years.
I would also add, we're promoting the scholarship program heavily at all of our off-site programming in different areas of town. And we're seeing the results of that in terms of the diversity of the people who are applying for scholarships. Our scholarship recipients are a more diverse group than the Mark Arts audience overall. So that's a really powerful link for trying to reach people.
I want to commend you, because it does appear, from what I've seen, you are being strategic on where you're doing those outreach programs at, which is nice. You're at the one with Empower over there, Evergreen, a while back, so that's good.
There was some fun face painting going on there.
Yes. What is one thing you would like to accomplish that you haven't accomplished yet in your time? We have 45 seconds.
How much time do we have?
40 seconds now.
Well, to me, I feel like Mark Arts is the oldest cultural institution in our community. And so it's been such a wonderful joy over the last decade to continue to reinvent ourselves and to make sure that we have a really vibrant, robust mission and vision for welcoming the community. I'm extremely proud that we went from 17,000 annual visitors 6 years ago to nearly 50,000. So we're doing a lot of things very intentionally to welcome new audiences. And I think as a team, we're just highly committed to building on that and just taking it to the next level. And being recognized on a national level with the Oil Painters of America last year has been a game changer for us. That is an economic driver for our community. We sold a significant number of paintings and keep building.
Yeah.
Thank you, that was a tough question.
Quick question, will hosting the Oil Painters Convention, will that be a regular thing?
They told us it was a one and done, and then they got here, they fell in love with Wichita. Now they're talking about coming back every 5 years, and several of the attendees are with other conventions. So the American Color Impressionist Society is now talking about bringing their national exhibition to Mark Arts as well. Several of the instructors, we had tried to get these artists to come here. Well, they came for the convention, and now Patrick Saunders is coming next year to teach at Mark Arts, Tina Garrett the following year, and we're in talks with Daniel Keyes. So I think it really helped to elevate us to that next level. Fingers are crossed they come back. All right, sorry for going over. Have a great day, and thank you for your service to our citizens. We really appreciate all the work you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we just talk fast. Good to see you, Jesse. We have air conditioning.
Oh my God, I forgot.
I brought a sweater.
There's
This was last year.
I thought on that side of the room last year, not cold. I'm like, I could warm.
The HVAC bill must
Oh
be
my
off the
God.
hook.
I'm gonna have to see if I have a sweater.
Hit or miss, and then like the main room is
Yeah.
sauna.
Yeah.
So it's like really hard to regulate. We've had Envision Next, and I think we have at least one person from the organization virtually. Emily, are you able to hear us?
Going outside.
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful, welcome.
Hello.
Thank you. And Sarah and Linnea should be there in person as well.
Here, Jesse's getting things set up. I will start our spill because, as you know, that we're here last year, it does go by very, very quickly. First off, thank you again for going through the process of the grant application. We know we ask a lot of questions. We kind of change things around, and it is a lot. So again, thank you for taking the time to write a thorough grant application. And more importantly, taking time out of your day to join us now and answer our questions. You know that we live in a community which does value arts and culture. Beyond the attendance you get out there and the local support, we do have a government which is willing to put money behind that and support organizations throughout the city. So again, thank you for taking the time to join us. I am going to start the clock. There's a very annoying alarm that will go off at the end of it. When I get started, I'll let you guys introduce yourself. We'll start with who's online first, and please introduce yourself.
Hey everybody, my name is Emily Hurst. I am the Vice President of the Envision Foundation and Workforce Innovation. And I apologize, I had a pre-planned trip out of town, and so I'm sorry that I can't join you personally, but I will most likely only speak up when if Linnea and Sarah need assistance.
Sarah Kephart. I am the manager of the Envision Arts program and the Envision Arts Gallery.
I'm Linnea Baggett. I'm the Senior Manager of Development at Envision.
Well, I do have a question. So how will you differentiate your, the foundation impact on art versus the initial Envision Foundation?
Yeah, great question. So Envision is actually an umbrella organization for 18 distinct legal entities. So each of those business units has their own mission, a separate set of financials, their own staffing, goals, and their own strategic plans. So Envision Arts, with the program in the gallery, is one of 3 programs under the Envision Foundation. The Envision Foundation includes youth summer camps, Envision Arts, and community engagement. And each of those has aspects of arts and cultural programming, whether it's woodworking or metalworking, community outreach and public education. But Envision Arts is one of those three distinct areas that exist solely under the Envision Foundation. And our request is not for those other programs, even though I do believe they fall under the Wichita Cultural Arts Plan. Our request is only for 8% of the Envision Arts expenses for the last fiscal year.
Thank you.
Talk to me a little bit about the partnerships that you've had. You mentioned Gallery Alley is one. Just can you expand on what you've done with partnerships?
Yeah, absolutely. It is obviously one of the biggest initiatives of the gallery. And I am very proud to say that one of the most latest partnerships is with the VA. So about to have an exhibition of disabled veterans alongside the Envision Arts program. However, we are in the community, as you mentioned, Gallery Alley, Aloft Hotel, Barton School of Business at Wichita State University, and a wonderful new partnership with Cargill, where we just completed a Keeper on Parade for them.
I would like to just add that in addition to those partnerships, Sarah has also piloted many programs in which we have murals going up with local businesses. She participates in every community arts day, like Final Fridays, anytime we have something downtown, open streets, ICT, to really make sure that that is a important part of the arts community. I was watching last year's thing, and I noticed that there was some questions about differentiating our programs from things like the Starkey's, arts for their services. And this is very different in the sense that she has an art and gallery program that is designed to create an inclusive space for all people with disabilities. And so in our front part of our gallery, Sarah not only provides potential art classes if they need it, materials if they need it, but also displays the artwork of all of these organizations across Wichita, from the Looking Glass, Starkey. I mean, she could probably list 15 more if I can't have them off the top of my head, just like this exhibit that's coming from the disabled veterans. This gallery is truly the place where that audience that does not have the opportunity to represent themselves as professional artists in community now have that representation because of this program and gallery.
Those partnerships are a metric we track. So in the first year, we had 40 community partnerships with the gallery, and last year we had 45.
So in the last year, there has been some attendance drop. What do you attribute that to? You went from about 3,000 to about 2,700 attendees.
I think with anything new, you're going to see like an influx of the community coming out in support just out of curiosity. But we're still working so hard every single day to bring more and more people into the gallery, including an international artist. Last year I was here letting everyone know that we brought in our first UK artist, and that's an incredible partnership. As well as the current artist on display, George Mendoza, Smithsonian Fellow. This work is in the collection of the Ellen Noel Art Museum in Odessa, Texas. So, through that work, we've also been featured on NBC twice on the Lester Holt Show and the Willie Geist exhibition or segment. And it really is bringing a lot of attention. And through those segments, we have had people from all over the world call this gallery wanting to know how they can exhibit. And so in terms of the educational piece too, and that outreach piece, it just kind of is naturally happening in that way, organically in so many ways. But yeah, we are definitely intentional about every active engagement.
I'm curious a little bit about, so you've got the board for Envision as a whole. Do you have any type of a board or an advisory board or anything just for the gallery?
Not at this time. I am definitely in communication talks about it.
Okay.
Yes.
And Envision Foundation does have a separate board from Envision Industries, the overall Envision Incorporated. But yes, a goal for the future would be to have one specifically for Envision Arts.
Yeah, it can really strengthen us.
And there was, you noted that you do not have a collection today. So everything is on consignment that is in the gallery. Is there any plans to change that in the future, or?
We would love to, yes. As we build and grow, we will also be able to bring in other interns and other staff. And I feel at this time that is really what would just be holding us back, just the human resources.
About a minute left. Anything you guys would like to add?
Well, I am excited to say that next year we are filling the gallery full of artists that have contacted us due to the NBC story. And one artist is from New York. She went blind due to a hate crime. She is a lesbian. And another artist who is a tactile painter works for the DOD and is also blind. So really excited for this. This opportunity that we are creating right here in Wichita, Kansas. I am so happy to be a part of this. I know all of you are in support of this. And so I know together we're going to continue to do amazing work. So yeah, we just look forward to all the support and engagement that you can provide.
Is there any thought being given to adding the idea of the arts into your mission statement? It's very evident in what your organization does and how you define that. But not really in the forefront of the mission, obviously.
So I believe that rehabilitation and education, all of those pieces have a role in the arts. The Envision Foundation and Envision as a whole has that umbrella mission statement. And arts fits into those three areas, even if it's not specifically listed as arts. So while we have an individual mission statement for the art program, for the art gallery, all of that falls under outreach and education, as well as rehabilitation through the expressive arts.
It is very evident in that application.
Hey, apologize, guys, but I cut that after Linnea spoke. It cut out. Could you repeat for me?
She just said there might be an opportunity to draw more attention to the mission statement.
Oh, yes. I would speak to this one piece because any of our business entities or legal entities that are tied to the overall Envision, we're not allowed to change that unless the master organization changes their mission statement. And because there are 18 organizations that do so many different things, tying in the arts would also be kindred to tying in the fact that we offer like a nationwide mentorship program for people in the workforce. And so it's a bit out of our hands, but that's why they allow each of the entities to have their own actual umbrella mission statement. And so that's why Envision Arts and Services has that mission statement.
We're at time. I do appreciate you guys coming in and clarifying some things for us. So thank you.
Thank you so much. You didn't give a round of applause.
We're coming back from our lunch break. I'm just doing this recording. So we can brunch a little early because you know this goes by very, very quickly. We're going to try to stay on time. First off, thank you for experimenting with the new grant application that we have out there. We know we're asking a lot of you for a lot more information. We really do appreciate the effort you guys put into this application this year to get as much information as possible. We'll hopefully make this interview process go at least a short amount of time be as productive as possible. So with that said, we are lucky to live in a community which does value arts and cultural institutions. We're to the point that we have a city which is going to put money behind that to help support organizations like yours and others to continue the good work that you do in our community. We know some of you, but we also have new members here. So you are well aware of the loud, obnoxious buzzer that will go off when our time happens. I'm going to start that, then I'll let you start introducing yourselves down, and then we'll jump into questions. And go ahead.
My name is Sheila Kennard, and I'm a charter member of the Arise Ensemble. Over 30 what years? Bunch of years. I was a baby when I joined. Just a small child.
Gerald Norwood, president, also a participant in Arise. I've been on the board for about 13 years. I've been involved with the organization for 25.
Peggy Klein, and I just help Arise with the bookkeeping.
I'm Andy Bias, board member and member of the ensemble. And training.
Oh yeah, I'm vice president. And on the
Who would like to start? Well, then I will get going. So I'm not going to ask about the board structure. Let somebody else do that question this year. But you talk about partnerships as part of your strategic plan and how you're tracking community engagement. What new partnerships are you looking for this year?
Well, we're constantly, one of the formats that I have is that we try to make sure that we are engaging local, which is what we do here, and also expand that. And I'll talk about partnerships there. And then also that we do things outside of our community that expand our ability. We also want to encourage our group to be more sophisticated in terms of challenges. We just recently did something with the Wichita Symphony. And then at the same time, we have fun. So those are the four corners. So within that, we partner with other nonprofit. We utilize some of our expertise that we've learned over these years to help them engage, how to raise money, how to engage at marketing themselves. We also sometimes share, we just had a group we worked with that went to Paris. The group was a school that followed Gordon Parks Academy. And they were able to immediately utilize some of our expertise to help them in moving the monies and handling their funds. We also were able to give them some instructions as to what they might need to do. We work with many different organizations with the Wichita school. No, it's school.
Holy Cross.
Holy Savior.
Holy Savior.
Holy Savior. Okay.
We're all over the place.
Yeah, Holy Savior, we have an engagement with them once a year as part of our expanding our community outreach. In February, we meet with them, help them do fundraising. It also becomes a part that we can attract kids later on as they mature. So they can be a part of our group. And we've engaged, this will be our third year with them. And they're excited because we learn from them. They do new style of our music. We're able to take the old style and mix that together and draw. So we reach out to many different other organizations. Another thing we do, doing an MLK breakfast. So often our constituents will have us, will buy a table. They may buy 2 tables. They allow us the flexibility of going out into the public. We get young organizations, NAACP, we go to other organizations that may not be exposed to the professionalism that we're bringing all these businesses in. And they get a chance to participate on our dollar. And then therefore the dollar will participate. So we utilize those funds as much as we can to spread.
And we give scholarships.
And the scholarship program that we have too.
And then also, obviously we're just doing Negro spirituals. There's that precept or concept that during February, that's when we want to promote that. Well, that's understood. However, we do it throughout the year. So we don't just exclusively focus on February. So if someone wants us to share some of the stories and turn off our phones, we do that throughout the year, not just in February. And so we take the invitations and we love to let them know of Negro history and of the spirituals, and they see how they correlate. And it's not just the
And we do that in the schools too, all year, which is important because it enables a kid that is going to school to understand the challenges of history, to see where they're at, and if they have something that's bothering them as far as overcoming, these songs encourage. In fact, we will engage them to see what they learned from hearing that song. On another bygone day when people didn't have a lot of opportunity, they themselves may have challenges, and they learn from that, and they really get excited about it. We do a lot of it in the school district.
I think we get a big kick out of when we go to a smaller church in a rural area.
Yeah.
And they always welcome them, and the great to say so. And share that ministry, share that mission, share that process, and just let them know that as much as people think we're different, we're that much together, we're that much the same. So this is enjoyable.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the board a question. So, Gerald, you've got yourself listed as the board chair, but how many are actually on the board? You've got 2 board members, 3 board members?
Oh, total?
Yeah, total.
Oh.
Total.
There was an
There's an
attachment.
attachment.
There's an attachment
Yes.
to several
This-
board
All right,
Which
thank
is,
you.
which this though plays on what my question was your board is extensive with like a lot of tenure.
Yeah.
And diversity in tenure on the board. But organization staff, you just have volunteer part-time from Gerald and Andy, right? Oh, and Sheila, you're, okay. So do you anticipate at any point in the future that you might have actual organization staff dedicated to?
The board does that,
The board does all the,
administrative stuff.
yeah.
We structure all the concerts. Gerald is a master at that. Andy does that. We have board members that take tickets at the door and, which our tickets are free and they just do a free will offering. But each one of the board has like a niche that they function as an organizational person. And they bring that expertise to our group. Dr. Marche Fleming Randall from Wichita State helped us when we were trying to go on our trip a couple of years ago. And she's a master at fundraising, and she was able to do that. So at different times, different board members take up the mantle of that kind of organizational structure.
And as leader, this is what happens when we have particular events. Because I know the expertise of the group, I can reel in someone in a particular event. For example, our MLK breakfast, those people may not be active during the year. But when it comes to galvanizing that together, I know who we can pull and do the mapping, the layouts, all those sort of things. So each event requires different expertise, and that's what I have to be able to see.
I just was surprised at how much you're accomplishing with the fact
We
that
don't
there's
sleep.
that you're doing it all through basically the board, and that there isn't
I have 2 hours a
dedicated,
day. So.
paid staff or.
Gerald neglected to tell you that he's Jamaican, so there's
It is amazing. I know I've been in the public domain, and we get a lot done, and it's because of the quality of people we have and the energy level. It's very high.
Well, very many of the board members, sorry, Andy, are also in the ensemble.
You keep going. Finish your question.
They're also in the ensemble, so they're serving many different roles. They're on the board, they help with the fundraising and all the administrative tasks, and then they're actually performing.
Now, all I was going to suggest is you throw out, like, to expound on what Sheila was talking about. Like, myself, with 501c3, well, I ran Community Housing for 16 years, so I know how to run a nonprofit. So, of course, we complement each other, and so, trust me, we got each other's phone number on speed dial. We go, well, we see each other all the time.
Model of a working board.
Yeah. I mean, it's a whole other level, especially the singing component. It's part of the prerequisite. I was like, wow, that's like a.
But that's important because that means that you're all in.
Yeah.
You will find a way to get it done because you are all in versus I can come once a week and find an excuse not to be in. We're all.
You're all very
We're all mixed.
You're all very
You heard the buzzer. As much as we enjoy spending time with you, we can keep this going all day.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Do we get extra points if I can tell you what kind of chairs you're sitting in? I actually sold those to the city. They're Steelcase 472 Max Stacker.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Now, was it there for years? It was the same people with like 10 or 20 years experience. They've done a very good job of bringing more.
Hello, Address Association. Give us just one moment. We'll get you up on our screen. So hang on. Can you hear me? You can. You give me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, hang tight.
first year they came to this committee, Gerald had just gotten out of the hospital from having a heart cath the day before. It was like, oh my God, you all right?
Wow.
I knew his brother pretty well.
Welcome, hello, Bluegrass Association. Oh, tripping over chairs.
Hello.
Hi.
This process does go quickly. We're trying to get ahead of things to stay on schedule for the rest of the afternoon. Here in a second, we'll go ahead and start a timer to let things go, let you guys introduce yourselves. First off, I do want to thank you guys for taking the time to fill out the grant application. We know it is a lot of work. We know we ask for a lot, but it does make our difficult task a little bit easier to have a better idea before we get to this. The whole purpose of today is just kind of get some clarification from you, giving you a chance to expand on some of the answers that you have. One of the great things about living in Wichita is that we do have a community that is committed to arts and cultural organizations, and then we have a city that is willing to put funding behind that and support organizations throughout the area. So here, right now, I'm going to hit start on this clock, but I'm going to let you introduce yourselves right now.
I'm Erin May. I am the Vice President of the Kansas Bluegrass Association, and I'm the Director of the Children's Outreach Programs that we do.
I'm Janet Rhodes, and I am Treasurer of the Kansas Bluegrass Association.
And I'm Mindy Perkins, and I'm the President.
All right. Who would like to ask the first question? I will ask then. Do you guys have any staff? Right now it's just listed as NA. Is it just a working board?
It's a working board, correct.
Can you kind of go through the structure and how you may be able to manage the operation with just a working board?
We get together. We do Zoom meetings for our meetings because we actually have excuse me, some board members from Wichita and some from other regions in Kansas. And so we meet on Zoom and we kind of divide the different tasks. And so each board member is sort of responsible for some element of the projects and operations of the work. So the board meetings help us determine what work needs to be done. And then we all kind of work independently to handle the different projects. Mm-hmm.
And how busy we are really depends on the time of year. Before the festival, then we're all really busy. We put our festival is in February, and I'd say it's almost a part-time job at that point. Mm-hmm. But other times of the year, it really doesn't require very much time on our part.
That probably kind of relates to my next question of why there are no term limits. So I'm assuming it's because you're just working and trying to find who you have available to maintain.
Yeah. Our nominations chair said she often contacts 30 people to find someone who's willing to serve on the board for the next term. So it takes a lot of work to just find people who have the time and energy and resources and availability to serve. But the ones who do it are very committed to the work.
You talk about the target audience for the Bluegrass Association is mostly over the age of 60 and Caucasian, and that you're looking at doing some things to continue to further diversify the target audience and the community that's impacted. Can you talk about specifically what are some of the things that you're looking to do to promote more demographic diversity for the association?
Hi, this is Mindy Perkins. I am a teacher at East High, and that's my full-time job. And I've been on the board for the Kansas Bluegrass Association for, I don't know, 8-10 years?
At least.
At least 10 years, yeah. And so in the past, I've had a guitar club at school. I also I'm an avid teacher, and I gathered up a group of my avid students, and we all learned a bluegrass tune, and or two of them actually, and we went on stage at the festival and performed, and those students were all Hispanic women. I've also encouraged my students to come to the festival and tell them if they come, I'll give them free passes if they're able to make it there, and to try to expand our reach. We also, I have bluegrass musicians come and play in my classroom. And sometimes for Spirit Week, we've played in the hallways, and I've played for kids in the library. And so we really just try to expand our reach to a bigger demographic. And East High, I'm sure you're aware, is a highly diverse school. And so that's just one of the ways that we're trying to reach out and get more kids interested.
We're also kind of trying to build some connections with the other like folk music programming. So just yesterday, I was in a workshop that was about the connections between blues and bluegrass. And there was a member of the Wichita Blues Society that was also a part of that workshop. And so I connected with him and beginning to have some conversations about like, is there some way that the Blues Society and the Kansas Bluegrass Association can partner together to increase kind of diversity among all of our organizations? Because the folk music styles are all deeply connected in their roots, certainly.
So what's your membership fee?
It's $25 a year, and that's for a family. So it has for a
Household,
couple,
right?
for a household, it's $25 a year.
So do you know, what's your membership base number? Do you know that off the top of your?
It's around, it's around 200.
Yeah. Okay. Did that go up since the pandemic, or, did the pandemic affect those numbers at all?
Used to be, we were about 250 for a while, but our organization is, we've had some aging population, and I think we've lost.
Yeah, and we didn't have a festival 1 year with the pandemic. That really affected our membership. And we also at the festival we're at right now in Winfield, we have a booth here, and we usually get a lot of new members signed up. So the year they didn't have the festival. So we're trying to rebuild back to about that 250 number, which is what we were at before.
You mentioned in your application that Wichita residents could support your group with ways other than money. Why do you think they're not adding extra support? You said it doesn't happen.
Can you just repeat that for us?
In your application, you write Wichita residents could support KBA in other ways through monetary donations, which doesn't happen often. Why do you think that is? What's the disconnect?
Probably because we don't emphasize asking for money in other places as often. I mean, we emphasize participation through volunteering and get involved and getting boots on the ground more than we emphasize asking for money usually. So probably that's on us.
This was our first kind of venture into applying for grants and trying to gain and be able to give us the tools that we need to kind of expand out. We've been trying to diversify, and it's the Kansas Bluegrass Association historically has been pretty insular, and so I think it's we've really kind of, well, since we've been a part of it, we've really branched out and are reaching out and making our group more inclusive and more welcoming to people that are not just like us. And I think and then part of that process of branching out, then we've started, starting to apply for grants. And
okay.
What are some of the outreach projects you have inside?
Some concert type things where we would help sponsor bringing in different artists. So far, we've kind of just tried to support ones that are already happening, but we have some visions for being able to bring in artists at times that aren't just the festival once a year. We also, so I direct actually the Kids Camp program at the Walnut Valley Festival, which is a couple of afternoons and doing like hands-on, bringing instruments in and letting kids play the instruments and have the experience of touching and feeling and doing all of that. And that's something that we would like to do a lot more of. It's also something that my professional job is teaching people to play mountain dulcimer. And so that's one of those things that like I can only volunteer a certain amount of that before I start going, I kind of need to get paid for bringing in some of the programs. And so there's just, there are more opportunities to begin to go out, but without a little more funding to try to bring things in. We're kind of at a point of like, we have just enough money to run the festival every year and not enough money or manpower necessarily to build bigger, but we do have bigger visions for things I'd like to do.
Well, the buzzer did go off, so I apologize. We are out of time, but we do thank you for taking time out of being down at Winfield and spend time with us today and answer our questions. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for letting us do it online so we didn't have to drive into Wichita for this. That helped us a lot.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Are they all in Winfield?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I'm headed back to the festival now. Thank you.
Okay, we are officially halfway. We're 19 organizations down. So we're getting there. You're doing great. We're actually ahead of schedule, knock on wood. We keep it that way.
We will
Doing
try.
great. Great questions, great energy.
Partnering with the Blues Society,
We did it 25 years ago. We partnered with them, although KBA changed. It used to be a Kansas Acoustic Arts group, and they kind of fell apart, and so KBA kind of took up the slack at that point. But Kansas, or the Blues Society and KMA used to partner a lot on some things.
do a bluegrass crawl the whole time.
Hello.
There is not a bluegrass crawl. That could work.
So this Q&A goes very, very quickly. We have a lot. We're a little ahead on schedule now. I'm going to try to keep us as close on schedule as possible, so I'm just going to jump right in. First off, thank you for taking the time to fill out the application. We know it's a lot. We know it takes a bit of time. So any effort you guys put into it is greatly appreciated because it helps us understand more about your organization and makes our difficult task a little easier. Also, thank you for taking time of your day to join us right now to answer these questions. We are very lucky to live in a city which supports arts and cultural organizations and views that as a part of who we are as in our DNA. And we're also very lucky to have a government which actually puts funding behind organizations similar to yourselves to make sure you can continue to do the work that you do. So I have a timer here. I'm going to hit it here in a second and let you guys introduce yourselves. When the buzzer goes off, it's loud and obnoxious. We'll let you finish your train of thought, but then we're done at that point. So, here we go. Go and introduce yourself.
I'm Kathy Grant. I'm Executive Director of Music Youth Partnership.
And I'm Rob Simon. I'm a member of the board for this one.
All right. I actually have a question from one of our members who wasn't able to attend today. Based on your application, is it one-time instruction, or do the MYP staff build an ongoing relationship with students, and how is it decided who will receive this one-on-one attention?
Good question. It's ongoing. It's not just a one-time situation. We hire the greatest musicians available to go in and work one-on-one with kids, forming relationships from the 6th grade. We hand them an instrument if they don't have one, and they mentor them all the way through, and hopefully we've got the same teachers that follow them to high school for that continuation period through until they graduate from high school, at which time we want to provide college scholarships.
And what I would add to that is that our teacher mentors that work for MYP work directly with the classroom teachers. And so they have an opportunity opportunity to learn what kids need the most help is that talking to veterans and teachers.
Hi, Rob. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
I've got a question about, I'm trying to figure out how to ask it. It's actually about how do you judge the outcomes? Or give me an example of one of the best outcomes for one of the students.
All right, well, I can start that out by saying, because we work directly with the classroom teachers, they understand what the level of ability kids have within their classrooms. When they get the extra help from mentors, they can also measure, as teachers always do, the difference between where the kid was and where the kid is after the mentorship. So there's a lot of partnership that happens between the two. And as far as measuring it, it's everything from if the kid now has an instrument of their own, which they didn't have before, or if they now can demonstrate performance at a certain level that they were not able to do before, then clearly something is happening that's making a difference.
Thanks.
And then ultimately, we would like to see ensembles formed. So the first part of the year when our mentors go in, they're working pretty much one-on-one with kids about breath support and tone and those kind of things. By the end of the year, we want to form ensembles so the kids know what it feels like to be in collaboration with others, with their peers, and then to put them in front of performing situations. Because there's no thrill like there is. You put the work in and you see the good that you're doing, that you're increasing, but until you get in front of people and people recognize the music in you, that's when the magic really happens.
Go ahead.
Right. Can you tell us a little bit about some key partnership or collaborations that you have in the community and the impact in the organization?
Sure. We have a big collaboration with Dan Music at Central Ontario. They repair all of our instruments, and we reach out to the community at large. People bring instruments right into Dan Music that we're not even aware of, and Dan Music will send us an email with name and address so I can send them a thank you note, and with what kind of instrument and what kind of shape they feel like it's in, and what they think it's going to cost to repair it. And so we have accumulated probably 150 instruments now in our possession that we're just freely giving out. At first we thought we were going to have a little fee so that there was some skin in the game, but then we realized that it wasn't enough. So we just give instruments out.
Thank you.
You mentioned in your application, your goal is to be in every school in Wichita where the programs are required. Can you talk about where you are today in relation to that goal and what your action steps are to continue to move towards that realization?
Or 2 years ago, we were in one school, just with band, concert band. Last year, we were in 4 schools: Marshall Middle School, it's Feeder School North High, Hamilton Middle School, it's Feeder School West High. This year, we have added Truesdale Middle School and South High. And so we are growing as fast as there is money to allow us to. And our aim is to be in every school. We'd like to be in every school. And not just concert band, but we would like to be in orchestra and choir. And even as money allows, we'd like to expand to everything that is called the fine arts. Because there's kids that can't live without the fine arts, that can't function without the fine arts, the way that it changes their brain.
So aside from the financial need to help propel that, what else do you think you're going to need to be able to achieve that goal?
Well, there's what it takes to find the mentors, and they're out there. They are out there, and we've had great success working with retired band directors. Great success, and they talk to their friends, and so it's the reaching of the mentors that's going to be a big deal.
And I would also add to that too that the level of marketing that we do so that they know, so that folks who can use the services that we provide have an opportunity to know what it is we provide and how we do it.
Are you marketing so that people know to take instruments to Damn Music?
Yes, we do on our website, on our Facebook page, and Dan Music also has a big poster they have in their window that says this is a drop-off point for Music Youth Partnership.
Oh, good.
And they have, since he's put that poster up, I know that we've gotten emails that they're getting more and more instruments all the time, so that's exciting. He also puts it on his website to donate instruments to them.
And also, each time we have an event, we also make announcements about the same thing. And then all of us who are part of the organization network across the city, so all these side conversations that we have with people, we let them know what we're doing and how we're helping.
And how many, you mentioned, I think, how many instruments do you have available?
I think we have about 150 instruments now.
And the idea is that the kids will own those instruments as long as they're in school and beyond. They continue to play. So once they have it in their hand, it's theirs as long as they want it.
I'm just curious, when kids start learning instruments in schools, and so you're providing instruments, do the schools that you're in also provide instruments in some way? Are you like supplementing what the school offers, or is there kind of, there's no support for kids in schools who don't have instruments and they have to get it on their own?
Yeah, there is support. Let's see, I can't exactly remember this, but the first year, kids can rent flutes, clarinets, trumpets, violins, a few instruments they can rent for 1 year. But the second year, they have to provide their own, so the parents have to pay. A lot of parents come through registration at school and they go, we're not going to touch that because we know that the second year we won't be able to afford that. Now, at that point, the teacher tells us we've got somebody interested that, for economic reasons, and that's when we come forward. And then in the 8th grade, kids are going to change schools from middle school to high school. They have to relinquish their instrument at that point and start over in their freshman year. We had quite a few in May that were in that state. And the teacher called me and told me what instruments were needed. I took them over, and the kids with tears, every one of them with tears in their eyes. They had no idea that that was going to happen. And they said, are we borrowing these? I said, no, these are yours. And they were just really overcome. It's amazing.
Time's up, but I think that's a great place to end. That's a great story. So thank you for spending your time with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna try on the thing. I'm gonna start clapping.
That was our first moment of, we need to call you questions.
We're 20 minutes.
Can't judge it that way.
Up next, we have our Easton's debut, Tiara.
Hello. So thank you for applying the first time. This time here goes by very, very quickly, which is why I'm jumping in right now with the introduction. So again, thanks again for taking the time to fill out the application. We know we ask for a lot for what you're asking for in return. It can be a bit of a task, but we do appreciate all the effort you guys have put in your application this year. We also really want to thank you for taking time out of your day to join us, because again, it's a short amount of time. You broke time out of your day to come here for about 10 minutes and for us to ask you sometimes awkward questions as we try to understand what you guys are doing and get more clarification on the application. The reason we're able to do this is because we live in a community which really does love our arts and cultural organizations. And then we have a city which is willing to put dollars behind that and support organizations like you and others. So what I have here is my timer, which will put a loud, obnoxious sound off when your time is up. You can finish your train of thought, don't just stop immediately. So I'm going to hit start here and let you introduce yourselves.
My name is Tatiana Masao Cabral board president for the places like that.
My name is Mayra Castañeda and I'm creative director of Races de Wichita.
Who would like to get us started?
I have a question. You have a one-person staff, and you said that she's paid 75% in kind. What does that mean?
So she contributes. So we created a contract with her so that she set a base, like the expectation of what would be her salary if the funding were there. And because we actually don't have the current funding, she is taking 25% of what is supposed to be her actual salary. So the rest of that, basically 75% of that, she's contributing in like her own volunteering time.
Okay.
We did want to go ahead and include that into our budget because we want to be considerate that that is what she's, basically that is her salary, that's what she's worth. You know, like if we were to have the funding, unfortunately, because we are a new organization, a new nonprofit, we are in the process of trying to gather that, and we have come into an agreement with her that we would, that we had enough to do the 25%.
I had a question about tracking your data. You didn't include any attendance data or fundraiser data?
I thought I included the attendance data, and the attendance, I wasn't exactly sure what specific we were needing on that, but we have attendance from participation in practices, and then for participation in actual activities. They have to sign in and out every time they participate, which allows us to better track, you know, like, we don't count our monthly fees based on their attendance. It's monthly whether they attend or not, but we still keep attendance. And then for the events, what we have done to try to help subsidize some of the costs that they have is that they get, if they're private events, we do have some standard fees based on that. We keep a percentage of that for operating costs, and the rest will go back to the students who participated in the event. So we have to make sure that we maintain those attendance. And so I wasn't sure, I'm sorry, going back, I wasn't sure if you guys were asking attendance of like the public and an estimated attendance of the public that went to our events, or of the actual students who participated in. And I believe I had attached a list of the students in our program.
When you talk about your target audiences, you mentioned your outreach and that you're looking for diverse venues and community events to perform and showcase your work.
Yes.
Can you give me some examples of the venues and some of the events you participated in?
Yes, that we participated in. We do a lot of local fairs or local cultural events. We are actually booked for the Asian Fair that is coming up. We're in the Latin Fest this weekend. We participate in the Hutchinson State Fair. So anything that is related to cultural exposure. And for example, for those that are for the community, we don't have a fee. So like if it's related to being able to provide a service to the community, even if there's a budget, like if there's a budget and they can include us in their budget, then we will go ahead and we'll submit for that. But if it's to be able to showcase to the local community and expose, then there isn't like a fee. We only do the fees related to like private events.
Okay.
Can you describe what you did at the fair?
At the state fair? Yes, there was an event on Sunday that was in representation for like Hispanic Heritage Month. So they had different artists, some pretty well-known national artists, musicians, and we were their introductory talent to that concert that day.
And how many people were participating from your organization?
From our organization,
32 dancers.
32?
Dancers.
Wow.
Staff.
And when we say staff, it's like volunteer parents.
Yes. And what inspired you to start this nonprofit?
I will allow her to say that.
Okay. Give space to the or people to create more or participate more in the culture. Like I want to show them how beautiful is our culture, and I want to involve them and show them and let them create it.
So I want to piggyback on her thought in that this was an organization that was basically like a parent organization in which Amaida is a professionally trained dancer and teacher. And the way that the structure was, when money comes in and it's a parent organization, there's not a lot of structure or control, and like there could be a lot of hands put in and that kind of stuff. And she recognized that this is something that she wanted to do to make sure that she was able to provide her services to not just a select group of people, but to expand it to many more. And with that, be able to potentially have even subsidized costs and stuff like that to be able to provide that service. And so she reached out and said, I think that instead of having this be a parent organization or even a for-profit organization, I really would like for it to be a nonprofit so that I can make sure and make this expandable to the rest of the community, and it's just not limited to a certain group of people. We have a very diverse group of children in our organizations. We have from having children who have two-parent households to where we have children that are living with other family members or in foster care. And we do have like a current subsidized monthly fee. Like we have like our standard, and it's done by family. So it's by individual member or by family. And the family cost actually also includes the participation of parents, because after all the classes are done, there's a special class that's put on for parents who want to learn. And so part of that is just being able to create like an environment, a healthy environment, not only like with the children and their surroundings immediate, but to be able to actually extend that back out to the community. And so a happy parent typically is a happy child. And so just really strong about that.
How long have you been doing this?
Me? As a dancer or as instructor?
With this group?
So this group was first started in 2021 as an organization. And but Maida, how long have you been dancing for?
I danced about 20 years, and then I started teaching. Then I have around 10 years teaching.
So as Raíces en Mi Tierra, since 2021, we incorporated in January and have our tax exempt status as of January, and our board, everything's in place in January. So as it's been very long, and so I know that the financial questions related to that, we honestly, because it was a parent-run organization, again, it's, like off of good faith of the parents, as of January, we can show you our books, like our monthly books of what it is that we collect every month, how we subsidize, how we even came into the conversation about her contract and being honest and telling her, like, well, these are the students, we can only go off of what we actually have coming in. Like what we can do is tell you that we know that you're worth much more than this, but this is, like what we can do.
Well, since I control the clock, I'm going to ask one more question if I would know. So I know there's a lot of other dance groups out there. If you go to if you went to like the St. Patrick's Day, we saw a lot of dance groups walking by there. How many of those are for-profit, and what is a typical family paying for a for-profit dance group?
So the reason that this is a little bit different is that I believe we are the only organization that is a nonprofit organization. All of the rest of the groups are parent-run organizations, different teachers and stuff like that. I wouldn't be able to tell you how much they're charging for their organization. What I can tell you is what we're doing as an individual organization. Part of what Maida really wanted to make sure that was put into place was the continuous growth of the child who is participating, more of these students. So it to have become a nonprofit organization wasn't only to try to reduce the cost for those participating. It was actually to try to increase the impact culturally, like in the advancement of those that were participating. So in having more elaborate costumes and having access to better training and we have like an academic plan to where like it shows its growth and when we're going to be showcasing new performances and stuff like that. So in becoming a nonprofit organization, it was also in the continuous growth of the participating students, like in the performance, but also to try to create more accessibility in general for the rest of the community to be able to be in an academy style, basically, folklore dance.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like I was speaking very fast.
He goes fast, doesn't he? He goes very fast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Valley Wichita is next, and I see Sandy and Logan online. Are you all able to hear us? Sandy and Logan, can you hear us?
I challenge you to say the name of that last organization the way they do.
There is a lot of performance or dance troops out there. There are so many of them.
Sandy and Logan, are you able to hear us? Can you hear us? Well, we see you. Not sure if you can hear us.
I think
The
we're
mic is
muted.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we are muted.
Well,
Somebody is.
we should be live there.
Hey, can you hear us?
So it's not included.
Oh, but it was crossed out, so.
They're making noise.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hello.
See, Sandy, you are on mute if you want to unmute.
Hey. Congratulations.
Apologies to the committee. We have one person that has COVID and the other person's out of town, so we're here.
It's fine. We just appreciate you taking the time to join us in one fashion or another today. So you've been here before. You know how quick this goes. So I'm just going to jump right in.
Okay.
First, I just want to thank you guys for taking the time to fill out the application. We know with the new process is even more. Hopefully, it gives you an opportunity to really share what you guys do and why you feel you're deserving of funding. Also, really want to thank you guys, even those virtually here, for joining us. Because we know for the 8-10 minutes you're going to spend with us, it's a lot to ask for. So again, thank you guys so much. We really, really do appreciate it. It makes our difficult job a little bit easier. As you know, we live in a city which supports our arts and cultural organizations, and then we have a local government which is willing to put dollars behind that, which we're very, very fortunate to have. A lot of communities do not have that same level of support that we have here. Like I mentioned before, and as you know, it goes by very, very quickly. I will have the little timer to start here in a second. We'll let those in the room introduce themselves, and I'll let you introduce who's online as well. And go ahead.
Perfect. I am Brett McNulty. I have the honor of being chair of the board.
I'm Bonfi. I work with grants. And our guests are our executive director, Sandy Walter, and our new artistic director, Logan. Can you hear Logan? Yeah, there he is.
You can't hear Sandy, is that right?
So we should be able to hear the vote.
It's spotty. Mine is spotty, but can you guys hear us okay?
Yes.
I hear you quite clear. My name's Logan Pachars. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you virtually.
Who would like to start?
Thanks for accommodating me as well. I'm gonna mute because I'm.
Well, a question here. So what are some of your biggest challenges that the organization is facing currently?
Well, I'm going to answer that, sorry. I think some of the biggest challenges we're facing is that we have made some strategic efforts to grow. Since the pandemic, we were eligible for a low cost loan, and so we took advantage of that opportunity and committed to staff to try to grow the organization, just because our capacity for more is definitely there, but we don't have as much staff as we'd like. So we've invested in that heavily, and it's paying off every year. It's making a difference. So our goal is, we are already paying back this loan, so it's not that we're not paying it back, but our goal is to have everything running quite smoothly once we stop investing this new money. And so if we need to earn money in other ways, we're working on that as well.
Can you tell us about the 2024 strategic plan?
Yes, we're going to be meeting this fall, meeting the new one, correct? To try to examine the next steps. We actually completed all but one, which we partially completed of our 2023 or 2020 plan, and that ends this year. And it's really got us on the right direction. It's about space for us to operate in, which we are pursuing because we need more. We're growing up, bursting at the seams. It's about having, again, the staff to do what it needs to do. So all of those principles are in there. And so with the new one, I think some of those are going to be furthered. And then, of course, there will be some new ideas. We're planning to add at least one performance to our season next year. So that's a new big deal for us.
Tell us about bursting at the seams.
Bursting at the
What's
seams.
causing that?
Lots of young people taking dance classes, and then also we've got record students, and we're up like 32%, the figures in the grant for the students taking classes. But we also have, I think Sandy told me, 113 or so students that are involved in Nutcracker this year. So we had a really high audition rate there, and we're able to include. So when you start getting those kids working together in groups and stuff, you just simply need more space. We have 2 studios, but it's just too crowded. We really need at least 4.
Speaking of attendance, you have shown growth in African American and Latino students. What do you attribute to, and how do you get more into the art?
More diversity into it. Well, as I always say, since I've been aware of this organization, which is over 20 years, they've always had a very strong diversity aspect to their work. So right now, our biggest advocacy program for getting diversity into the program of our dancers, bringing the dancers along, would be a chance to dance, because it only works with Title I schools, a lot of diversity in children. Title I schools are based on low income, so we're working with a select group of those children every year, working with the school district, and they're big, great partners. And then, and those students we work with in the schools, a portion of them come and study with us, and we had good retaining rate, so the retention was really good, and I was relieved to be sure. So we'll be starting the full year 2 right now. We're starting it right now. So that's a big program to bring dancers along, and then to bring audiences along. We think the important thing is to make sure that the audiences and potential audiences in the community know that we care and that we're listening. So, for example, this year we're bringing in a very talented, well-respected choreographer and dancer, Yusha and Marie Sanzoni, and she is going to be coming in, working with the African American Museum and learning and studying the DOCM sit-in and probably other issues that have been of national importance that have happened here. And then that will be incorporated in our performance this spring. And we have another woman that's joining her that will be focusing on women in the workforce. So it won't be completely a diversity outreach, but half of the show.
Thank you for providing all of the amazing data in terms of zip code analysis on all the connections to Wichita and surrounding communities through both the education and the performances. Specifically, I'm wondering about the Chance to Dance program.
Yeah.
And it's currently targeting 4th and 5th grade students. Can you talk a little bit about how you see that program continuing to evolve?
Well, first of all, it's popular, so that helps get it paid for, and I'm thankful for that. I know we all are. But it's because I think it really gets to where the kids are. So we're listening very strongly to what the children and the teachers are doing with feedback, and did an extensive evaluation last year. And then we're modifying this summer to make the program more what they hoped it would be, which we've made some strides in that, and that's complete. So I think that will satisfy school district interest. And the other aspect of that is the few that join us in the studio on scholarship, completely free and through high school. If they come in and work with us, we're not going to let them down. That all of our staff realizes that a low-income child probably has a different basis for learning stuff like dance than a child that might have had opportunities to study dance through the family finances. So I think that recognizing it as a challenge is a big part of it, and modifying to reach that.
It goes by so fast, doesn't it? It's so fast.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
I hope we got most of them answered. Thanks, Logan and Sandy.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Thank you.
Hope you feel better, Sandy.
Connie, you're a gem.
Yeah, absolutely.
That chance to dance was new last year.
All right, up next we have McCormick School Museum.
McCormick School Museum. These guys keep hanging around. About a labor of love and appreciation.
Well, I was like, what is this?
Last year's was really interesting.
I think we need field trips.
Hello.
Same note.
All right. So those of you that were here last year know this goes by very, very quickly, which is why I'm jumping in now with my spill. So, this is a new application process, and it's pretty lengthy. So I really appreciate you guys taking the time to be as thorough as you were with this grant application. We know it takes a lot of work. We know we're asking a lot, but it does make our very difficult task a little bit easier. So again, thank you. And more importantly, thank you for taking the time out of your day. It is real quick. We got 8 to 10 minutes to get through as much as we can. And we're only able to be here because we have a community that cares about our arts and cultural institutions that we have around here. And we have a city that's willing to put dollars behind that to fund organizations that are in those areas. As you came here last year, you know we have a very loud buzzer that will go off when our time is up. I'm going to go ahead and hit start here, then I'll let you start introducing yourselves. So, go ahead.
My name is Cynthia Rhodes, and I'm a volunteer, and have been for about 1.5 years at the museum.
I'm Cynthia Davey. I'm the operations manager and president of the advisory council, and excited to be here.
I'm Dee Starkey. I'm vice president of the advisory council, and we need to keep this woman alive.
Who would like to start with questions?
Well, first of all, I give you credit for keeping it open, and I know this has been a struggle for you. I had a question. You list this year as one of your collaborators, Wichita Plainview High School.
Excuse me, the one about Plainview?
Yeah. Was there a Wichita Plainview High School?
Yeah, we have a very large exhibit about schools in Plainview.
Yes.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
what
so-
you're talking about.
Yeah, the school system that was there.
We had some alumni that came in, and actually they brought a lot of materials. We have notebooks. If someone were wanting to research Plainview, we have a lot of information.
So I'm sure you were ecstatic when you received a $300,000 gift.
Oh, that was amazing, absolutely amazing, and we've been able to do so much with it. It's really helped the envelope specifically It was to get the water away. We had a lot of mortar that was deteriorated, missing, a lot of mold on the building that we were able to get cleaned off. We put up cameras, so now we have security when we have events, which is very, it's more often than we wish, but it's a lot more under control than it was.
So do you own the building?
Excuse me?
Does the nonprofit own the building?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So we are responsible for the entire, everything, the insurance and repair and restoration, and it's a huge challenge.
And was this gift anonymous, or do you know where it came from?
We do know where it came from. It was completely unsolicited. They contacted us.
Okay.
And came and looked at what we had. Actually, the Sprint grant was the catalyst for us knowing what we needed. So they looked at that and basically chose the top 5 priorities and funded those. And of course, there was nothing saying you can't spend the money somewhere else, but it was understood that it was for masonry and security, and we're also going to get the next phase. We're doing sound system in the gym so that when we have events, you can actually hear. And we need to do some work on the cornice, the guttering, because we have leakage into the building. That's probably the last of the water issues that we have. So hopefully in the next 6 months, we'll be addressing those.
Your current organization is made up of part-time volunteers. Do you anticipate, or are you working towards trying to get a staff member that is paid? Do you expect that organizations will evolve over time, especially with this new funding?
That would absolutely be future. However, when you're just working to get the lights on and pay the gas bill in the winter, there really is no funding for staff. Currently,
I think that's the goal of any arts organization, is to be big enough that we can pay people.
Yes. Yeah, there's a couple of pieces of that's really, really needed. I would say the 2 that we would be looking at first would be accountant help, which right now we do the best we can on that. And then custodial is an issue, of course, with a building of that size and trying to keep it up for the public. But until we're able to make sure that we have the money coming in on a regular basis, you really can't hire staff for that.
Have you heard from Ken about when the release of the film will be?
No, we have not. We have contacted Ken a couple of times, and we still do not know when that will be out, but we're looking to do a showing.
I was going to ask if you were going to do a screening.
Yes, we have been in contact with him to do that, and he said absolutely.
Do you ever go out and deliver presentations about what you're doing?
Yeah, we're absolutely willing to, and have enough information there, like a Rotary meeting or something like that. Yeah. Also, we look at what we're doing there with this, and I think it's deep in the narrative that we've conjured up there, that we're dealing with 3 issues. We've got a historic building, a Proudfoot and Bird building, we're running a museum, and we're maintaining an archive of public school history. So these 3 things all need to be addressed constantly.
Other than the building maintenance and just keeping that functioning, what do you see the biggest challenges, those other 2 pillars you just mentioned?
Becoming a more professionally run museum, so when you think of museums in Wichita, and you think of the Art Museum and the Indian Center and those things, that's on the same breath. And I think we mentioned it would be nice if the city would put up a sign there on the exit on Kellogg, and then on Seneca, over here.
So with those organizations like the Kansas Museum Association, the American Association of State and Local History, how does that help you accomplish your goal?
Resources, yeah.
Like what kind of
Getting to
resources
meetings,
are
or
you providing?
Zoom meetings, or anything, where you're just,
Okay.
sharing.
So you're
Everybody
feeling like you're
in the
getting
same
information by participating in those and helping you get the footing you need to become a solid museum. Okay, good.
And they're also excellent at giving us resources on how to take care of the building. A lot of resources and materials, they're pretty responsive if you just call them up with questions as far as what you need to do about any specific issue.
Yeah, the building's been on the National Trust since, what, 72?
78.
78, okay. Long time.
Do you have any plans to further diversify the board members? I noticed that they're retired USD 259 board members, and I think then there's a police officer in there, but I'm just thinking in
We're
terms of the
absolutely
skill
open
sets you
to
need for your
bringing
organization.
some new young blood in. Absolutely.
We're doing quite a bit with Society of Public Historians at WSU, Jay Price's student group. And then he's doing a walking tour of the Southwest neighborhood, and will be the featured thing when we start. And that's in about a month.
You've got about 15 seconds. Anything else you'd like to add?
Oh, do you have more questions?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I struggle a little bit with the name being McCormick School, but I feel like you are
Do a lot
covering
more.
all of USD 259, right?
Yes.
And there's been a lot of talk off and on about what we can do with the name. But it's McCormick, and it's a school, and it's a museum, and what would you do with that name? We're absolutely open to suggestions.
I'll think about that.
Think about that. We definitely have considered looking at rebranding that name.
Thank you.
That was a pleasure. Thank you, guys. It goes way too fast.
We're about 10 minutes ahead. We are now right on time. So we're still doing good, but
Doing good.
it's the 24th out of 39, so we're getting there.
You're doing a great job.
Metro.
Keep motivating us.
We need to. We know this is a whole load of work you're doing, so thank you, thank you. Metropolitan Ballet is up next. We have 3 more until we take a brief break, so.
Everything out there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Ignore me.
Okay. So this Q&A goes very, very quickly, so I'm just going to jump right in. First off, thank you for taking the time to fill out the application. It's kind of a new form we have this year, allows you to put a lot more information in, which means that you are putting a lot more effort into the application than organizations may have in the past. So we sincerely appreciate all the work you've done. And then taking the time to come and join us for 8 to 10 minutes as we ask you some silly questions from time to time about trying to get a better understanding of your application. Yeah. We're only here because we have a community which does have a passion for the arts and cultural institutions, and a city that is willing to fund these organizations and allow us all to come together to divvy that money up. With that said, I have a stopwatch right here. I'll let you grab your pencil. I'm going to hit start and let you introduce yourself, and then we'll start asking questions. Go ahead.
Hello, nice to meet all of you. My name is Claire Tover. I working with National Finale on their grants and funding, former dancer, currently mom, and aspiring novelist, but right now writing grants.
Anybody have any questions? Want to jump in?
Under your educational programming, you refer to periodically hosting classes and courses.
Yes.
Okay, what How often are these held and what determines when you do?
Yeah, it depends on the availability of instructors. So when we bring in guest artists for the Nutcracker, oftentimes if they have availability during their stay and time, they will teach master classes for dancers that are open to dancers from the community. And then we're also working with current and former dancers who have special skills and training to develop courses, and that of course depends on their availability as well. So it really depends on the availability of instructors.
Are you hoping to have more regular classes that you offer?
Again, it depends on the availability of instructors. We, our dancers receive instruction at local community, not community, well, some of them are community-based, but local dance studios and academic institutions. So we don't provide ballet training for dancers, though we do sort of offer sort of special classes at the end, depending again on the availability of instructors.
There's a lot in that mission statement portion there. If you could just kind of sum that up as precisely as you could for me to kind of get an idea of what your vision is.
What our vision is. We are a community-based dance company. We provide arts and entertainment for the wider community, and as well as performing opportunities for local dancers, the majority of whom are in the elementary through high school age group. That we have college age dancers as well as some people who participate in sort of adult roles. But primarily we're focused on sort of student dancers, giving them performing opportunities in a sort of semi-professional setting that provides them with more opportunities for performing than they'll get in the studios. Also that, and personally why I'm passionate about this is that I do think these sorts of programs provide a lot of like character development for the dancers, teaching them sort of being sense of discipline, working as a team, as well as sort of individual artistic development.
That's helpful. That's kind of like us setting up for my next question. Because what you're trying to do is a lot of intangible things. And,
yes,
and
it is.
How do you track that impact on the community
Yeah.
without having any real data to do it?
I know it's a difficult thing, and we're sort of, as we move forward with these grants, it's leading me to want to think more about that without sort of turning assessment into sort of a box checking thing. I'm really optimistic because I really appreciate that we're working with some of these former dancers. For example, the class that Rebecca Friesen is developing for dancers with, or students with small D, large D, deaf, and hearing, hard of hearing. Some of her assistants are also are not sort of at the level of professional development that she is in pediatric nursing and ASL, but they're have ASL training and proficiency, and they're aiding her in the translating of instructions. And dancers talking, not what I like to do. But I really do want to model and have models for the younger dancers to sort of see how what they're learning and what they're developing in their dance training and in their performing sort of is a springboard for like wider community involvement and sort of giving back and sort of developing their individual talents in specific ways, which is hard to track.
No.
That's sort of like a very long term. That portion, tracking that portion is more long term goal. But we're trying to think about sort of surveys and sort of more short term to medium term feedback. But that's more about our programming and less about like how we're succeeding at this sort of broad long term mission, which is cool.
Thank you.
And our board is composed of former dancers who went through similar programs, as well as parents of dancers who see the value for their development.
Is the board required to make any kind of contribution to the organization?
Yes. So a financial board dues are requested. It's relatively low so that some of us who are sort of earlier in our professional careers are able to participate. But the board provides the majority of the administration and operating work on a volunteer basis. And which makes recruitment difficult because it's a lot of work.
Even on that, how do you reach families with barriers? You talk about the ASL stuff you're doing,
Yes.
and even just the in general more
Yes.
recruitment
Yes.
people.
So as far as audience members, we got the ASL classes with the teacher who has connections to that community. We last year we performed excerpts from Swan Lake at the Hilltop Dear Neighbor Community Center in sort of Hilltop neighborhood. And that was sort of a last minute thing. We had a connection with one of their staff members who invited us, and it was a good performance opportunity for communities that don't usually have as much access to the arts. And next year we're going back there to do our June children's show that oftentimes has an addition to narration. It's more geared towards children as far as the narrative structure of the ballet. We're also supporters of the company have over the past few years donated tickets that go to the children in foster families in foster care at the Wichita Children's Home, and that's sort of a very generous act on the part of our community. And as far as dancers go, because that's the other side of our programming, we've had many dancers involved with various learning disabilities, and our artistic director has worked really well with them to incorporate them in ways that are sort of safe and appropriate, but also they're complete full members of the company, as well as providing for reduced dancer fees whenever we're able to do that and are made aware of the Sacred area.
That really
Yeah,
is annoying.
It's abrupt.
There are gentle ones.
Yes. Again, we thank you for your time.
Yes,
We really
thank you
appreciate
so
you
much.
taking time out of your day to join us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seems like very brave of her to be here.
Yeah, all by herself.
Who recruited you? Roland told you.
Yeah. Storytime Village, isn't it?
I wanted to ask you.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe she has COVID.
I think they are, yeah, I just got out there and
Told
like.
us that she was a carver or something earlier. Be gracious.
Yeah.
Or at least explain.
Yeah, that poor girl, she was nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Priska can be here. Yeah. Priska doesn't know what
Writing
nervous
grants,
means.
dancer.
Yeah, I think she was.
Hello. As you know, this goes by very, very quickly, so I'm just going to jump right in to give you as much time as possible.
Okay.
First off, you notice that we have a new grant form you're doing. It asks for a lot more information, so we really do appreciate you adding all the extra stuff in there and creating a nice narrative so we get a better understanding of Storytime Village and everything you're accomplishing. And then more importantly, thank you for taking time out to just spend 8 to 10 minutes with us as we burn through as much as we can in a little bit of time. And we're only here because we live in a community which values our arts and cultural institutions and education for those youth that we have around here. And then we have a city which is willing to fund organizations like yours and others out there. So, you know it goes by quick. So,
Let's go.
here we go. Go ahead and introduce yourself and who you have with us.
Okay, Dr. Priska Barnes, founder and CEO of Storytime Village. I see familiar faces.
Yeah.
We're in our 15 years of organization, and
I brought with me board member, former board chair, Kenny Cox.
Can you talk about, so the current board makeup, everybody it looks like is in their year 5, 2nd term.
Yeah.
And there are 2 3-year terms, so.
Yeah, we're in a really interesting time with our organization. We've gone through a strategy session. We have a strategy session every year, and we just this past year we started to really look at our board makeup and know that it is time for us to really begin bringing on new board members. So we are phasing it. We have new board members that will begin this year. I think 7 will join this year, and then we will have another 7 that will join next year. But we have them mid-year, so we'll have a January, a July. So then now we can start to, and we've grandfathered everyone that is in right now, so that they can, we don't just drop off all at the same time. That would be disruptive. But because of that strategy, everyone is in the same boat right now. I know that probably looks strange to you, like everybody is all in the same boat. They're going to all leave you at the same time. No, we're phasing them, and we're phasing in new board members strategically, so as we grow our board.
So, Storytime Village obviously has a clear mission and strong community engagement. So can you tell us a little bit about some of the key partnerships in the community that will impact the continuous growth of the organization?
Certainly. Every Tuesday, 2nd and 4th Tuesday, you'll see us at Nasker Park. We have a partnership with Wichita Park and Rec. So we bring the community out. It's mostly the little ones, the parents that can bring the little babies out, except for in the summertime. It's all ages. But Wichita Park and Rec is a great partner. We are in the midst of building a community-based literacy center. And so our mission of being the village is really coming to light in that center. We're partnering with the Wichita Public Library, with Health Corps Clinic, with Job Force, with Workforce Alliance, all these wraparound services that are not something you would think of when you think of literacy or even the arts, but they're all important. They can't thrive if you don't have these things wrapped around. So we are bringing partners along with us. We partner with uncommon partners, like we'll be at Bradley Fair. We just had our literacy festival at Bradley Fair, hosting our events there. We serve the underserved, but we want the underserved to be able to experience all of Wichita. And so we go to places that they may not always go, and we partner with uncommon partners to make sure that our community can see the entire community.
Thank you.
Friska, I'm interested. Do you get donors from the Bradley Fair neighborhoods?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So, and that's also important. In order, we all know, a nonprofit doesn't do nonprofit work without funding.
That's right.
And so exposure into communities outside of the underserved communities is critical so that we can keep the mission work moving forward.
I thought it was brilliant when you decided to make that move to Bradley Fair.
Do you have any connection with United Way's Read to Learn program?
No, nothing beyond recognizing their work. So we celebrate organizations and individuals who are doing like-minded work in the community. And so every year we have the Reader Month's Breakfast Gala, and we shine a bright light on organizations in our community and throughout the state. And we have done just that twice. We celebrated United Way, just the entire United Way, and then we celebrated the work that they were doing with the Read to Succeed program.
And now, your books and everything, do you encourage people to participate in Dolly Parton's Imagination Library as well? Coming to be part of this?
Definitely. We just, the grant that we received to build the literacy center is through the Kansas Children's Cabinet, and that is who's the main, I guess, the main arm of the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. They've been sending us materials and making sure that we are encouraging that. That's an amazing program.
Yes.
Yes.
Have you secured all of the funding for the Literacy Center?
Isn't that fun? So, as you probably read, so we received a $5 million or a discount, 4.999 grant, and then the project was to be $7 million, and then we just found out there's a tacked on $3 million for the project. But we are working towards that. We are securing those funds. We just had a meeting about that, and that made me feel a lot better about the world and knowing that the funds are there and that we are able to move that project forward. So we're actively in that process, but we're coming to the finish line. And then we're going to get to a place where we want the community to be involved. Skin in the game is a big thing, so we will be engaging the community in supporting the work so that it can keep going.
You don't reach your level of success without the board holding you accountable to some level. And I'm assuming you have to provide hard data to them from time to time to show that you are succeeding. What kind of data are you asking her to provide you on a regular basis?
Absolutely. So we meet about every 6 weeks, and part of the things that we're interested in, especially as we move forward into this next stage, is really our financial accountability. So we go through the books. She gives a report out on what's come in, what's going out, our projections for our fundraising. We also are always looking at, like we just did our strategic planning that she was sharing, and we look at how can we develop out the board, who do we need to be in the room, what arenas are we not reaching into, and we look for individuals that can also add a level of expertise to the work that we are doing beyond just Dr. Barnes and our partners at Wichita State.
It's hard to believe that this started 15 years ago. Did you think this is where you would be 15 years later, or did you have a vision out that far?
I was just sharing I had a speech for WEVA last week, and I was sharing with them, we were going to, I wanted to serve the community. That was part of who I am. That's part of how I was raised. You give back, but in serving the community, I did not see this big vision. It became, as we kept doing the work and seeing the great need, then the more it needed to be done, and I talked too much. But
That's okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
is this your brother that's on the board?
So yes, Jesse.
So it's a family thing.
It started as a family thing, and family, they hold me accountable. They would do that.
Thank you.
It goes way too fast, so thank you for showing up.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Appreciate, thank you.
Have a great day.
Wichita Jazz Festival is next, and then we take a break. So, doing great, doing great.
Keep emphasizing that break.
Stay alert.
Hello. So if you've been with us in the past or earlier today, you know how quickly these things go. So as I will just get right to it and jump right in. First off, again, thank you for filling out the application. There's a lot more information than we've asked for in the past, and we know it's a little more grueling than it has been. So thank you for taking the time, and more importantly, thank you for joining us for this really brief 8 to 10 minute conversation as we try to get a better understanding of who you are and try to clarify any questions we may have with the application. That's all made possible because we live in a community which values arts and cultural organizations, and we have a city which is willing to put dollars behind that. So, again, like I said, it goes by really, really quickly. I'm going to hit start on this timer. A loud obnoxious buzz will go off. And I'll let you introduce yourselves first with Carol.
Carol Skavstrakis, and I'm president of Columbia Marketing, and we've had the pleasure of working with the Jazz Festival the last 2 years and are very excited about helping them form a new future.
My name's Greg Bishop. I'm the current president of the board.
I'm Dee Starkey. I was past president many, many years ago, and it's all coming back on me now. So.
I'm Marjean Harshbarger. I'm the secretary of the organization.
I'd like to ask the first question.
So your mission is, sorry, go ahead.
I had a question about your board. You mentioned term limits for board officers. You have limits, term limits for board officers, but not board members, is that correct?
No, it's term for all.
For all?
1 year.
1 year for everybody?
Yes. And then everybody's.
Then we have elections every year.
Elections every year in June.
I was going to ask about your mission, which is very specific. It says you do a spring festival. But then I believe you go on to describe other things you do besides a spring festival. So
Well,
have
the
you ever thought about...
responsibility to be out there and top of mind awareness year round rather than just, oh, it's April again and there's 2,000 things going on where there used to be 50 years ago. So.
But we also have educational opportunities. Like I go to 3 different schools and work with their jazz kids. When we have guests in and we take the guests, jazz artists, out to public schools. Last year we did 2 Wichita schools and then an outlier. And so we're trying to work with jazz educators in the area to strengthen their programs.
We have a legacy of this since we started bringing in major artists and getting them out in the schools, and people finding out, wow, they aren't crazy people, wow, they're really smart and helping us learn, and they enjoy it. But this became a model for jazz festivals around the country. Done through a university, we bring in major artists, we get out in the schools, and depending on the budget, how much presenting can you do.
And for the festival itself, we had groups that came from Garden City all the way up to Kansas City, bringing bands. Mostly big bands, some combos.
Got the groups that come in on Friday to participate in events out at the university.
Well, hearing all this, have you guys thought about a new mission statement? It would be more inclusive of everything that you're doing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking.
That's an excellent.
Yeah, I've got a grocery list of about 50 collaborative and I'm meeting people all over. Yes, collaboration. Yeah, there'll be some surprises coming up here.
So you're clearly a working board. What challenges do you have to accomplish everything you need to do with the limited resources that you have?
I think getting that top of mind awareness that when you think of this is the McCormick School Museum, you think of it as a major museum, we'd be mentioned with the other artistic organizations. The ones that are the same age as us are the River Festival, the Winfield Festival, and Music Theater, and Wichita Jazz Fest are all the same age.
So one of the things that we're doing, we have a mailing that's going out to people that have been supporters. We have a fundraising concert that we'll have on November 1st, just another thing that will feature local musicians. And then we'll probably have some other concerts along the way.
Describe one of your most successful partnerships with another organization.
Well, I think probably the Wichita Art Museum. That's been a venue that we've used the last couple of years, and people love it. I mean, they love being in that space, and it's a great space for the music that we're doing. So they're closed on Monday, so we had a rehearsal on Monday. Then on Tuesday, we had a concert with Mike Steinell and his group from Dallas, Texas. And then they stayed over. Mike and Rosanna Eckert stayed over and performed with the Delano Jazz Orchestra. And then on Thursday night, Stanley Jordan gave a solo guitar well, I say solo guitar, he also played the piano at the same time at one point. And so Stanley George would perform, and he also had members of the Love family that came up and sang some pieces. So I think that collaboration has been really good.
And they don't charge us, they give us a very good price for the venue fee. It was free and.
Yeah, artist fees and production costs are out there, way out there, and that's one of the struggles. It's just, yeah. I look at other festivals and I'll see, there's one artist I've heard of because that's what they can do. But it's an event and people go to it. And so.
We're also looking at the structure of other festivals around. We got one from a friend from Regina, Canada, and his festival was all basically local musicians, but it really showed a lot of different style of organization than ours.
That's good that you're looking at.
So you have a group of musicians that perform regularly, if I'm recalling correctly. I think it was at the Art Museum when you were there.
Well, we work with Friends University Jazz Program and the WSU
Okay.
program and the other
And
community
other
colleges
local
and stuff.
musicians.
Yeah. And local musicians who've done this and retired, and just use all the connections to how can we get, but especially impressing young people that, wow, this is an important thing I've learned about.
So it is a lot more than just the jazz festival.
Yeah, bringing in a
ones that
big
you-
name, that, yeah, that we've all heard of, but just the public knows, right?
Do you think there's a role to play for Wichita Jazz Fest from an educational standpoint with youth and just introducing jazz at an earlier age? Is there?
Well, that's what we do, and if we can collaborate with other artistic things in literary field and authors and film, and these are all kinds of things that we're looking at and reaching out, and the feedback I get from people in the community, yes, let's talk more. Yeah.
And Ray has been going to a middle school, which is.
She has, I go to Mayberry Cultural Arts Middle School once a week. Last year, my grandson was in it, and this year I'm still going. They hooked me in. But it's really fun, and I get to work one-on-one with kids to help them out, or I work with sections, or sometimes I just take the rehearsal. Just whatever Jamie decides that she needs me to do, for that particular. I've gone on field trips with them.
So you mentioned you have a lot of conversations and talk, and that really is the hardest part, moving the talk into action.
Absolutely.
What are you attempting to do to try to make that move quicker or smoother?
See what we're up against.
Yeah.
Event-wise, production cost-wise, how many volunteers are going to show up besides the usual suspects?
Okay.
I might just add there that, one of the things we're doing right now is we are sending out a fundraising mailing, and, I work with a mail house on selecting the list. So it's a list of people with a propensity to give. And, we looked at the budget and said, what can we afford to do? And we, retooled the letterhead, reprinted that. And so I think, that's going out, I think, early next week. And that's been, a major effort. And I don't know when the last time was that something like that was done, but we hope to raise a fair amount of money with that.
May I ask a quick question? Is there an opportunity to incorporate or recruit some of the younger artists that you're using at WSU, or you partner with at WSU, or friends, to incorporate them into or recruit them into the board?
We try that. Student schedules are.
We did have one volunteer that came, Hannah.
Yeah.
And she had ideas because she came from a place in Iowa where they were actually using students to work with other students. So that's something that we tied in. In the past, we've also had students that were combined into a combo setting, and we had many different people work with them, whether it's WSU students or local jazz pianists that came and worked with. Bill Hushbarger and I both kind of kept that going.
Like I said, it goes by fast, doesn't it?
It does.
Way too fast.
I
Again,
have to learn to speak faster.
thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Martha recuse herself?
We're not certain, but we're gonna just.
Okay, go ahead. All right. So you guys know this goes very, very quickly, so I'm just gonna jump right in.
Good, we have a dress rehearsal tonight.
Well, we'll get you out of here in time, I promise.
And you're all coming on the weekend, right? Saturday, Sunday?
So first off, this is a new application form. Thank you for taking the time to go into it. It asks for a lot more information. We know it is a bear, and we really, really do appreciate you taking the time to fill everything out. And then come here and spend the next 8 to 10 minutes with us asking you questions, which we should know by reading the application, but we're gonna ask anyways. And it's all made possible because we live in a city which really does love and support our arts and cultural institutions, and then we have a local government which is allowing us to provide funding to organizations like you and others. So, with that said, again, you guys know how quickly this goes. I'm going to hit the start real quick here and let you introduce yourself, and then you go from there since we have new bodies in the room. And go ahead.
Whitney Reeder, General and Artistic Director, Wichita Grand Opera.
Andrew Hernandez, Director of Operations.
I would like to ask the first question so they can get to rehearsal.
I would like to know more about your outreach program in local schools.
I'll let you take that, Andrew.
So we've had an initiative this past year's actually. We brought on a Director of Education, Rebecca Zephick-White, and she was previously with Opera Kansas. And she's helping us kind of build and expand our educational program. So we've gone into schools, elementary schools from K through 6, and we bring a presentation of opera to them. I was actually singing in one of them as well as Rebecca.
And I was playing.
And he was playing, so it was a real staff effort. You know, we're really trying. And then also part of that effort is to, something that Mr. Reeder is actually very fond of, is giving tickets to the children that we sing to. And so for all of our performances, children under 12 get in for free. And so, so we go there and we expose them to opera, you know, with fun songs from Magic Flute, like Papagena. Very easy things for them to digest. Mozart is easiest.
We tried to make it interactive too. For instance, he's talking about the Magic Flute. We bring a bunch of pan pipes and let them play along while Andrew and Rebecca sing. For Carmen, we made a bunch of toreador capes and we had a dancer come in and teach them choreography. So tried to get them physically involved in what we're doing. And turned out to be pretty successful, at least gauging by the fun that they had. Maybe they just liked it better than math class, I don't know. But they did seem to have a lot of fun. And then what we would do is we'd do one class, shuffle them out, bring in the next, and then we'd go for 3 or 4 hours. And Sundays we reach 600 to 700 kids in a day, so it's something we want to keep doing.
I heard my favorite quote during that time. I heard one of the children say, "Opera is cool."
Primarily USD 259 or surrounding, or?
We've done both, yeah, going all the way out to Andover. We started in Hyde, in College Hill, and where Becky's kids are. So we'll take whoever will take us.
We went to Elizabeth Anstey as well.
Yeah, a couple of private schools.
So is it mainly you reaching out to the schools, or are schools reaching out to you asking for those presentations?
Mainly we've reached out to the schools. Hopefully that'll reverse in time.
Andrew's done a good job adding kind of metrics into this, but part of your mission is to really kind of just enrich the lives of people, which you really can't measure with any sort of data on there. So how do you know when you're successful in creating the highest artistic opera that you can?
Mostly it's the feedback. I'll be honest, ticket sales aren't what we wish they would be. I still feel like we have to be real ambassadors for the art form. But I will say that every time we do performances, there's a lot of buzz and electricity, and that gives me the confidence to keep pushing forward.
In our most recent Candide, we actually had exit interviews with people, and we filmed them. And so we're actually going to be putting together a reel showing how people came from all across the United States to Wichita to see our opera.
You guys do a very good work with your performance, and you talk about being the ambassador and kind of enriching lives. How, other than just like that natural feedback you give, how do you know, when do you feel that you've been successful?
Well, our ticket sales aren't great for this weekend, but I've told the singers, you know, whether there are 2 people here, 20, 200, or 2,000, doesn't matter. If you touch one life, that's enough of a difference for me. I can't talk about ticket sales. I mean, if we do Candy with Kelsey Grammer, it's a lot easier to sell out than with an opera and check called Rusaka, which we're going to do on the weekend. I can't go to numbers as far as ticket sales, but I will say that when we go into schools or when people come back to the opera, that gives us a lot of the feedback that we need.
What do you think would help increase ticket sales?
More awareness, and I mean, I'm trying to do it in a real grassroots way, going into schools, going into the community, educating people about opera, and I think and believe, in fact I know, that when people get a taste of it, enjoy it, they'll come back, yeah. Another thing we do is we hire a lot of local musicians. We're the only organization that actually pays our chorus, for instance. They spread the word. A lot of them are amateur singers, a lot of them have studied in college, but one of our big goals is to give work to local musicians, whether they're singers or musicians in the orchestra. We're working together with the Wichita Children's Chorus. They sang with us at Bohème last year. They're going to be performing again in Hansel and Gretel coming up in November. So that's another way we're trying to plant seeds, both in young minds, but also involving families. And our theme this year is a fairy tale theme. We're doing Rusaka, which is The Little Mermaid, on the weekend, followed by Hansel and Gretel, and then an Italian version of Cinderella called Cenerentola in May. So trying to break down the barriers of opera being intimidating with fairy tales that are well known, hopefully, at least they were when I was a kid, and getting families in.
How many performers are you paying annually, do you think?
It depends.
Local. Let me clarify that. They're local.
Well, we have 30 local people in our chorus for the weekend. The whole orchestra is local except two oboists. One's from Manhattan, Kansas, and the other's from Missouri. There's 44 in the orchestra pit. Of the cast, 2 of them are local. The rest are brought in. One's from Topeka, so again, trying to promote Kansas artists. But it was a very, no, I'm wrong, actually. We have a WSU student, Stephanie Sheldon, singing. So yeah, as many as I can. These are smaller roles though, because it's a very specialized thing being in Czech. We had to import a Czech expert from Canada actually to help us with the language.
You clearly have a very robust marketing plan.
I'm glad you think so.
Well, all the different avenues. I mean, you've got all the different avenues really covered in your marketing plan. But it sounds like you're still struggling to kind of get the numbers that you're looking for.
I think so. Honestly, this is an unknown opera. It's not an unknown story. Anyone that's seen Ariel and Prince Eric and Disney's Little Mermaid is kind of familiar with it. But it is in Czech, and I'm trying to mix up traditional things that are very well known, Hansel and Gretel, Cinderella, with things that haven't been done here. I know Opera Kansas had a long history of doing Hansel and Gretel, so that's a little bit familiar here. This one isn't, but it deserves to be. It's becoming more well known in the country at large.
I'm wondering if there's an opportunity through other partnerships. Like, have you thought about other partnerships you could explore within Wichita to reach other audiences that that maybe you're not reaching through the current marketing efforts to just continue to develop?
Well, marketing takes money, and that's one of the things that we really need help with, is being able to pay for good marketing, which we're hoping you can help us with. As far as partnerships, yes, I've done some with the Wichita Ballet last year. I'm doing another one in actually the fall of this year, or December rather. Looking to create relationships. MTW's been wonderful helping us promote our operas. We got a lot of ticket sales through them, promoting with email blasts, and also the symphony has been great to us that way. So those are wonderful partnerships, and we certainly try to return the favors in any way we can.
We've got about 35 seconds. Do we have any more questions or anything that you guys like to add?
We need the support. I mean, you talked about the city wanting to support, and I believe that. I grew up here, I'm from here, I left and lived in another country for 16 years and came back, and I felt there was a big surge in awareness. But where I was in Europe, and the arts were all state supported, the government paid for everything. Obviously that's not the case here, but we need to fight and fight and fight for the support from our city, because we can't rely on individual donors. We're reaching out to corporate sponsorship, and that's a long process too, because so is everybody else. But we really need. I hope you're still recording, because this is the most of what we need, the city behind us. Yeah.
All right, like you guys know, it goes by super fast. So thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come see the show. Won't forget. Thanks.
Jennifer's.
Jennifer is next. We didn't see them out there.
I'm excited for Tenor. It's one of my favorite operas.
Are you going?
try to.
What one are they doing?
Cenerentola, this is Cinderella. Well, this weekend is Little Mermaid, but I'm excited for
I've never heard of Chef.
Rusalka's the only one I've heard of.
Are they doing that at Century too?
Oh, probably.
Hello. Just so you're aware, this process goes very, very quickly, so I'm just jumping in while you get settled
Perfect,
in.
I love it. I'm ready for you.
First off, thanks for taking the time out of your day. In the next 8 to 10 minutes, we want to get some clarity on your application, answer some questions that we may have for you. The big thing is, though, thank you for taking the time to actually fill out the grant application. We ask a lot for you for what you're asking for in return, so we really, really appreciate all the hard work that you put into your application. This is only possible because we live in a community that loves our arts and cultural institutions, and we have a city that's willing to put dollars behind that to support organizations like you and others. I have a very loud alarm that's going to go off in about 8 minutes.
I'll prepare.
Yeah, I'll hit start and let you guys introduce yourself and go.
Hi, I'm Lisa Payne. I'm the founder and executive director of Juniper Arts Academy.
I'm Alex Johnson. I'm the co-president of the board of Juniper Arts Academy.
All right, who has the first question? Get myself pulled up and I'll find one for you. So when you talked about how do you track your impact in the community, you ask a survey, like what are you asking in the survey? What kind of feedback are you looking for?
Yeah, we track primarily social, emotional impact of our programs on the kids at this point. Their educational experiences are really differentiated in the circumstances they're in. Some of our kids are in public school, some are in online school, some are not in school at the moment. And so we track how our programs are making a difference in their home life. So when they're outside of our classroom, how are they seeing improvements in behaviors or in motivation? And then we track, the teachers track our educational progress. So there's certain markers they look for in the classroom, but we also look at how it's impacting their math at home.
Do you expect improvement in the classroom from those that are participating in your program?
Educationally?
Yeah, education.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think our expectations, we fluctuate them based on the kiddos we're working with at the moment. Our kids are navigating foster care and juvenile detention, which comes with a lot of extra things that they're navigating. And so our expectations are a little different. They're not to necessarily play to the end of their curriculum for that 6 weeks. If they end at 4 weeks instead of the 6 weeks, we would go to the 6 weeks, just the week 4 into the curriculum. If that kid had never played an instrument before and also is not regulated enough to sit down in their chair in traditional schools, that's still a win that we got to those markers. And so we adapt our expectations for the classroom at the moment, but we do support both. We understand both needs that the child is presenting.
Can you talk about some successes you've had?
Yeah. I mean, from an educational standpoint, we had a young man with us who was in our choir program a couple years ago, and he was actually in choir at his school, which was such a benefit already. And so when he was talking to our teacher, we were able to talk about what extra things he wanted to learn in our classroom, because he didn't have a lot of access to supportive education, so like private lessons, really delving into his craft. And he said that he had wanted to be a music educator. And so our teacher actually mentored him and coached him, and he got to help lead warm-ups in our classroom and guide some students in vocal technique, and that was a really unique experience for him. He switched to a facility the next session, and so he didn't continue on our program because he lost transportation, which in our application we referenced a few times. But we stayed in contact with him, and he actually is now attending WSU
for music education, which is attributed to many people who advocated for him in his life, but it was such a gift to work with him. Secondary, from the social emotional standpoint, we work with kiddos who have been through some really traumatic experiences, and we have a child who, when she would get frustrated with herself, she was learning guitar, and she would play the wrong chord. For a lot of us, we play the wrong chord and we look at what to fix and we adjust, right? She actually would go nonverbal, and she would just grunt and say, "What's going on?" And she would, and she's 14, 15. And we realized we needed to take a step back from the educational standpoint and make her feel safe. So we played flashcard games, which were educational but connecting. And we got to where she was able to express what she was frustrated with learning and ask for help and make a compromise. So those are two examples of how we meet these kids kind of in the middle, where if they already have a great base, we can help them elevate their experience. But if they're really struggling to succeed in a classroom, even on a small basis, we help them succeed so they can hopefully succeed in a traditional classroom.
What inspired you to start this organization?
I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot. Do you want to answer anything? No? Okay. Perfect.
What's your support system?
I love it. I was in my grad school program in 2019 through 21, and I did an assessment of needs in Sedgwick County, and I met with St. Francis, who held the contract for foster care at the time, and Juvenile Justice Services, and just asked what services were missing here in Sedgwick County. And I was surprised to hear fine arts education was in the way, what was being blocked, by barriers. And so I looked into why they weren't accessing traditional services, and that's where the needs of lack of transportation, financial barriers, and lack of trauma-informed services came up.
So I'm just curious, do you have an arts background yourself?
I do, yeah. I grew up in theater, and then I have a degree in English literature and theater, and I worked at children's theaters, and I was in choir, and we have a great team of musicians on the board too.
What, the current number of students that are being impacted by your efforts today, is that the 230?
It's not, that's total.
Okay.
So we run our programs in 4 to 6 week sessions because our students move around a lot. Sedgwick County has an average of 8 placements per kid in foster care, so they can bounce at any given moment. So we do small sessions so they can start and complete something. Currently, we have 29 enrolled, and we serve 12 to 14. That does not include the 12 to 14 we serve at JDF every month as well. But that's for our 6 week session we're currently in, and that we'll do another enrollment period this fall.
Do you have goals in terms of how you want those numbers to grow?
Yeah, we have a waiting list of facilities right now. We have about 4 or 5 facilities on our waiting list for services, and we're just at capacity. And so we're aware that to serve more kids, we need to grow in our capacity to do it well and sustainably.
And in addition to dollars, what else do you need to help with the growth? Where would you focus?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes from resources we have, teachers, getting more volunteers plugged in. The more we can get the Wichita community engaged, the more support our kids will have while they're in our program and after.
And additional staff is in our long-term goals as we build resources, and that would help us be able to service additional facilities.
So how does the Wichita community find out about you?
It's a great question. So because of our kids' sensitive backgrounds, we're actually not able to hold concerts and things like that. But we found that visual arts gives the community a way to see our kids. So we have started doing art shows around town. Last year we had a show at City Arts. We're actually opening a show at America's Credit Union Gallery this next month. And so that's a great way for people to see art and then learn about Juniper. But we also work in the communities.
No, you can keep going.
And we recruit at colleges for volunteers to train future educators in trauma-informed practices and how to work with a variety of students. And then word of mouth travels really quick. We're also active on social media and our website.
Our recent fundraiser increased the number of attendance.
Yes. Yeah, last year we had about 60 to 70 people at our annual fundraiser, and this year we had 150 attend. which was such a gift. And I was just told I have to locate a bigger venue for next year. So, thoughts and prayers.
One quick question,
Okay,
so we
okay.
stay on time.
Well, you work with such a vulnerable population, and if you're bringing on volunteers, how do you make sure that they are trauma informed before
Yeah.
they interact with your students?
Do you want to? Oh, I can do it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We use a trauma-informed program called Trust-Based Relational Intervention. And I will actually be headed to Seattle in about a week to become a practitioner, which is exciting. But we have all of our students go through trauma-informed training. I'm sorry, not students, teachers and volunteers go through trauma-informed training through a practitioner or practitioner videos that are educational and teach them how to engage with kids who have been through some hard things. Our one-off workshop individuals don't go through that training, but they have people who are trained in TBRI in the classroom with them.
Okay, it goes by fast, doesn't it?
It does,
Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
Thank you so
showing up.
much.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you for what you're doing. It's amazing that Wichita is so engaged in arts. Really? Arts partners. Oh, yeah. I love that. Well, imagine what all sound like
Okay, how did you guys come across that group?
No, I think this is, that has to be.
That has to be.
33, yeah.
She's got way
She
too
came
much.
started coming to our arts mixers, which is I think where we.
Hello.
Yeah, that's true. Well, then she's got to have.
I mean, it's great that she did.
Yeah, we started a monthly networking program called Arts Mixers, and then we also have like the, so our Arts Mixers are for anybody to just come and pop up to a networking opportunity, and we have Arts Forum, which is kind of like an informal coffee club of arts leaders, and she started just getting on those.
Hello.
Okay. Oh, yeah, me too, I'm sorry.
As you know, this goes by very, very quickly, so I'm just going to jump right in.
Okay.
You've been here before, you know how this goes.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm ready, let's go.
First off, we know we changed the grant application. We're asking for a lot more information, so we sincerely appreciate all the work that you put into this. For what the amount of work you're putting in to what you're asking for is not equitable. So again, thank you for putting the work in here, and then thank you for spending the brief 8 to 10 minutes answering our questions.
Okay.
And again, all that's made possible because we live in a community which has a strong value of arts and cultural institutions, and we have a city that's willing to put dollars behind that to support organizations like you and others.
Yes.
And with that said, I'm going to hit start and let you introduce yourself, and we'll jump right into the Q&A.
Okay. I'm Ella Monique Backus. I'm the Executive Director of Arts Partners.
I'm curious because Arts Partners has been focused on children, but now it looks like you guys have started a program for older adults. What does that look like?
Oh, well, you know, we were reached out to do something to connect the elders and the youth. And it was a little bit of a challenge to figure out how to get the children there consistently. So we went to college level. We had some college level improv team. And so they went in there and did an improv program with some elders. We went through a training through, I think it's called the Creative Aging Institute or something like that. So that's what sparked it for us. And then we were like, we need to apply this information. So it was really fun. They had a great time.
So in your strategic framework, you have like 4 main goals. Like,
Yes.
Just pick one and give me some objectives you are doing to accomplish that.
Ooh, pick one. What question is that?
It'd be number 2, your goals are increase awareness of the
Oh.
organization, diversity of funding,
Yes.
human capital, and strengthening cooperation. Pick one and
Okay.
give me some objectives that you have.
So the building human capital, we just hired an operations coordinator. And all in the past, this person was called a program scheduler, but that's not adequate. We're going through a thing where we're looking at making teaching artists part-time seasonal employees. So that would be a building human capital to change them from independent contractors to part-time seasonal. So that's part of the building human capital. And then diversifying funding. So in the past, we were just primarily relying on Wichita Public Schools for our funding. And now we have a federal grant, and we're gonna keep looking for multi-year federal funding. It's like a miracle, it's like a gift from heaven. And then there's other grants that we consistently apply for, but just diversifying our funding streams. So those are a couple. Is that good on people?
No, that's
answering? Okay.
Perfect.
Have you thought about expanding your board?
I would love to expand my board. Would you like to be on my board? I would love to have you. Oh, okay. Well, you're wonderful. I know you. I would love to expand the board. I haven't figured out how to be able to do that successfully yet. We added 2 more board members, Lavonta Williams and Adam Payton. Adam started out with as a college student working with arts partners, and now he's fancy 6-figure at Textron. So we're like, you need to be on the board now. You're all the way grown. So those are our 2 newest board members. But yes, I'd love some more. If you know anybody.
I mean, do you ever reflect on the history and who may have been connected in the past, or the original founder?
I've never met the original founder. I got all kinds of promises.
And you
She's
never
passed
will.
away?
Yes.
Yeah. So wow. I got a lot of promises about, we're gonna introduce you, we're just gonna go over their house and
Wow.
never happened. But that would have been interesting.
All right, I just planted that seed because I think it could be big. If
Okay,
you knew
go back
more.
to the past, look in the history. Okay, I will write it.
You're gonna end up on the board.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
So since you're doing more federal programs, does that mean you'll be doing less with USD 259?
I hope not less, but they're going through some challenges. Y'all know, y'all read the newspaper. So we're gonna have to make adjustments. We're gonna have to move out of their space in June, find another place to office. So yeah, there's some things that we're gonna have to adjust. Schools can always still book programs, that's not changing. But no more partnership funds where they commit funds up front. It'll be like, if you want something, you just pay for it, and that'll be how it goes.
You mentioned that you don't have a DEI policy. Is that something that you plan to add?
I don't know. I feel like when I go to those, as part of this national network, there was this whole big push about making statements around that when George Floyd was killed, and I was the only Black and person of color executive director amongst all these national affiliates. So I'm like, I am DEI. Everything I do is like a natural thing. It's like I don't need to make a statement, because when I'm talking to you, the people, the artists that I make sure we recruit, and no, like, what do you call that? Appropriation, where you're doing somebody's cultural expression and you're not that, because I was just like, no, it's Black History Month, so there needs to be a Black artist, it's like, I don't know, I could write something and say it, but for a long time it was just me. That was the only Black executive director. So when people were writing those statements, I was like, I live this. I'm in this skin. This is me. So I don't have one, no. Other than the generic one, we look for candidates that are diverse, and we encourage everyone of all backgrounds to apply. That's the only thing that's on our job descriptions, like everybody else has.
So what other grants are there out there? You talk about these national grants you're looking for. What other opportunities are there for that? And what's the target audience that would it force you to change what you're doing to get the cash?
No, and what I learned the hard way is when you apply for federal money, it's better to go in it with something that you've already tested, because if you develop a program with federal money, then they own it forever and ever. So we don't want that type of situation. So when we apply for federal funding, it's to expand a program that we've already been doing some years, and we want to reach more youth. That's basically what that's for.
What else we have? We have about a minute and a half. I can ask you, what's keeping you up at night?
I guess the two things keeping me up at night is there's a shift happening across the country with the whole thing of artists being considered part-time employees versus independent contractors. And I think that has implications for a lot of other arts organizations in our state. There isn't exemptions and appropriate legislation or experience in the Department of Labor in Kansas to be able to address that. So I'm concerned about, like, we're going through something where we're like appealing and all this type of thing, but it has implications for other arts organizations. So I think about that. And then the other thing is our changing relationship with Wichita Public Schools. It's something I found out about this week, that we got to move out and find another office space. So I was like, wait a minute, we got a lot of art supplies in here piled up. That's really, we still are COVID flexible. We all have VoIP everything and all have iPad, laptops. So that's not the part. But it feels good to have a physical space where artists can come and look at you and you can look at them. But when we go on a reverie, meet them there, you know. That's what it'll transition to. So yeah, but it's just change and it's inevitable. It's happening.
We have 5 seconds, so we're going to head get back on track and end it. Well, I'll let it buzz for you so you feel good. There we go.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. KMU Deccio. This is organization number 30.
You've had a busy day.
Trying to keep everyone's energy to that.
Martha, who's the bouncer?
Katie Lynn.
So you just saw how quickly that goes. You've been back there a while. It goes by very, very fast. So I'm just going to jump right in. Yes. First off, thanks for spending the time with us. We know it's a big ask, asking you to come in just for a few minutes to ask questions and move on with your day, and then putting the amount of effort you guys do into these grant proposals. We know it's a heavy ask. Just know that we do appreciate it, and it makes our difficult task just a little bit easier by having all the information and thought that you guys put into these. You've heard me say beforehand, and I sincerely mean it, this is only possible, we're only here because we have a city that is committed to arts and cultural organizations. There's not a lot of places in the country which do not have the luxury that we do here. So, I have my clock, you've heard it go off a few times now. I'm going to hit start and let you start introducing yourself. There.
I'm Deborah Frazier. I'm the general manager at KMUW Radio that is licensed to Wichita State University.
I'm Maria Stevens, and I'm the assistant GM and the director of content.
I'm Torrin Anderson, the arts feature reporter for KMUW.
Who would like to start?
I'll start. In the question where you describe what your organization does, you mentioned that KMUW is the only outlet recording, sharing, and preserving the stories of artists, actors, and musicians. Can you talk a little bit more about that, or how you measure that? That surprised me that you consider yourself to be the only outlet for those stories.
Part of it is Torrin has background as an archivist, and we actually are storing thousands and thousands of hours of art history from around the entire state. So that's a big part of it. And we are, through people like Torrin out in the community, interviewing artists daily, multiple different musicians, just all different kinds of art platforms, and we save that. We think it's important, and we actually have most of it in the Library of Congress. So all of that was possible by a grant from a while back. So we know no one else in the state has been able to get that grant.
Okay, so you're referring to storing those recordings or that history, and that's part of the Library of Congress, and no one else does that.
Moving forward as well, so daily, we just get bigger and bigger.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
One of the stories I heard recently was I think Torrin did the Flint Hills Sound Walking Tour, which I had never heard of before and was very interesting and very, I think that's innovative and different. How do you keep up that level of finding new, unique, innovative cultural experiences?
Talking to a lot of people, maintaining a lot of relationships, making phone calls. I think having done a lot of things, I've just met a lot of people in collaboration, and so that's why like people are like, hey, you're doing stories now and stuff. Why don't you call such and such? It's just relationships and collaboration.
So one of the goals in our updated cultural plan is providing paid opportunity for artists in the community. You mentioned in your application that you pay the musicians, but then I'm kind of fuzzy on with the artists that donate. So who do you pay and who is more in-kind donations for airtime and whatnot?
The majority of it is in-kind donations, and I'm speaking to people like Torin, who is an artist himself, and other artists we have on staff. We're just lucky that the in-kind is just as valuable, if not more, because it is upfront and doesn't have to come out of their next show. So we provide a level of publicity and promotion that they couldn't afford otherwise. But if they could, they have to wait until they sold a whole bunch of stuff, and then they could. So it is mostly in kind. We're a nonprofit.
Right.
The airtime has value.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know.
Right. And then for the artist of the Pledge Prize, Artist of the Year, they also get a reveal at, well, we used to do it at our station, but we have been doing it at Harvester Arts, and we provide that at no cost to them as well. It's part of the package, so yeah, it's something they don't have to pay for to get there, and we publicize that as well.
About how much do you think you guys provide in kind on-air promotions a year?
Oh.
For artists, we'll simplify it that way. Might be harder to answer, but yeah.
Art specifically, I think the math is back.
To follow up on Naomi's question, do you have a list of topics that you're constantly waiting to research and share information about, or are you worried about what content you're going to put out there next week?
No, this city hits well above its weight in the arts, and it's not really hard to find people doing unique things. There are things that, each individual has a unique interest, and that's going to show up a little bit quicker than everything else, and I usually try and wade through that to see what's beyond. I don't think there's a list. The cinema arts is a pretty unique experience, and that's not something that's going to come across the desk. And Tom Shine with News was very supportive of going out there. He'd never heard of the thing, so I was going to do that. I'm trying to stay as open as possible. So no, there's not a list. I don't think there's a prerequisite of that.
The more stories that Torin does or that I do, the more stories that get out there, then people come to us, and we end up with a long, long waiting list of really cool things to do, which is great.
How do you encourage people to listen to your station?
We promote ourselves through ourselves, but then also we partner with other organizations. We trade exposure, if you will. So if we sponsor something, we have a presence on their program, or a presence at their event. So that helps as well. We're always looking for other ways to do it. Social media is a good example, but ways to get out. We have an engagement department that we are trying to come up with ways to engage younger people, people who are outside of our choir, if you will. And so it's, I don't know, I see it all as exciting and new adventures to be had, but that's where we are right at the moment. Can you think of anything else?
We're just really down home about it. And my mind right now is we're hosting an ice cream social. In 2 weeks, it's open to everyone. And we're telling our partners about it, and they're telling their following about it. And so word of mouth really does work incredibly well for us. Every story that Torin does, somebody tells somebody about it, and then they end up just listening to the story, and then they catch something else, and they get hooked. And it just is it's very hyper local grassroots, yeah. The ice cream social, the public, a week from Saturday, you're all welcome.
What's the average age of a KMUW listener?
around 60, and by average, half under, half over. We have surprisingly good representation when you break it out into the broadcast demographics, even going into the under 20s. And so if you look, where's the biggest focus, it would be 55 to 65 probably, but the generation before that also very well represented, and the generation below that as well. It's a nice surprising spread.
It's also not possible for us to gauge the age of podcast listeners. We have 16 podcasts and many, many listeners, and online listeners. None of those are tracked, so they tend to be younger.
Does it go faster sitting there or back there? Does it go faster sitting up there or sitting back there?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah, I want to ask,
Yes.
did you get Highland?
Oh, actually meant to say ice cream by Highland Dairy. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad.
Chocolate and vanilla.
Excellent.
Because ours fell through. So we hope this finds all. Thank you.
Love that. Thank you so much.
See you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
9 more. Or it's final countdown. Doing great. And laughing beat is up
We have a 20-minute break coming up.
Hello. This process goes very, very quickly, so while you're getting situated, I'm just going to go through my little bit here. First off, thank you so much for taking the time to fill out the grant application. We know we ask for a lot for what you're asking for in return, and we really, really do appreciate what you do. Everything you put in there makes our difficult job just a little bit easier. And then more importantly, taking the 8 to 10 minutes to spend with us today to answer any questions we may have about your application.
Okay.
Now, all this is only made possible because we live in a community which truly supports arts and cultural institutions around here, and we have a city that's willing to put dollars to support organizations like you and others. Like I said, it goes by very, very quickly. I have a alarm or a timer when it's set here, which has a very loud, obnoxious alarm that'll go off. Continue speaking at the end if you are in the middle of a thought. I'm going to get started and let you introduce yourself.
I'm Starlin Gilbert, and I am the president of Advocate Performers. We've been in existence for like 13 years. Before that, we were Circle of Friends. We started off performing at high schools, Mays High, we went to North High, and then we went down to, we started performing to give the kids more professional opportunity. We went to Century 2. And so we've had a performance this 6 months ago at Century 2, and we have a fundraiser that comes up. Basically, our organization takes regular need kids and special need kids, put them together, go through a dance routine, we do a variety show, we do a skit performance or a play. And so the performance will consist of a combination of those. Normally the performance lasts 2 hours. Probably our base production cost is somewhere around $30,000 to $40,000, depending on how much it costs to rent out. Century 2, the union people pay all the workers. We do pay staff that helps with the kids as well. And then the rest of the kids, of course, are volunteers we try to pair up. Typical kids are 10 and up. Special need kids are 10 and whatever. So we do have special need kids that are 10, 11, all the way to, I think the oldest one that we had recently was 67. And so basically, all they have to do is have a desire to perform, a desire to get on stage, and a desire to learn. We do have some stringent rules in place as far as to go through there, and make sure that they get picked up by the person that they need to be picked up. And so we try to operate that through our staff and let them be aware that if they have any questions, to let us know.
You just mentioned 8 staff, and you list 8 part-time employees here. There's no
Yes.
titles. What does the staff do?
Okay, so the staff members would be ones that would either choreograph a number or basically do a dance routine, or so any of the staff that we have are responsible to do something with the kids as far as that. They're also responsible to make sure when we do a restroom break or have a break that they are watching to make sure no one disappears, no one goes further than they need to go. We rent out Woodland United Methodist Church, and so it's a big space. And so if you're familiar with that, some kids would go in, especially our special needs kids would go in and kind of get lost. So we try to go through and encourage all that. So our 8 members or our 8 staff people are the ones that are going to do that.
Thank you.
How often do you meet?
We, as a board,
Or with the students?
okay, as a board, we meet once a month. But with the students, we kind of inadvertently meet. We have a fundraiser coming up, so basically between December, the last part of December, the performance, I think, was the 25th. And so we would meet probably Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and then some Saturday mornings.
So it's really focused at one time of the year around
Yes,
the fundraiser?
Yes, the
Okay.
fundraiser and or the show. And the show would be in October, so we would backtrack 2 months. So that it's probably 2 months to have them practice before they go in and do it.
Okay.
So, and then we just hired a new managing director, and she's wanting to do some other things with them. And so if the board approves, they will need a little bit more often.
So you've got 4 people listed on your board. Is that the board size?
Yes, board size at this time, yes.
That
It's
seems
a
a little
small
smaller,
board,
you
but
guys
it's a
expanding.
small board, but it's active. Pandemic hit,
Yeah.
and then we had a few people step away, and so before we wanted to try to get new board members, we wanted to try to establish what we want to do since the pandemic. And I think we had 1 performance since then, and so we're trying to get that and then bring in new board members at that time.
How do your performers find you?
We have a website. We send information to schools, middle schools, high schools, elementary, and basically we end up sending it to the music teacher, or if they have a performance teacher, to go through there and get that information out.
Do you have partnerships with any other IDD organizations around, or get information out?
Not as far as a firm partnership. We've did a few things with Music Children of Wichita, just inadvertently, right before the pandemic area. We had a group from New York come in, and they did kind of like a couple of classes, and we ended it with a short performance over there at that performance area.
Is the 641 mentioned for attendance in 2023, is that performers participating, or is that people attending performances?
People attending performances.
And how many performers are in your?
That particular performance, we were at 72. Typical and special needs, and then our 8 staff.
So your fundraising has really declined since 2001. Do you have a plan to bring that back up?
Yes, well, two things we're gonna do differently is, one, we're gonna hire someone to be a sponsor person to go out to get sponsorship. And then the second thing is we're gonna do a coordinator so that the board doesn't have to go through and spend all the time doing it to coordinate the event itself. And so hopefully with those 2 things, we can bring that number back up.
Did you have a sponsor before?
Our biggest sponsor's been Davis Moore. They've given $5,000 each year. And then Wells Fargo was a $2,500 sponsor. We were late getting in on 2023, and so they didn't do it. And then we have several other mid-sponsors.
We have 35 seconds left. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Basically, I would think for the most part, even though our board is small, our main goal is to make sure that we provide an opportunity for those that would not normally have an opportunity. And so any funding that we get goes directly to them. They participate in a lot of little things, but our big combination is to try to get them on stage and try to get them to understand how theater exists and how to become professionals if they decide to do something a little bit.
Goes by fast, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It really
Thank
does.
you.
Thank you.
Great
Thank you very
day, guys.
much.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, thank you guys, I appreciate it.
Bye.
We have two more, and then a brief break. But 8 total left.
It looks like we had 2 breaks.
Yeah, I think we have a 20-minute break.
Okay.
And for Warren, I'm gonna ask to take a picture of the bird to document. Should have done it this morning when you're all like super fresh and excited.
Well, earlier my hair was sticking up,
Yeah.
but I went to the bathroom today. You all over there are not my.
Hello.
I'm saying that.
So those that were here last year knows how quick the time goes by, so I'm just jumping in. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, just trying to make sure you guys get as much time as possible. First off, thanks for taking the time to fill out the grant application. We know we asked for a lot more this year, and you guys were very detailed, and we sincerely appreciate everything you've done. And then spending the time to come out here and chat with us for the next 8 to 10 minutes. You guys know that the time goes by very, very quickly. All this is made possible because we live in a community that values the arts and cultural institutions we have here. And we have a city that's willing to put dollars behind that and support organizations like yours and others. With that said, I was very quick to give you as much time as possible. I'm going to start the timer here. There's a very loud, obnoxious buzz that's going to go off at the end. You can continue your train of thought, and then we're going to wrap up shortly after that. So I'll start and let you introduce yourself.
Sure, I'm Jill Reinhardt. I'm curator of modern and contemporary art at the Old Ridge.
I'm Vivian Valentado. I'm the executive and creative director at Old Ridge. I'm Joanna Robinetta. I'm the business manager at Old Ridge.
Who would like to start?
Well, I'll start. I had a question, Vivian, about the, it doesn't look like the board pays any sort of dues or financial contribution, and I was wondering if you could just talk about that decision or the background.
Actually, they do pay. They're required to donate at least $1,000 a year.
Okay.
And that can go to, they can tell us if we go to exhibitions or programming or a friends with benefits, or they can decide. So they need to donate at least $1,000.
You mentioned that you have started tracking zip codes, and I think that's a really great point of data to track. So how has that changed your community outreach?
So it hasn't changed just yet. We are waiting to get 1 year of data just to see where we can improve our marketing and advertising efforts. Our goal is to see which areas of Wichita we're reaching and which areas of Wichita we're not reaching, and then improve and try to engage with those folks on those areas that we're not reaching.
What do you do on campus to encourage students to come to the museum?
So many things. We collaborate with just multiple departments. Just this past year, our newest partnership is with the nursing program. We try to bring in different programs and talk about art and have them engage with art in very interdisciplinary ways. So with the nursing program, we were paralleling collection care and patient care, talking about things like mental health and object-based learning. We partnered with the School of Digital Arts to engage their students in some emerging tech gallery engagement projects. We regularly have English 101 classes come through. We have pop-up exhibitions in the Radical Student Center and in different department buildings through a program called All Rich Connections.
Just like after we hire our new curator of education, during these past 3 years, we have increased student participation by 300%, which is incredible. She's super busy and rock star. Yeah, so we've been engaging more and more with students, not only at WSU, but also with USD 259.
Do you ever partner with the foundation to encourage them to use your space? Say when they were under construction recently or remodeling?
Our space is so small for them to, and I think they had so many options on campus, but they know, they own our collection.
Sure.
So they know they can use anything.
Do you partner with other arts organizations, and what do you do?
Yeah, we actually partnering with WHAM this semester, bringing the Gorilla Girls to Wichita. Super exciting. They're going to give a talk at the Wichita Art Museum and a workshop at Ulrich. We partner with the African American Art Museum here in town through a program that we're gathering stories, local stories. And that is a partnership too with other faculty on campus, so that is an ongoing partnership with TCAM. We of course partner with Harvester Arts and Rubenstein Founders Gallery. And yeah.
We've worked with Envision in the past, and we're going to be consulting with them in an upcoming project as well. Makes sense.
What didn't the application ask about that you think we should know?
One thing that we've been doing a lot is community outreach in a way that a lot of us talk about, a lot of museums talk about diversifying audiences, not only culturally but in age. And what we've been trying to do is, instead of waiting for people to come to us, we've been taking the museum to them. And that we do by pop-up exhibitions, right? Workshops in other areas, neighborhoods, open streets.
Right now we have a passport program in connection with one of our exhibitions.
Which is a collaboration with different businesses around town.
And the Advanced Learning Library.
Yep. So yeah, different things like that.
We really pride ourselves on being experimental. We want to try new things and see what works.
So kind of following up on that, I'm always impressed how you've made a concentrated effort to focus your collection on underserved populations and bring new artwork to us. How are you taking that kind of experience out to the public you just mentioned about, and do you have an example where you were successful going into an underserved population with one of these underrepresented artists?
Yeah, I think most recently we added a mural into our collection. We brought the artist Leo to Wichita. She's the one who did the Beechner Brain Elevators. So we brought her back to Wichita to make a mural that reflected on the Hispanic identity on campus. So we have actually students that are currently enrolled at WSU that are featured on it. We also have past students and potential future students, so she also features some high school students on that mural. So we engage with them throughout semester with students at WSU, and then Gleo took out all that information to create the piece. So that was really cool, a way that we did that.
We built an event around that hopefully is an inaugural event that we'll continue to have.
Yeah. And we also been taking new acquisitions into schools, so the students can learn more about artists that are not the regular white male cisgender artists that we all learn about in our history books. So we've been introducing that through educational programs when we go to schools around town as well.
great job. The application looked good. You got about a minute left. Is there anything else you guys would like to add?
Final thought. Our mission is to expand human experience through encounters with the art of our time, and I think we're really, really committed to and focused on projecting and accepting that human experience is not a monolith, and we want to reflect, the facets of human experience through our collection and through our exhibitions and through the outreach work that we do.
30 seconds left.
We love what we do. And please come visit us. Our exhibitions are great. If you haven't been to the new shows, please come.
What's your favorite sculpture on campus?
Favorite sculpture? Mine is the Barbara Hepworth, which is not installed right now. We're going to install pretty soon.
Within the month.
Yeah.
Right outside. I love the Sophia Bari. It's this beautiful abstract bronze piece. She's wife of Carol.
Sorry, what's yours? Louise Appleton.
3 ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Up next, we have Regina Klenjowski dance company.
Hello, Sam. So Sam knows, Regina knows how quickly this goes. So I'm going to jump right in with this. So first off, thank you all for spending the time to put the effort you did into the application. I know we asked for a lot more information this year, and we ask a lot of you for your asking in return. So we sincerely appreciate everything you do, because it does help make our difficult task a little bit easier. And then thank you for spending the time with us, because again, it's real brief amount of time we have to ask you questions, and it goes by very quickly, but it does help clarify some things for us, and we know it's asking you a lot for you to take time out of your schedule to join us.
Sure.
And again, that's only made possible that we're all here today because we live in a community which strongly supports arts and culture, and we have a city which is lending the dollar behind it, which allows organizations like yours to continue to do what you do. So I'm going to hit start on here. Will that loud buzzer go off at the end, which lets you know your time's up? Let's finish your train of thought. I'll hit start and let you introduce yourself in the room, and then Sam and Regina can introduce themselves.
Awesome. Well, my name is Anna Jans. I'm the Executive Director of Regina Klenjowski Dance Company. I've been with the company since April of last year, so just about 18 months now. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. Thank you for taking the time to read through our application and chat with us.
Hi, everybody. My name is Regina Klenjowski. I am the Artistic Director and Founder of Regina Klenjowski Dance Company and have been for the last 24 years.
And I'm Sam Smith. I'm a new advisory board member to Regina Klenjowski Dance Company, and I know some of the members on this committee, having served on it myself in previous years. And nice to see you all.
Our company has been around. We're in our 24th year, about to go into our 25th. And through a lot of diligent saving over the years, we've used our earnings that we've had from some of our programming, some of it in California as well, to channel our growth here in Kansas. So the deficit may be a little shocking when you see it at first on paper, but it's a strategic that we've made that's going to help grow our company.
You address the dialogue, I think, was in the section on impact on the city, that you're concerned about your lack of impact, and 2025 could be very pivotal for the organization. Almost making it sound like it's a major up here. Explain your.
Sure. I think what you're referring to is we're acknowledging that our fundraising impact from individual donors is not as strong as what we'd like it to be. And so we're channeling a lot of our funds to development and growth in our reaching broader audiences cause all of our numbers to be a little wonky. We tried our best to make that as clear as possible. Absolutely. I would love for Regina to answer that question first. I think as the assistant director, that'd be great.
Anna, can you repeat that? I can hear you, but I can't hear the panel very easily. What was the question?
What is the vision for the organization over the next 5 to 10 years?
Wow, great question. What we're looking to do is grow our programming and really double down in Wichita to be able to, I think within 2 to 3 years, have our own space so that we can continue to grow our programs. Right now, we have wonderful partnerships with Gordon Parks Academy, with Ascension Living Hope, with Wichita State, with Kansas Dance Academy, being able to help continue to expand our programming, expand our reach to students, expand our audiences. But we're really looking, I think in the next 5 to 10 years, to really establish ourselves as a strong arts organization that has its own brick and mortar space so that we can double up our programming, be able to bring in more artists, more teachers. So for me as artistic director, that is what I have my eye on. I want to create help foster an organization that is really central place where Wichita can look to and go to discover contemporary dance and pretty much any kind of non-competitive atmosphere for dance.
Thank you. I would add to that, I would hope that in 5 to 10 years, RKDC and Regina Konjowski Dance Company becomes even more of a well-known household name. That people recognize us, they, oh, we've been to their show, oh, we've heard of them, oh, we saw their post or their ad. Just having a broader kind of household understanding throughout the city.
And if can I add just one more element to that that I missed? And it's also very important to us that we also help grow the dance community in Wichita, to use our resources and our reach to be able to also create an environment that supports other choreographers, other artists moving here for dance. We want dance to be thriving in the city, and we want to help and be a part of helping grow that.
I was going to ask, what has been the biggest challenge for growing your reach in Wichita?
I mean, I would say personally that marketing is such a fine art, and we do the best that we can, but we've brought in, that's one of the ways we're investing in this next year, is we brought in somebody to help us do the marketing. A lot of time, and as a small team, we needed somebody who their core duties in the company was just to get our name out there and to reach a broader audience than what we were doing with our kind of grassroots efforts.
I also think that another challenge is really being an art form that isn't as well known. You know, I think ballet is really well known, commercial dance is really well known, musical theater is so strong and well known, that contemporary dance sometimes, you know, if you haven't been exposed to it or have that exposure, then we have to work a little bit harder. We have to be a little more understanding of what it is that would appeal to a mainstream audience. So I think growing audiences, I wouldn't say it was necessarily a challenge, but it's part of what we're doing, because we are as far as I understand, we are the first professional contemporary dance company in Wichita. So a lot of exposure and educating and programming that is out in the community is what we're doing to try to expose the art form to more people, so that they're more, you know, excited to come and see the company or participate in the programming that we have.
So is it just my perception, or have you done more smaller guest recitals, for lack of a better term, like at the art museum, or am I just very cool and now going to the right places?
No, I think you're picking up on, we've really made an effort even in the last year, and we're going to continue that effort even more in the next year to partner with more of these arts organizations across the city and utilize those partnerships to reach a broader audience. So you're definitely picking up on some of our efforts there.
So I'm not cool.
You're very cool. I mean, I think you're the coolest.
You have about 15 seconds left.
Okay.
Would anyone like to add anything before we cut you loose?
You mentioned Gordon Parks Elementary.
Yeah.
Are there other schools that you are looking to engaged?
Yes,
from a
so,
collaboration standpoint?
yeah, Gordon Parks is the one we have our core relationship with now, and we've just signed a contract with Arts Partners, and we have an assembly that we're going to be bringing to schools, and so that's how we're going to also build connections with those schools and hopefully bring some of these classes to them as well.
Do you have office space?
In my house.
And my house.
I was just looking for some space for Arts Partners.
You're about to join the board, so.
Yeah.
It goes very quickly, so again,
Yes.
we appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thanks, Regina.
Thank you, panel. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you.
Have a great day, everybody.
Matt.
Hello. Oops. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I'm not
Okay.
sure. Can you see me?
No,
I'm not sure.
unless you
what
are a
you're-
black screen.
No. Hmm.
Feel free to take any seat that you'd like.
Where am I?
Well, we can, Matt, we can go
There.
say we can go without the camera.
Can you see? Can you see me now?
Time does go by very quickly. We're going to jump right in, as you know. It goes by very quickly. Thank you for joining us today, spending the next 8 to 10 minutes to answer any questions we have. But more importantly, thank you for taking the time to fill out the grant application. I know we're asking for a lot more this time, and the amount of effort you're putting in for what you're asking for is huge. So thank you for taking the time. I really appreciate that. That's only possible to have this opportunity to talk because we have a city which is committed to arts and cultural organization, and we have a local government spending dollars behind that to support organizations like you and others. And we've seen that now. And with that said, I am going to start this timer here where about 8 minutes when the alarm goes off, it's loud, it's obnoxious, I like it, the rest of the group it's not apparently. But you can continue your train of thought and I will hit start with you.
I'm Caitlin Trevescus. I work for the Great Plains Nature Center, but I've been with Aqua Kansas since the beginning of the year. And I'm one of the only, I wanted to say secular, non-musical board members with.
My name is Mike Redondo. I'm the Major Gifts Director for the Premier Council Boy Scouts here in town. I was recently recruited to be the new board president for Aqua Kansas. My family has strong ties to the organization. My wife is often a guest artist, and that's meant a lot to my family. My wife was traveling everywhere for this work, and it meant a lot to her, but her love for me meant more. And now she teaches, and this is a wonderful way that she gets to continue that passion that she has while still staying home locally with us.
Matt, are you there?
Hi, I'm having trouble hearing. Everything's echoing. Everything's echoing.
We will try to speak as loud as possible.
Sounds good. And I'm not. Sounds good. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the issue with the camera is. I'm not sure what the issue with the camera is.
We'll work our way through it. Thank you.
I apologize.
Who has the first question they'd like to ask?
I have one, Dominic. You say in your application that you work with K-12 school systems to create music education programs. Could you explain what you're doing there and what your goal is? What are music education? I mean, they have music education now, most of them. What are you trying to add to that?
Sure. The main thing we are doing right now is our children's operas that we are doing as a collaboration with Exploration Place. So last year we did our production of Mr. Twister and the Tale of Tornado Alley, which is a show that we commissioned and produced. So we did 12 performances at Exploration Place, and Exploration Place partners us to bring children in from all over Wichita. So we did 12 performances. We provided materials to schools for them to help prepare beforehand, along with materials that showed them how they could meet outcomes. And we had a wonderful response to that. This next spring, we'll be doing another show called Mr. Brewster's Invigorating Invention. Yes, I know. I can tell we have a lot of feedback too. I don't know what's going on.
Would you like us to kind of? Matt has a lot of information. We can give you the gist at least. So the main objective of working with those age levels is to introduce them to and hopefully inspire some kind of interest in the classical music form, operas, elitist and whatnot. Like the mission of Opera Kansas is to make it a more accessible and inviting art form. What Matt there. Fantastic. The partnership has shifted into an exploration place. So in partnership with their education department, a production was put on in our last season, and we've already got the next production with them scheduled for this coming season as part of their education program.
It was a huge success, and I believe the education coordinator at Exploration Place was herself very skeptical, and by the end she saw how positively the kids responded to it and how engaging it was, how accessible it was, and she really came around and they immediately signed up for another year of it.
So are you actually going into the schools to teach or perform or?
They are, as far as I'm aware, not going into.
Can you hear me?
Feedback.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I tried.
I would just say we are not going directly into the schools. The schools are coming to us. So they are school performances. The schools are busing children in and coming to Exploration Place rather than us going there. Could you hear that?
Something that we could suggest starting at 20, and then next week, if you find we need to pull from it, somebody can bring an organization up. Option. That would be if we did want to be.
Right with you, just one moment. All right.
Can you still hear us?
I can hear you.
Can hear you.
Set here, we'll talk for about 8 minutes. When it buzzes, it'll be loud, you'll definitely know it went off. Finish your train of thought if you're talking about something, and then we will go from there. But first, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. My name is Aaron Grindstaff. I am the current treasurer at Make ICT. I got into it because I decided to volunteer and ended up with the position.
Who has the first question?
So, thanks for joining, Aaron. I had questions. I was really surprised that the organization is so many part-time volunteers. I'm just wondering, because I hear about Make ICT all the time organically, And so I think I just anticipated that there was going to be organization staff that was, had some paid participants. I'm wondering if you can just talk to the impact that you're having in the community with how you're currently structured, and if you have thoughts on whether or not that's working, or you think there's opportunity to do things in a more permanent way.
So, as far as I understand, for us at least, we are actually able to do what our mission is, which is to help provide people with access to learn and to use tools or other equipment that they may not have access to themselves. And the whole volunteer part is a nice benefit that we are able to, at this size and at this stage, still be able to be completely volunteer with no paid positions. It does run into a few challenges, but we have been able to work those out or figure out ways around them. And I do see that as we continue to grow, we can get better at helping the community at large. We have artists, we have other individuals who go into different fields. I would not consider myself an artist, but due to Make ICT's access, I have somewhat started into stained glass, and that is an artistic side, and I am definitely grateful for that. It has helped, and it's helped to show me things that I can improve on, but also I believe that that then helps others in the community of Wichita as they find us and start to use our space, that they can grow creatively with the space.
How many members do you have right now, people that use the space?
So we have roughly 750 members on the books. Some of them are for seasonal, like they want to make Christmas presents, so we'll get a bit of an influx there. Usually we're around 500. And of those 500, I would say that probably 50 to 60% of them use the space. A lot of them do come in and start out in one specific area, like our ceramics or wood shop. And as they stay, as they do their projects, they start to see some of the other projects that others have created in our metal shop, in our jewelry lab, in stained glass. And they decide, you know what? I want to try that out as well. And so they start working on it and they start to bring it up. And with their help, it helps bring out more people to help us build our membership.
How do you partner with other cultural institutions?
How do we partner with other cultural institutions?
Or do you?
We do. We have partnered with the SCA, which is another nonprofit here in Wichita that is primarily into Renaissance and medieval, and they do classes on that. They show how to build things, and they use our space as one of their meeting grounds. We also work with the Kansas Woodturners of America, who use our space and help teach classes on wood turning. And they have helped to teach a lot of members who want to learn how to use a wood lathe in order to create bowls to decorative spindles. And those are just two that I can think of right off the top of my head.
most, if not all, your money is coming from membership. Are there any other opportunities between those memberships and the grants that you're filing for, like this one, that you have to fund your organization?
So that is correct. Our organization is mostly funded by membership, and we have managed to make do and keep that at $25 a month for our members. And we have been able to grow and to buy other things. The grants help us in ways of allowing us to prioritize taking some of what would go for a specific area and building that for helping out another area that might need a new tool or might need a bit of a revamp in their room to make it better for people to come in and to actually use it. And so when we get grants, that helps us to prioritize how best to help all these different areas that we have. We also do receive a bit of our funding from our classes. So when a member signs up to do a class, and since it is using our space, we take a small percentage of what that class fee is, and the rest goes to the instructor in order to help them buy materials or pay for their time that they have chosen to give up. And we use that money to help continue to build and grow the space.
Thank you.
Accept donations of in-kind equipment, I would say. Like, do you want the sewing machine that I have right now?
So equipment donations we do like and we do use. However, depending upon what we already have and what we may be needing will help determine whether or not that is a feasible one for us. However, there are members within that we talk with. We'll let them know, hey, we're not going to go for this. Like one person has recently offered us a 3D printer, and currently we have 5 of them that we are maintaining. And our lead over that area looked at it, talked with the person, and said, at this time, are doing what we need them to do. They're functioning, and we don't have room at this time to bring in an additional one to use. But yes, if you want to donate a sewing machine, I can get you in touch with the lead of that area, and she can help determine whether or not that is something that we need.
That was a great response. Thank you.
Well, Aaron, you heard the buzzer. Our time is up. We appreciate you meeting with us this afternoon. Have a good day.
Yep, thank you. I am sorry that I was late. It completely blew my mind after I got home from work.
Thank you.
Good seeing you, Aaron.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
So our next thing we can discuss is we've done cutoffs as far as scoring. We have not done it. We've kind of done where we have like just blind scores and base it on there to determine the cutoff line and then go. We can do whatever we need to just for us to decide how we want to determine who is funded and who's not. I think my first question is there any organizations that we met with today that we think clearly are not within the parameters of what we're tasked to do?
I have a hard time with the Friends of the Great Plains Nature Center. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Really?
I'm
They
sorry.
had so much, well, they did so much art though. I was blown away by that.
Well, the art trail.
Yeah. They incorporated art into a lot
There
of
was
things.
more said today, I felt like, but on the application, the art trail, I think is definitely a great program. But like paying for a mural at the organization, I feel like there's all kinds of businesses that pay for murals. Like I just didn't feel like They just don't, they don't come to mind so much as an art and culture,
But I thought
but
that was so cool that they didn't seem like it, but then they were doing a lot on the art side, and then like the winter sound walk, I mean, and then the educational outreach. I don't know, I'm gonna fight for that one.
that was the only,
Okay.
one that I read, and I was like, considering the other 38.
Yeah.
I didn't struggle, I didn't have a hard time trying to.
The plan is my understanding, because they've been funded for years through this program, is that the city made some sort of an exception or added some language.
New plan though.
Cultural plan.
And past funding does not mean they are continually funded, it's new.
No,
cycle.
I'm just saying though, in the history, and my guess is you'd have some problems maybe with the city if they turn around and complain to the city and say, wait a minute, why now? I mean, you may have to go to the city manager's office or somewhere else.
I mean, just for like, just reference of things, I mean, last year we had this heavy discussion on the public radio, public television. They fit within the area of serving arts and culture within our community. We've had historical discussions about Friends of the Great Plains Nature Center, Wichita Library Foundation. Those are kind of things we have. We're just having the discussion now. We, as a group, will vote and determine if anyone needs to be booted out or not, but it just helps us now before we decide if we want to set any scoring limits on it. I was a stickler on having challenges with the two foundations over the years under the last plan. I think this plan is a lot more flexible and allows us the ability to see organizations like the Friends of Great Plains Nature Center and the library and how they support those cultural entities that we can fund.
I agree with you, and it's also what we were asking for, is to have that flexibility.
Yes.
So.
I thought the TAC Flute Foundation was very small and serving a very niche part of the community.
And they're the ones that asked for only $300.
I know.
Yeah,
It's true.
Well, and the McCormick School Museum too is very, very specific.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say being specific should
No,
be a problem.
no, it's just.
I guarantee with every organization that we met with today, there is an audience for them in some way. You know, like I have trouble thinking how to make ICT fit in here, but I can put the pieces together. It's more if they score well enough to go from there.
So there were two, the Wichita Fine Arts Atelier and the Orquesta Mi Tierra, or however you the length of time that they've been a nonprofit. I couldn't remember what the requirements were.
So this came up. The guidelines specifically stated that you had to have been serving the Wichita community for 2 years and be a nonprofit. Doesn't say that you have to be a nonprofit for 2 years.
There were several that we talked a lot about at the water cooler, trying to figure out if they were eligible. Our understanding was 2 years of serving residents.
Yeah.
As long as they can prove that, then we pushed them through.
Now, that doesn't mean you can or can't choose to fund. But that's why we sent them to you, because we felt they met the guidelines.
One maybe a philosophical question I want to dump in the room is, and this is something that we talked about in kind of our training and leading up to this conversation earlier this year, was the funding deeply versus funding broadly. And I think we have a unique opportunity because we have so many applicants to really think about, is it responsible to fund everybody? Maybe, maybe not. But if the trend is to fund deeply versus broadly, where can you make the most impact with that dollar? That's a challenge that I would just like to put to the committee to figure out where those cutoffs are, if any, knowing that the most successful applications can be interpreted in lots of different ways.
in my 5 years, we've actually done it both ways. Early on, with the much more stringent accountant group, we had hard, fast cutoffs, and we had a much more flexible, programmatic-minded group, in which case it was, you get $5, you get $5, everybody gets something. I think it's just, Lindsay's point, wherever we choose to go. Again, 39 applicants, and I would say the vast majority, for me, scored well enough. Like when I came today, I made the joke that I was cursing Jesse because there's organizations that with my basic math, what we had last time, I kept having to knock groups out because their score wasn't high enough to what I've used in the past. So again, thank you, Jesse, for not helping me fund cultural organizations.
You're welcome.
Yeah, philosophically, I think the broader, and if we can give more money to fewer, as much as it pains me, is where I'm leaning right now, but I'm just one voice.
I really think we have, I love the diversity of all the organizations in the list of 39. So in my draft allocation, I actually tried to give money to everybody but one organization. That meant that some organizations that got bigger awards last year got less this year, because I just feel like I don't want to squish the creativity and like those ground roots or grassroots organizations that I think, you know, I mean, I don't know, I liked the diversity of how much we had. Now, then we have like 2 operas and 2 ballets, and you know, they all have kind of different, a little bit different missions, maybe. But I definitely was leaning, Dominic, towards funding more and maybe not trying to pay as much attention to how much they will ask for, but trying to take it into consideration with everything else that is.
Does that mean that maybe we prioritize funding for the smaller, like small and medium, like grassroots organizations, because we believe that like the funding will go further with them versus, you know, MTW has a stellar application every year. They get, you know, maybe they get a perfect score and so we give them 100% versus, you know, they have a lot of other funding, so maybe our funding isn't as meaningful as if we use some of that for small. Is that fair? I don't know. That's kind of what I want to bring up.
Agreed. And I also see that there are some groups that will come in and they'll ask for the full amount because it's there. It's listed as what you can ask for. So they'll ask for the full amount, and yet another group is in that same category, medium, small, will ask for what they really need, and that's like, you know, $2,000 or something. And it just feels odd to me because there's not a balance there. So I always try to take that into account of like, okay, do they really need the full amount, or are they just asking for it because they can?
I do think the larger organizations do really appreciate the funding as well. I think that would be, there would be trouble, maybe the, trying to think of the Great Plains Nature Center would be an example. If we didn't fund it at all, that would be a big miss based on, I think last year they got $17,000 or something. So I don't know that we could just totally not fund the larger one. And those larger organizations, I mean, I know they have grant writers and things, but they're able to really articulate their impact to the community, and I think.
And that's our struggle with that larger, small package. My assumption would be when you look at your scoring, unfortunately, the larger ones are going to have to suck up. A, they get more money because of just what they're asking for, but even the scoring based on it, if we had a cutoff point, more large organizations will be funded than the small ones. I would like in the next year us to develop a sustainable developing arts grant. So we find a place for some of these smaller nonprofits that we have that we can, like Lindsay was talking about earlier, put them aside so they're not competing against, you know, Ulrich. Exploration Place. Because I'm not gonna say it's not fair, but they have a much higher threshold to overcome as far as sharing their story and their narrative.
So I took that down as a task that we need to work on in the next year. When I use the collective lead, I feel like it's but there's also, I think, an opportunity to, as we like try to siphon out the long-staying organizations that have been in this program for 10, 20 years, to figure out like a multi-year thing. So we're using everyone's time to the best of their abilities, yours, the organizations, taxpayers, but there's also an opportunity, how do I want to frame this, to maybe have separate groups of applications. If it's a small organization, they only have 5 questions. Your large organizations have 50 questions because there's just totally different metrics or data.
Maybe not 50 questions.
And points.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, figuring out like where they're answering different things in the same way that like if you say you're over 500,000, then you get the audit option and that stuff. So we can carve it out where their requirements and their ask are slightly different, so it's not as laborious for everybody.
And I hear what you're saying, because I like to believe the Developing Arts grants we gave to that Music on Site a few years ago made a difference in their operation. I'm sure that $1,000 for a $10,000 operation was huge. And again, it pains me that I'm arguing not funding some of those small, lower scoring ones. I'm trying to think, how do I justify when I'm at that council meeting and all of a sudden they ask me, so why are you giving an organization that the group scored a 30 on money, but you're not giving the organization that had a 56? That's a large organization money. And that's the tough part. So we have a rationalization that we are being objective and we have some sort of criteria, other than we're good people.
I like the diversity comment as well, and I was really leaning towards funding 38 of the 39, not throwing out the same one. But using the old school way that I was more familiar with of throwing out the lowest score, and I arbitrarily decided what the lowest score was based on my scoring only. So not knowing how everyone else scored everyone and deciding what that cutoff would be. But, you know, comments that were said earlier make me appreciate the fact that, you know, I'll use Harvester Arts, and that's who we were talking about earlier, how years ago when they first applied, it wasn't the greatest grant, but maybe through the process they learned better how to write a grant. So if you, and this was my idea earlier, throw them in the kiddie pool of, you know, if you take them out of having to answer 17 or 18, however many questions there were, then they don't get that experience and that level of feedback from a group of volunteers who are serving the community. Whereas when they're filling out another grant, they maybe just get a no. They don't get feedback. They don't get a Q&A opportunity. So I've really changed my attitude since I walked in the room this morning. And thank you all for that.
Well, I was thinking about a RISE again. They initially, it's like, what, you know, who's heard of this? What do they do? Today, 3 different groups referenced performing with a RISE.
Yep. And with hugely positive feedback and impact for that partnership.
And we all know who they are today. We've all heard them sing and been inspired. So.
Yeah, and everybody, I think, that came in to talk to us demonstrated passion for the organization that they were here to represent. And I feel like, I don't know, I just can't, it's hard to want to squish any of that because you know, the number of volunteer hours that are going into all these organizations. I think we just want to make sure that that some of these smaller ones are economically viable.
Sure.
And that we're not funding something that is, you know, potentially going to be gone tomorrow. I think that's where the question you know, if the city were to say you gave this organization this money there?
I think I would lean towards, you know, figuring out what small dollar amount we can split amongst the smaller organizations and some of the newer ones. And, you know, feel good that we gave them the experience of going through the process. And each of them gets $250, $300, and that's more than they would have received had they not applied. So they get something. So I don't know what the number is. That's for Jess to figure out.
They have $143,000 in small organization asks, is what they've asked for requested funding wise. Because the challenge, I mean, this is not good or bad. I'm not saying the challenge in a bad way, but we have an ask of $303 from the low end to $27,000 on the high end between those small organizations.
I mean, it could very well be the same situation as with the artist access grants, where we put the data up and there are clearly 4 or 5 organizations that just did not score well enough to merit an award, or maybe they just did a token award. You know, this small amount, they're all small organizations, so it could solve itself.
And you could decide maybe like a blanket minimum award of $500, and if there's 10 organizations that are all getting $500, it doesn't say not a ton of your overall budget, but at least gives funding, a little bit of funding to those small awards.
The other point that I wanted to make is that, you know, what we're funding is not deciding whether or not they're worthy of grant dollars. Like, obviously, all of them are passionate and doing good work. It's, do they fit the mission of this committee, and can they demonstrate, you know, like they're gonna last a while? So I think
How successful was their application?
Right. So yes, there's like this huge heart part of it where we want to help everyone succeed, but I just don't know that there's a perfect way to do that and fulfill our mission.
Well, thinking about the potential impact they might have too. You know, we know the flu, no matter how big they get, they only are going to service a certain group.
Dominic, this might be clear next Thursday when we get our data by small, medium, and large. See how everybody scores, what the recommended funding amounts for the committee were, and that may give us some clarification on what we want to do.
I'm with that. At least we can start the conversation we're doing now, because every time we've had this conversation, it ends like this with really no set answer until we're forced to. But just so that we're aware of what kind of the challenges we have that we're up against, and when we get in here on Thursday morning, I mean, even telling just kind of what we want to see, because God bless him, he will give us however we want the data presented, he will give us to that way. And then some. We will ask them on the fly, can we see it advertised with the third letter being J, and he'll find a way to make it happen.
Will we be able to see how much we funded them last year?
No.
No.
I will veto that request, because it's a fresh application every year. Okay. Although it's public information, you're welcome to see it, but I really discourage that, because it is truly a different pool every single year. And we remind the applicants of that as well. So past performance has nothing to do with their opportunity. Okay. I mean, you're welcome to look at it, but I would really discourage the committee from considering this.
All right, there was just one that I have that noted as a question for myself to review.
And I mean, as much as I'm telling you not to, I can tell you throughout the day, I looked at this graphic like 4,000 times, this is in our strategic plan. It's the last page, which is available on our website, but it's 10 years of grants that went out. So you can kind of see the highs and lows, the average of what went out. So this is very readily available. It is interesting to look at, but I do challenge you to this is a fresh cut. Past performance really does not impact our. Thank you.
Is there, I'll do my first ask. I'm gonna ask Jesse how we want to present the data. I would like to see next week, when we come in on Thursday, all in, not down by groups, no names on there, just top scores and what the amount of money going out, all the way down. So highest score, what the average give is to them, all the way down to lowest score and the amount that way.
Okay.
With no additional information other than just numbers, that's it. So score and dollar amounts.
Score and dollar amount, no names.
No names.
No organizational names.
No name.
That's fine.
And then another one, same thing with the sizes.
We need to click the complete review button on each.
Yes, I understand that. I sent an email out yesterday that was about the Thrive grant, but some folks have gotten confused that it was about your individual review things. So when you are finished, now that we have gone through this, please double check the reviews that you've done. If you need to update something, update it, and then at the end, when you're ready, hit submit. If you hit submit and you're like, dang it, just email me, I'll open it back up. But I would love it if, Tuesday, end of day, Tuesday night, that they were all submitted, so that I have Wednesday to.
So if we hit submit, we can't go back and adjust?
You can't right away, but if you tell me that if you need back in, I'll open it back up for you.
Is there a way to see what you scored the application?
Once you submit, I believe you can.
Oh, okay.
It'll show up on like your
On the
front
submit
page.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just doing save draft, and I was like, how? And people were talking about scores. I'm
But
like,
it
how did
will-
you know what you
it-
scored?
it-
Because I'm not gonna add them. Is that what you were doing? Oh, that's too much scrolling.
That's dumb. That's
Don't
dumb.
be me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but once you hit submit, it'll give you.
I was wondering how they were doing it.
I thought I
Yeah.
would do it if I missed.
No,
I'd go over budget.
and I do just percentage based on the score line. I do multiplication on my little spreadsheet, so that goes back.
So what I'm hearing is that there's no appetite to kick anybody out of consideration today.
Yep.
We're gonna get the data and look at it Thursday.
I want to,
Well-
be nice.
I don't know,
And
there's,
I would ask over the next few days also to think about if there's any organizations which do not fit within our cultural plan. And we trust Jesse and Lindsay to give us anyone they believe could potentially fit in here, but at the end of the day, it's up to say, yea or nay.
Andre, can I put you in this spot just because I want to make sure your voice is heard in this room? And this is your first go around. Any observations, questions? How are you feeling as a first time reviewer? I know we've got a few in the room, but want to make sure your voice is heard.
That's another question, but, I mean, I soaked it in, I'm looking, the thing that kept on coming to me was, listening to what body it was, I was making a decision that, how do we gauge the impact of funding this organization, right? I mean, I have no idea, but it kept on popping in my head, like, funding this organization, how can we gauge or measure what impact of funding we have from one to the other? Especially when we talk about the smaller nonprofit versus the experiential bliss and such, right? And I don't have an answer for this, so.
neither do we.
Stay
My
true to your own
independent
values.
Thursday.
Yes.
Quick gauge, I know everyone wants to leave and you deserve to leave. Could we just go real quick, like how many hours do you think you've put into reviewing so far? I'm just like curious and want to just express an immense amount of gratitude for the amount of just brain power and heart power you put
You
into
say 5 minutes, so help me.
Oh, there's no way.
Like 16 to 20.
Yeah.
2 hours
Yeah.
the last 2 weeks at night.
16 to 20 hours, does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Just in this initial review?
And I would say I could bang it out beforehand, same kind of about 10 with where we were beforehand. I will say, like I said, the quality of the applications are tremendously better, which takes a lot more of my limited brain power to process.
Well, we
Thank you.
can always look at a character limit, or a lower character limit in the future.
Thank you.
Speed up that. Yeah.
The ones that had more data, I really appreciated when they actually
Yeah.
had numbers
Numbers?
to talk
I was like,
about,
yes.
you know, like how many people they were impacting
Yeah,
or
the zip
serving.
code
or-
stuff was very cool.
Yeah, and clearly some of them were just feel better at being able to pull the data and have data available, but I think the more we can continue to encourage them to give us tangible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think some of that has to do with, well, the bigger groups always can come up with those numbers easier, partly because they're answering for the national.
And they have CRM systems,
Right,
like
right.
they have.
Oh, yeah.
And they're, you know, they're sending into Americans for the Arts, so they've got that data. And the smaller ones don't.
I would probably guess that I spent in total 8 hours, and most of it yesterday on my cell phone. And it was challenging. And I'll admit that I didn't go look at all of the attachments for especially the smaller organizations.
Sure.
Because, you know, if they were asking for $303, I wasn't overly concerned about my thoughts on their financials.
Sure.
And submittable, and every time you clicked on an attachment, on my cell phone anyway, you had to go back to the list
It's
and
not super mobile friendly.
get back in. But I do love my cell phone.
On the further application for, say, next year or whenever, can you ask the question, have you been funded before by us, which you asked, if so, how did you use these dollars, or how did it benefit you, or how did it, yeah.
So we do have them fill out an annual report every year, so I'm more than happy to collate that information for the committee better in the future, so that you all can see. And provide it ahead of time, not just.
But having it in the application itself, well, right there, handy, would that be helpful?
Right, I do think so, for me.
Would it be possible to, I'm sorry, Jesse, to ask you to do anything ever, but to just like upload the annual report from the organization if they received it in the past?
Yeah, I
Can
think
we
I
do
could
that
probably
on
do
our
that.
end?
Yeah.
Review, or what was it called?
We call it an
The
annual
documents?
report.
Yeah, I can very easily, toward the top of the thing, I can just put their annual report for the last year.
Yeah.
They won't even see the question, I'll only be able to see it, I'll just toss it up there, then you guys can see it, super easy. Completely possible.
Feedback from these applicants about the cultural plan?
Anecdotally, yes. I don't know that we've done a full survey. I think after today, we will send out a survey just asking how the process has gone, how's the Q&A, et cetera. Overall, our feedback on the plan has been positive.
Somebody mentioned it, I think, today, that they.
It better.
Yeah.
Well, I think referencing the specific goals and objectives embedded into the document helps people connect it to it versus like this ambiguous document somewhere on the website. I think that helps people understand where we are coming from.
I think it helped me too. I mean, I would go back and say, why are we funding this organization? And, oh, because we can.
I mean, could, to Trish's point, could you ask the question of if you receive, how do you plan to use funding you receive? Or how, I felt like a couple times today I was trying to fish for like, what changes would they make, or what would they be doing differently if they.
How would these funds affect your?
We've had that.
The challenge with that question in the past has been its operational support, but we ask for so much programmatic information. Especially the smaller organizations get very confused by that.
Okay.
We're going to use it all for programs, but what we're really anticipating is you're going to pay your utilities, you're going to pay your staff. Like all of them are essentially doing that. We do ask on their annual report, what did you use the funds for?
Yeah. There were just so many that were all volunteer too. I just was really surprised by them.
And so I will offer, that was a challenge that we noticed. The requirement that we have listed is, do you have a full-time equivalent person working for the organization? And so many of them have multiple volunteers making up a full-time position, but a lot of them do not have that. So I think that's something we need to reconsider in the future.
How we ask those questions. I mean, it's kind of clear it's a working board, but at the same time,
Lots of open-ended questions.
Yes.
I think the more we try to define arts and culture, like the worse it gets. Like we don't want to put it in a box, but we're a government entity who we work in bureaucracy. So like this is where exciting work happens. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I think we could all probably talk about this for a very long time because it's just so complex, but I cannot express my gratitude enough. Jesse, thank you for all you did for getting all of the cats in the room today and figuring it all out.
Yeah.
Thank you for all your brain power and commitment to this community. Because this is, talk about volunteers, like thank you for getting this hard
Did
one.
great.
So we appreciate it. So end of day Tuesday is when we would love to have your information. I'm sure Jesse will send you an email about it and a reminder about Thursday, 9 a.m. at City Arts.
That's the plan.
Okay. I think that there's still some food and bev left. If you want to take anything to go, please help yourself.
And I'm hoping we'll go well past 1 o'clock on Thursday. I was hoping to get at 1 until Jared reminded me that we're about 16 more applicants than normal, so.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. Chairman, would you like to adjourn the meeting?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, we need to have, so, we need a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, thank you, everybody. So I would like to